Good evening, my friend, and welcome here for Heat Race number 1 for the Massive Whale PD200. My name is Petey J. Zeller, the voice and the mascot of the Massive Whale PD200, also the vice president of Xcal Racing. I guess I'm a man of many titles here this weekend. Alongside me will be Doug Burns, the owner and operator here of How to Suck at iRacing, and down on pit road, we will have a pit road reporter for this race, Paul Coleman Jr., and here we are at the start of day number 4 of 5 for the Massive Whale PD200. 103 drivers have progressed through the preliminary events, and Doug, we are here on Heat Race Monday. We're going to separate the boys from the men, and today we're setting the 43-car grid for the Massive Whale PD200 tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, heat number 1, probably the smallest of the heats, and we've got 24 drivers. 14 from each heat will advance to tomorrow night, so 10 guys from this heat are going home, and you can see already during practice these guys really going for it. The fastest laps have changed just about every lap. There is a lot of fast guys out there. The racing extremely close, and if it's anything like the last 3 nights, it's just going to be a bigger field of really hard racing. We've seen consistent 3-wide. I'm willing to bet we see consistent 4-wide racing here tonight. I'm expecting some really exciting racing. Probably a little bit of drama, a little bit of chaos, and a whole lot of fun, especially for the fans.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to give Paul Coleman Jr., I see he's down on pit road right now, and I believe, Paul, you have caught up with the driver of the number 42 car, Zach McDaniel, and you have a few questions for him about this type of racing.
Yeah, absolutely, Zach. What do you expect here? I was out in the exhibition race a little bit earlier. We had BJ McLeod out here and Austin Edwards doing a couple laps, and we were getting 4 wide, but we also ended up having 3 yellows in a 25-lap span. So kind of what's your strategy in that for not getting knocked out? No, you don't have any quick repairs or anything of that nature. How are you going to handle this?
I'm new to Discord, so it's kind of a little low, but I'm not real sure really what to expect. This is my first time racing with everybody, so just gonna get out there and see how everything goes. I run street stocks a little bit in other leagues and stuff, but we'll see what's going on.
Definitely have to say this is unlike any other street stock race you've probably been a part of here. Like I said, it's going to be 4 wide. Cars are going to be bumping and banging, and even though it's a quick 25 laps, it could all end on lap 1 or 2. So definitely, my advice is practice some patience while you're out there.
Yeah, we got a good starting position, so we'll just see how it goes.
All righty, well, we'll look for you up front. I'll send it back up to Petey.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was Paul Coleman Jr. down on pit road with Zach McDaniel, driver of the number 42 machine. And, Doug, we're going to have 24 guys taking the green flag here in heat number 1. This will be the smallest field in any of the heat races that we're going to have. And only 14 transfer from each heat to the Massive Whale PD200. And then here's the kicker, Doug. So that sets 42 cars up. The 43rd and final car in the field will be the car from all 3 heat races that had the fastest lap time that did not transfer in the top 14. So even if you don't finish in the top 14, you still have an outside chance if you put down a really hot lap. But obviously that's not anything these guys want to rely on, but they have a chance even if you don't get the top 14.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning this. We've talked about it the last couple of nights. This is one of the biggest events on iRacing, certainly for this time of the year. And huge money on the line, $2,500 in cash. Actually, it's $2,545 as of last night, plus a butt kicker game or 2 to the winner. And you see a lot of representation from a lot of different leagues. They sent entire teams out here. You got a team out here from Outlaw in 2 of the heats. You got teams from BRR in a couple of heats. You got a lot of the Xcal boys, a lot of the Jones BS Racing guys, just a ton of teams coming from different leagues that said, hey, we're going to get together and do this all together.
Yeah, Doug, this is really an event that transcends leagues. Xcal Racing, obviously the league putting this on, there's a lot of Xcal guys racing, but it's bigger than that. This transcends leagues. This almost transcends iRacing. This is one of the esport events of the year here, and we are very excited to get it underway. Like I said, 24 drivers will be taking the green flag here in heat number 1. 14 will be transferring. Here at the Irish Hills of Michigan we're racing, the 2-mile speedway. This is the old configuration of Michigan. And at this track, it's very fast, wide open the whole way around. These cars will not be lifting, going 4 and 5 wide even at times. And I actually want to bring back our pit road reporter here quickly, Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, I know you're a super speedway racing aficionado, so you've obviously done everything from IndyCar racing. I know you've covered a lot of different events and raced in a bunch of different events. It's so great to have you along as a pit road reporter with your experience. Tell me how this type of racing compares to other type of super speedway racing that you've seen and done in the past.
This one's definitely 100% all about the draft. Like I said, I was just in an exhibition race about an hour ago. Right before this, we had BJ McLeod and Austin Edwards will be racing a little bit later on this. But really, just it's all about patience. You can. I started, I think, 13th, and just with guys kind of just bumping and banging a little bit, I was able to get in the top 5. So it's just you want to be able to make sure you're there at the end, even in a 25-lap race. You're going to see guys bump, bang, spin out in the infield. We may not have a caution, but if not, your race is over if you just get hit the wrong way. So you got to practice the patience and not get too aggressive.
All right. Well, I do want to take a quick moment here to go over some of the great sponsors that have helped us put on this event here. So going to give my shout-outs here as I have before all the prelims. First, shout out to Butt Kicker. Butt Kicker, feel what you've been missing. Butt Kicker has actually given us a game or two device massive WEL PD200 tomorrow, and Butt Kicker, feel what you've been missing. I've one myself. It really takes your sim rig to the next level. You can feel each vibration of the motor, each bump you feel a little bit more of the vibration. It really adds a feel that almost makes you feel like you're really racing the car in real life. Butt Kicker, buttkicker.com. If you want to get yourself a butt kicker, you can use code Xcal20 to get 20% off on your butt kicker, which is a great deal. That takes off a significant amount of the price. That's a fifth off of your butt kicker Gamer 2 unit. Of course, you could just win the race tomorrow as well, and you will be getting one. JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. JT Mobile Pressure Washing. If you need your scum blasted anywhere in the Ohio area, be sure to hit up JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. John Friley and the guys do a fantastic job over there. JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. Anything you need pressure washed, they really go into the extra mile to make sure they get everything clean the way you expect it. Be sure to hit them up for all your pressure washing needs. The Tri-E Ink Cooler Crew. They build walk-in coolers. Jeff Edgar and the boys down in Florida, but it's not limited to Florida. If you have a big enough job for them, they are willing to travel. They just went up to New Jersey. They built one of the biggest walk-in coolers they've ever built. It was like the size of a warehouse, and they really do a fine job over at the Tri-E Ink Cooler Crew. If you need a walk-in cooler built, hit up the Cooler Crew. Of course, we got Sim Racer Hub, formerly known as Dan and Lisa, under new ownership now. Sim Racer Hub, if you're an iRacing league or just someone that wants to keep track of any sort of iRacing statistics, Sim Racer Hub is the place to go for that. Of course, How to Suck at iRacing. We appreciate Doug Burns and all the guys at How to Suck at iRacing. If you need something broadcasted, be sure to hit up Doug Burns and the guys over there. They do a fantastic job. They have very reasonable rates, and it's nothing but professionalism from Doug Burns and the guys at How to Suck at iRacing. And last but most certainly not least, www.xcalracing.com, xcalracing.com/shop. You can go get your officially licensed massive WEL PD merch. They have champion branded hoodies, which is just very nice quality over there. They have muscle shirts, they have posters, you name it, they got it. www.xcalracing.com/shop. As Doug, it would appear we are just a minute and a half away from kicking off day number 4 of the massive WEL PD200.
Yep, and it looks like it is going to be exciting. As we mentioned, 24 drivers in this field, and only 10 of them will advance. And I was thinking about something funny when you mentioned the Cooler Crew. Be wary of anybody carrying a little blue-handled igloo cooler. That just is a kind of a worrisome thing over the last couple of weeks. You never know what's going to be in it. Anyway, the people that get that joke will laugh. 10 drivers are going to be eliminated from this first heat. Obviously, the next 2 heats are going to be even bigger. I don't even remember how many were in the second heat. The third heat is just a little bit bigger, but the second heat is going to be the biggest one, probably the most chaotic, so you'll want to come back and watch all 3 heats tonight. Between the races, we'll be showing some of the prelims from the previous night, so you guys can see all the excitement that led up to tonight as well. And these guys, you know what? We have seen very few cautions through the prelims. Petey, do you think we're going to see a caution or 2 in the heats?
I think we'll probably see a caution or 2 in the heats. It would be surprising to me if we didn't. Maybe not in this first one, but as the night goes along. In that second heat, we're going to have 34 cars, and in the last heat, we'll have an astonishing 35. That's just 8 cars shy of the field tomorrow, and things are going to get tense, Doug, because, the win isn't important in these heat races. It really does not matter too much to win these things. It's more or less about going out there and advancing on to tomorrow, so it's going to get really hectic around that top 15 where they're going to be racing for the transfer spots, but it looks like practice has summed up here, and we are going to give you the starting grid for heat number 1 for the massive Whale PD 200, heat race number 1. Starting on pole position, that is position number 1, Ben R. Burgess in the 7 car. In second, in the number 44, will be Steven Johnson. In third, in the number 48, will be Kendrick Crush Cryer, a feature winner at USA in the Xcal Racing 2021 season. In fourth, in the number 76, will be Ron Morris Jr., who had a great fourth-place finish in his heat race yesterday. In fifth, will be the number 70 of Aaron Smith II, a very well-known short-track racer on the iRacing simulator. In sixth, will be the number 82 of Brett Edgar, son of longtime Xcal racer Jeff Edgar. In seventh, will be the number 39 of James Johnson. In eighth, in the number 23, will be Sean Andrews, and starting in ninth, right behind Sean, will be his teammate in the 9 car, Gerald Poole. In 10th, in the number 42, will be Zach McDaniel, who Paul Coleman talked to during the pre-race show. In 11th, the number 25, will be Albert Hewins. In 12th, in the number 06, will be John Friley, who is with JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. And in 13th, will be the 007 of Jeff Edgar. In 14th, will be the 03, the Weapon, Tyler Jalbert. In 15th, the number 12, will be Josh Doobie, who actually won a plate race in Xcal last year. He won at Texas. In 16th, the number 2 of Dakota Wilson. In 17th, racing all the way out from Germany in the number 74, will be Rafael Sempruch. In 18th, the number 262 will be Daniel Miller. In 19th, and the number 19 will be Zach Edwards. In 20th, the number 63 will be Joe Campbell. In 21st will be the 37 of Art Hendren. In 22nd will be the number 47 of Jeremy Leto. In 23rd, and the number 131 will be Ryan Henderson. And riding shotgun in the field will be the fan favorite, the 062 of Johnny B, Johnny Brancaccio.
Now, I do have to bring something up here, Petey. My understanding is you called the shot this morning, and it was not for your JNS teammates.
No, I said I think we're going to see Kenny the Helmet Trip pick up the big win this weekend, and actually got some flack over that in the JNS Discord. They were saying, man, that's our enemy. You can't be picking him. I just like the Helmet at these type of races, though, so we'll have to see. The Helmet will be in one of the further heats later on tonight. But in this one, Doug, I'm curious to see what happens. We watched Kendrick Cryer be really aggressive in his heat race yesterday. He's going to be starting all the way up in third after winning that heat race. I'm curious to see what Cryer does here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys out here. I know there's some teams that have formed up out here, and it'll be interesting to see who all works together. And you know what? It'll also be interesting to see how aggressive we are in the heats. Just 25 laps and, a lot of money on the line. Everybody wants a piece of that pie.
The fans are on their feet, the drivers are on their wheels, the iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck takes the hard left-hand turn down into the pits, and now Ben Burgess waits for the green flag to wave. All starts are on the flag. Man, the flag waves. Green flag in the air. We are down and away for heat race number 1 for the massive Whale PD 200, and it's Steven Johnson on the high side getting the run. 14 drivers will transfer to tomorrow night. Let's see how it's decided here, Doug.
Yeah, and you know what? Just noticing a couple of guys in the chat that are in some of the later heats. Christopher Papa is actually in there watching just to see what to expect as we go 3 wide off of turn 2. Already, everybody's starting to work their way forward. It does not look like we're going to see any patience early on, although we've got one driver dropping to the bottom. That is Kendrick Cryer. He is dropping to the bottom. He's going to fall to the back. Meanwhile, look at this chaos up front as the 44 jumping up to the lead up the middle. We've seen a lot of single cars make their way through the field in the middle here, and it looks like another driver's starting to look that way too. Jim Johnson is back there trying to make his way forward.
Yeah, on that restart, or on the initial start rather, Brett Edgar made an aggressive move to make it 3 wide right away. Edgar racing with house money here, trying to move on to the massive Whale PD 200. Edgar, an Xcal Racing veteran from 2021, he has a fellow Xcal Racing League driver, Sean Andrews, behind him. Up front, they race side by side. Steven Johnson and Ron Morris Jr. down on that low side. Another car I'm watching quickly come through the field is that 007 of Jeff Edgar. He started in 13th. He is shooting the gap up the middle right now. Edgar, the father of Brett Edgar, is trying to get up there with follow the sun and help him out. Those two, both very good plate racers. Jeff Edgar gives a big pinch down to the 39 of James Johnson. Very close right there as we continue to race 3 wide. One of the biggest field we've seen yet this weekend. The prelims never had more than 20 cars. The heat's obviously going to have more cars than everyone that transferred from the prelims racing in these, and it is nothing but 3 wide right now. This time by at the stripe, it was Ron Morris, but up the gut, it is Brett Edgar in the middle with no help. Well, here comes a friendly help. Brett Edgar looks in his rearview mirror, and you know what he sees right now, Doug? He sees his old man Jeff coming to give him a push.
Yeah, and you got to wonder when it comes down to tomorrow night if these two are together and it's a last lap thing, because I've got several other leagues we broadcast that have father and sons, and they all say the same thing. Yeah, I'll dump my son, or yeah, I'll dump my old man if it means getting the win. So, it could be a situation like that tomorrow night with some of these family situations, but I guarantee you they're going to be working together to make sure it's 4 wide coming out of turn 4 as the 44 is up to the high side, the 23 drifting, the 44 dropping back, but holy cow, that got a little sketchy.
Yes, it did, and now it's Andrews all the way on the high side leading that 4th line with help from Johnson. It's calmed down a little bit to 3 wide, but like like Doug said, in this heat race, expect things to be calm between Brett and Jeff. They both want to transfer. Father and son likely will be helping each other out here right now. The entire field, all 24 cars that took the green are under a blanket right now. This is getting hectic, almost 4 wide off the corner again. They think better of it. It's Andrews all the way up on the high side, using that 3rd lane to his advantage right now. Brett Edgar has the lean of the middle line. He's going to abandon his dad. He comes down low to block Morris on the low side, and now Jeff Edgar in the middle is leading that middle line. It looks like he has help from the number, I think that might be the 19 car, or rather the 13 car, excuse me. That was the 19 car of Zach Edwards. Zach Edwards gives Jeff Edgar a big push. Here it's going to be awfully close at the line between the two Edgars. Who has at that time by? Give it to the father. Jeff Edgar beats his son back to the stripe by 16 1/1000ths.
That was pretty cool to watch, but it is really, you see so many different lines as they go through these turns here, especially out of 3 and 4, so many different lines. A lot of these drivers are changing lines every lap, just trying to see where they're going to get the best run. We have seen, weirdly, despite the same track temperature, despite everything being identical between the prelim races, different lines have worked differently each night as the 19 gets shoved up the track. The 23 gets into him. He's sideways. What a save by the 19.
Those were teammates, Zach Edwards and Sean Andrews. I think Sean was just trying to help him, but he gave him a bump in a bad spot. Everyone hangs on. They're no worse for wear. They continue to race here in the massive Whale Petey 200 heat race number 1. Top 14 transfer. And look at this. Joe Campbell, after starting in 20th, now makes it 3 wide. He's that first car on the outside. That just shows you how quickly these guys can move through the pack. After starting all the way back at the back, Joe Campbell already has worked his way up, and he goes 3 wide on the outside. He has help from Edwards, as Zach Edwards trying to push him up to the front. It's Jeff Edgar leading, and these guys up in these top few positions, they got to be careful, Doug, not to race too hard and wreck, because top 14 advance, there's no prize for winning these heat races. The only prize is that you get to move on, you'll get a better starting position, but starting position, as Joe Campbell has just shown, is not very important. These guys up front right now, they need to remember, race hard and have a good time, but if you're in one of these top few spots, mind your time here and move on to tomorrow and live to fight tomorrow night.
Definitely agree with that. I've actually seen a couple of very odd things, a couple of guys that I would expect to be up front dominating this thing, especially if they get connected or towards the back, like Gerald Poole, like Dakota Wilson, like Jim Johnson. Those 3, I fully expected to see them get hooked up and make their way to the front with Gerald Poole leading that group, but they're all kind of lingering back around that transfer spot, so we'll have to see how things play out. 6 laps into this thing, a lot of guys showing a lot of patience, but this 3 wide at the front, Jeff Edgar is just leading the entire field around by himself in the middle.
And Edgar started back in 13th. Look at that. They are 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, about 6 rows deep right now. 3 abreast, some of the best on iRacing right now, going at it here. And Jeff Edgar continues to lead as there's just a minefield of race cars behind him. And you know what this kind of racing reminds me of, Doug? I don't know if you were a NASCAR fan in the early 2000s, but I think of Earnhardt's last win at Talladega when he won that race coming from 17th to 1st in 4 laps. That's what this kind of pack racing reminds me of. It's that just crapshoot pack racing where the draft is so effective and you can just pick up so many positions at once and it gets so hairy, and that's just what this minefield of race cars looks like.
Yeah, it's definitely, it takes you back to the late 90s even, where you see a lot of moves like that as well. These guys are just going for it all the way around the track. You get those big runs, you build up a huge run, and are we about to see 4 wide again as the 03? I'm sorry, is that the 06 of John Friley in the middle that was looking to make it 4 wide there briefly? I think it was. These guys are not giving an inch. Some of these guys are really pushing, looking for moves already. I'm kind of surprised that we've seen the save earlier and everybody's kept them going the right way, as now it's almost the entire field is 3 wide.
They pretty much are. The entire field is 3 wide. There's a couple stragglers in the back, but I'll give them credit. They're giving each other a lot of room right now. Each lane has a distinct line, and up front, it is Jeff Edgar leading. Friley is a teammate of Edgar, so I don't expect Friley to do anything crazy here. He's likely happy to just help his teammate transfer and himself. On that high line, you have a couple of teammates, too, with Zach Edwards and Joe Campbell. Down low, Brett Edgar, a teammate, obviously, of his father, Jeff. He has help from Ron Morris. Great racing going on here early on. That was lap number 9 in the books as we continue to click them away. Worth noting, with 5 laps to go, there will be no more cautions. Xcal Racing does not have cautions within 5 to go. But, as we look at this here, with these cars being 3 wide, there's really not a lot of room for these guys to try to make any moves happen. You're going to have to shoot a gap if you want to try to make a move happen. Right now, everyone seems content to just ride as here we go. Zach Edwards gets a heck of a push to Joe Campbell down the backstretch, and Campbell, he gets the nose ahead down into turns number 3 and 4. Campbell has the lead, but on the low side, it's Brett Edgar now pulling out in front as his dad in the middle. Jeff now gets the run. The momentum goes to the favor of the middle line with Friley and Edgar.
And you know what? It is worth noting that the top 20 cars are less than a second apart. The gap for the entire field is 1.5 seconds from the leader to the last place car in 24th. One tiny mistake could change the entire complexion of this race at any given moment. So you're right, these guys are showing a lot more patience than what we expected, but I guarantee you, when we get down to about 10 to go, some of these guys are going to start making their way forward. When we get down to 5 to go, all these guys are going to be pushing. I would not be the least bit surprised to see a few of these guys actually jump down and pass on that little section of infield down the back straightaway if they get enough of a run, just trying to make something happen.
I see we have a lot of new viewers, so I will explain what this is once again. This is heat race number 1 for the Massive Whale PD200. Massive Whale PD200, we just had 3 days of prelims. All the guys who advanced through the prelims made it to the heat races today. The top 14 cars in this race move on to the Massive Whale PD200 tomorrow night, where they will race for $2,540 in a butt kicker game or 2 unit. It will all be on the line tomorrow night. Up here, though, they're racing like this win matters right now. These guys, don't tell them the win doesn't matter in this thing, because they are absolutely going at it. They are 3 by 3 by 3, the entire field deep, all 24 of them right now. Luckily, 24 is divisible by 3, so it happens to work out that way. And right now, quickly, Paul Coleman Jr., our pit road reporter. Paul, I know you're down there in the pits. What are the crew chiefs saying right now the way this hectic racing is going?
They are insane. By the way, Petey, super happy about your math skills right there. That is a math teacher. I'm very proud of that. But the crew chiefs are, pressing patience. They don't want to be that guy that bring out that first yellow. As you guys mentioned, I heard you in the broadcast. Joe Campbell went from last to first, or close to first in the first couple laps. That's what's saying. Kendrick Cryer, he went all the way to the back. He's now making his way back up there. He also did that to try to establish himself a fast lap, because you can get a second off the pace and pull up. So he was working on that fast lap, and now he is making his way towards the front.
All right, thank you, Paul Coleman Jr. That's our on the pits, always does a fantastic job. They are 3 by 3 the entire field deep. You have Jeremy Leto, Johnny B, and Art Hendren kind of just hanging out in the back right now with Daniel Miller. But besides that, it's 3 wide the whole way through. Halfway down, halfway to go last time by the way. And this 3 wide hasn't broken, and barring a wreck, I don't think we're going to see it break, Doug.
No, definitely not. Almost having a couple wrecks as Jailbert keeps getting into the back bumper of Jim Johnson really, really hard. There is a big difference between bump drive. Oh, God, he pushes him right into Jim Johnson. Great driving and great save. Jailbert is earning his nickname right now. He is being the weapon, but he is weaponizing the car in front of him as well, as this is probably not the time to be quite that aggressive. Additionally, we saw a car last time by drop all the way down onto the apron looking for a run, and it looks like we might have a few looking very, very low down the back straightaway.
That we do, and now Brett Edgar, he almost had his dad clear him, but not quite. Edgar hangs on that low side, and now Brett Edgar, with the shortest way around the racetrack, draws even. They're dead heat there in the middle of the corner right now. You got the teammates on the high side, the J&S teammates of Joe Campbell and Zach Edwards. In the middle, you have the fast lane teammates of Jeff Edgar and John Friley. And on the low side, you have a fast lane car in Brett Edgar and Ron Morris Jr., who is not an Xcal member, but he has shown a lot of speed this weekend. Morris has been very impressive as they continue to go 3x3x3, and as these laps continue to tick away, things are going to start to amp up. Doug, I think we're going to see like 4 wide with a very firm 4th line. I think you'll see a lot of cars going up there because these guys are running out of lanes to make it happen. We'll have to see. Actually, Campbell just cleared Edgar down the backstretch, but it's very unlikely we see Edgar abandon his teammate, or excuse me, not Edgar, Campbell. It's unlikely we see Campbell abandon his teammate Edwards, and he doesn't. Campbell stays up in that 3rd line.
Yeah, you know, during one of the practices on Friday, there was a group that got 4 wide, several lines deep, as, we're getting some guys way down on the apron. There was a run of about 5 laps, 4 wide, all the way around the track, the entire field, but, you know, you can only do that so long before something goes wrong. There's a lot of holes up there to go through, but nobody making the choices yet, and these cars, like we've talked about, never 100% planted because this track is so bumpy, because the suspension is so soft. These cars are bouncing up and down on this older version of the track, and it definitely makes them move around a little bit. They move around in the draft as well, and that could be problematic if somebody tries to make that 4th line up the middle.
That certainly could be problematic, and it looks like one car might be losing the draft. That's Daniel Miller. Outside of that, though, all 24 cars still in this lead pack here. Last time by, it was 10 laps to go, and I tell you what, my friend, if you're watching this broadcast right now, drop a comment down there in the comment section. Let us know, who do you think is going to win this heat race? Who do you got moving on? Or even if you don't know if they're going to win, let us know who you're cheering for. I'm always curious to see who the people in the comments are cheering for in these races. If you don't have a favorite driver, pick a number or a paint scheme you like, and let me know who your favorite driver is in that department. I love getting engagement from you guys and talking to you guys and communicating with all of our wonderful viewers. Up front, though, Doug, looks like that low line has started to kind of shallow out a little bit. It's just Edgar and Morris down there. The rest of that low line has really kind of fell off, and they are starting to lose a little bit of ground there down on the inside.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times throughout this event that there's been a gap behind the second car on the inside, or even behind the first car. It's just like they coming through the straightaways, those other lines get such a run on the straightaways, that bottom line picks back up through the turn, and here comes Jim Johnson with a huge push from the weapon. Again, he actually got into the back of the 7, and Ben Burgess went for a bit of a ride there. Great save by Burgess. Great save by Jim as well. These guys are really starting to crank it up, and we're looking 4 wide in mid-pack.
Oh my goodness, Andrews thought about it and he thinks better of it. He does not go 4 wide there on his teammate Hewins. Things are heating up with 8 laps to go. They're only going to continue to ramp up. Top 14 move on for a shot at $2,545 and a butt kicker tomorrow night, and these guys are beginning to race like it. You know, I was saying earlier, they're leaving a lot of room in between the lines. They're really giving a lot of space. That room has evaporated. They are all on top of each other right now. Very hectic racing here in heat race number 1 for the massive Well Petey 200. Here they come. This time by 7 laps to go at the wire. I believe it was Edgar in the middle by 3/1000ths of a second.
Yeah, it looks like the Outlaws came to cheer on Brian Mansfield in there. I saw a couple others earlier cheering on Dakota Wilson and Jim Johnson out there. As it gets a little sketchy off of 2, we've got a car dropping back, and there's Jim Johnson in the mix in the donut car, and not far ahead, is Dakota and Raphael Simprudge. Raphael, you mentioned, from Germany, as it gets really sketchy into turn 3. Raphael from Germany, and he only shows up for these type events.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Doug, but yeah, Raphael, excellent plate racer, and he knows how to bide his time, and this time by 6 laps to go. If they can make it back to the flag stand without a caution one more time, this race will not see a caution, as here we go, the Weapon's making a move in the middle of the pack. The Weapon goes to the high side of Johnson now, and with 6 laps to go, we know the Weapon's an aggressive driver. I think Jalbert might be thinking it's go time here, Doug.
Yeah, he really is. We've got a couple of predictions in the chat for Jalbert to pull off the win here, so we'll have to wait and see if he does. Hopefully he doesn't go full weapon mode on us here. But, you know, as this thing ramps up, he's going to work his way forward. Jim Johnson down there no longer has him pushing. And at mid-pack, right around the transition spot, that's where a lot of activity is really happening right now. Gilbert dropping back down to the bottom, and Jim looking for a run up to the middle, and got guys almost in the grass trying to make something happen.
This time by 5 laps to go. Green, green, green. There will not be a caution in this race. It is the K2 Sauce teammates now. Johnny B and Art Hendren, they rode out back all race long. They just jumped up to the high side and made it 3 wide. They know it's go time. Johnny B and Art trying to make it happen in the back. Up front, it's still the father and son combination. Brett Edgar, the son, on the low side. The father, Jeff Edgar, in the middle. And Joe Campbell on the high side. 3 Xcal drivers do lead this race. Something we weren't sure if we would see, but it is the Xcal guys in all 5 of the top 5 spots right now. And here we go. It is Joe Campbell pinching Jeff Edgar down off the corner. He has the advantage that time by on the high side. It's going to be awfully close back to the wire. I think Jeff's going to get it the stripe. 4 laps to go, Doug. 14 moving on for 2,500 tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's getting really, really dicey out here in the middle of the pack. Gilbert is really pushing Jim hard here. The 7 cars caught the repercussions of that. We saw a couple of instances of 3 deep bump drafting yesterday, and it doesn't always turn out very well. Hopefully these guys can hold on to it for 4 more laps, but those transition spots, as guys are dropping as low as possible, those transition spots are where all the action is. Everybody is watching where they are on track, what their position is every lap, and look at this. Look at these guys move around. Ben Burgess just keeps sliding up the track a little bit.
Yeah, and if you're curious where the transfer spots are, it's that red car. So if you see Weapon in the 03, the 03, 23, and 25 in the middle of the pack, that's where the transfer spot is right there. That's 13th, 14th, and 15th right there as we go 4 wide. Jeremy Leto takes a shot up the middle. Leto takes it 4 wide with 3 laps to go. He gets into the door of the Weapon. Leto slides up the racetrack. Now the 2 car slides up. This is getting very hairy here right now. 4 wide. The Leto is making his move. Leto with a heck of a roll. Leto's turn. Oh, it's into Sempruch. Sempruch is on his roof. Sempruch is out of it as Leto gets into Johnny B. Leto and Sempruch are out of it here with 3 laps to go. Still 22 cars in contention here as we see our first incident. Here they come this time by the flag stand. They come off of turn number 4. The starter holds 2 flags in the air and sticks them out upright. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 to go, Doug.
And yeah, it's not just getting dicey at the back anymore. Now we've got guys getting dicey up here. It looks like only Raphael got hindered by that, but Jeremy Leto now way at the back, and that takes 2 of the drivers out. Still 8 drivers to be eliminated. There's 5 drivers hanging out off the back of the pack. Expect to see those guys start to make a run up through here. Some of these guys in the field we'll see again here tonight in the next 2 heats, so you never know what could happen if a guy gets eliminated here. He has another chance, but some of these drivers, this is their one shot, and as they come down to the white flag, things are about to get really insane.
Here they go, 4 abreast. Kendrick Cryer making it aggressive right now with Tyler Jalbert. Cryer's made it 4 wide. Don't expect that to end anytime soon. Here they come. The starter holds the white flag in the air. 1 lap to go. 14 move on. They're 5 wide. They are as they head down into turn number 1. Hold your breath, folks. It's going to be close here. Here they go off to turn number 1. It's Campbell on the high side. Transfer spots get hectic. Hewins goes into the wall. The Weapon got Hewins into the wall, and now Hewins is out of contention. The Weapon makes it 4 wide on Thanos Pool. Contact is made in the middle of the pack. Things getting really hairy. Here comes the Weapon trying to take it up the middle. Cryer throws the block. Here comes the Weapon now looking underneath Cryer. Is there any room there? We do not know, but up front, the battle is on for the win. Here comes Cryer and the Weapon up the middle of the pack. These guys are in transfer spots. They need to bide their time here. Here we come off of turn number 4. There's a wreck. Cryer goes around. The Weapon is in it. They get Johnny B gets in it. Back at the wire. Jeff Edgar's going to win it. No contest. We will have to see what the top 14 is. Jeff Edgar wins heat race number 1. Second place is his son, Brett Edgar. Third is Steven Johnson. Fourth is Zach Edwards. Fifth is Ron Morris Jr. Sixth is Ron Burgess. Seventh is Dakota Wilson. Eighth is Ryan Henderson. Ninth is Zach McDaniel. 10th is Sean Andrews. 11th is Josh Doobie. 12th is Joe Campbell. 13th is John Friley. And 14th in the final transfer position, Doug, was Aaron Smith II. As mayhem happened on the last lap, we're going to have to see who who caused the wreck there, though, because that might take some of the cars out of contention if they get penalized.
Yeah, it might. The 14th, the transfer car of Aaron Smith, actually crossed the start-finish line backwards. So he got turned around, but he realized where he was. You could tell he slammed it in reverse and was actually driving backwards as they come to the start-finish line. Let's start trying to get a look at some of these replays here as we'll look a little further up. There's the 131. He was sideways, the weapon into the back of the 48, and Gerald Poole stuck up there on the high side. Everything in front of them is calm, but that is where the chaos starts. The 23 comes down. Then there's an incident right at the front of the pack, and a bunch of cars just get sent all over the place. Let's take a look through some of these replays. Here is Sean Andrews. He gets hit from a car coming down, I believe Jailbert coming down the track. And the 12 comes along. They bump their way to the start-finish line as the 63 of Joe Campbell crosses the line. Kendrick Cryer definitely was in the middle of that. He gets shot up into the wall. Him and Jailbert stick together. They come back down on the track, and then another car comes from behind, takes him out, sends him into the inside wall. I believe it was Daniel Miller that got into him.
So that was very epic right there. So here's the cars that were eliminated. James Johnson in 15th, 16th Art Hendren, 17th Kendrick Cryer, 18th Albert Hewins, 19th Daniel Miller, 20th Johnny Brancaccio, 21st Gerald Poole, 22nd Jeremy Leto, 23rd Tyler Jalbert, and 24th was Rafael Sempruch. And Doug, actually, I'm getting up the information here to see which of those cars had the fastest lap, because remember, the car with the fastest lap that doesn't transfer out of all the cars in the heat races will be the car that moved on. And Doug, the car with the fastest lap in the entire session was Johnny Brancaccio. So provisionally right now, Johnny Brancaccio is the 43rd car in the field, but obviously 2 more heat races left to decide that.
Yeah, and I know we're going to see a few of these drivers make a return trip. Those are the guys that probably made the wisest choices, the multiple starting spots. But conversely, there's a lot of guys out here that were really fast up front and just caught some bad luck there at the end. As they came out of turn 4, guys were pushing for everything they could, trying to make up some ground, and I definitely want to take another look if I can find Aaron Smith, where his incident started, because I want to show the viewers. Let's go back to here and watch Aaron Smith as he comes down the line. That's him up in the 70. He's got cars raking in front of him, almost makes it through, ends up backwards. Ends up getting hit by the 37, keeps spinning, and right there he slams it in reverse, and then you see him start to kick up the speed, and he makes it to the start-finish line, then spins it around.
All right, well, Doug, we have our pit road reporter down on pit road right now with Steven Johnson, who finished in 3rd place. Paul, take it away.
Steven, congratulations. You are officially in the show with the top 10 starting spot. Congratulations on that. Tell me about your race. I guess you didn't see all the excitement behind you, but tell me what it was like there up front.
You got me?
Yeah, copy. Obviously, congratulations. Looks like you're going to have a top 10 starting spot. Tell me about your race. You didn't see too much of the excitement in back, but what was going on in front with you?
Yeah, it was a fun race up front. I felt real confident running with those guys up there in that top 9. Everybody was being really calm, not making any dumb moves, trying to do anything stupid, so it was a good time.
That's great. What did you learn from this race that you feel like you can share that's going to help you out tomorrow night?
I don't want to give away too many secrets, but I don't know. I think that the upper 2 lanes have a lot more momentum than the bottom lane does, so trying to figure out how that's going to work and aid a win.
Well, sounds good. Well, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Petey, I'm going to send it back up to you. I think you got the son of the father-son combo, correct?
Where the hell did I go? Oh, never mind.
I think Petey ended up muting himself, so I'll get started. Brett Edgar, congratulations on the 2nd place finish. Brett, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, there you are. Yeah, congratulations. A great second place finish. Obviously, the strategy, you and Jeff staying out front the whole race, seemed to work really well together, and you managed to hold on to the top three for both of you.
Yeah, I figured if we could block up bottom half of the racetrack, there was no way anyone was getting past us.
It definitely worked, man. Did you learn anything out there? Obviously, you guys pretty much at the front from the start of the race. You guys got together and then got to the front and pretty much stayed there. Is that going to be kind of what you're looking for tomorrow night as well?
It might be. I haven't put too much thought into it yet. Just worried about tonight, trying to see where I'm gonna be to start tomorrow.
Well, man, congratulations. That was one heck of a race. Good job staying out front. You held off the rest of the field. Some really, really close, chaotic racing, but you did a great job. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
And Petey, you back with it? You got Jeff?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I did have my mic muted there for a moment. But yeah, I'm down here in victory lane with Jeff Edgar after picking up the win here in heat race number 1. So Jeff not only moves on to the massive WEL PD 200 tomorrow night, but he will be starting somewhere within the top 3. Jeff, first I want to ask you, what was it like out there racing with not just anyone, but you're racing with your son for the lead for most of the race. What was that like?
It was touch and go there for a little bit. I was a little worried that he might not hang on to it so tight down on the bottom there, but we made it happen. We did good.
All right, well, Jeff picking up the win here in the heat race, obviously starting up front tomorrow. Starting position, not a big factor in plate races like these, but still it'll be nice to see the front of the field. Tomorrow night, considering you're going to be starting so high in the field, do you plan on just trying to hang out front all night, or do you have any sort of strategy you'd like to be willing to share?
Well, the plan will definitely be try stay ahead of the problem, not lose the lead pack. So I'm going to try to stay up as high as I can, but I'm not going to kill myself in the process.
All right, and obviously moving on tomorrow night, now you can just relax for the rest of the evening here, Jeff. But I do got to ask you as well, do you feel like you learned some things? I think this is the most intense racing we've seen yet this weekend. I mean, it was just 3x3x3 the entire 24-car field deep. Do you feel like you've learned anything from this specific race that you'll be able to take in tomorrow night with how high octane this racing was?
Yeah, I think we've got the track figured out and the handling of the race car, what it likes. We had good work there with Joe on the outside of us, giving us a little bit of room. That really worked out. I do want to say one thing, though. Those 3 cars that ran in that 8 o'clock race last night, I'm not sure who they are, but those big iRating Class A drivers and stuff, they might want to keep an eye out for us low-budget guys. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Jeff Edgar calling his shots here. And Jeff, before I let you go celebrate that win with your team, who do you got to thank for sponsors, crew, teammates, anything like that?
I want to thank Tri Inc. and the Cooler crew for putting us together. JT's mobile pressure washing with Big John over there. He helped guard my backside tonight. And I think that's about it. We got Chase up there in the spotters booth. He helped us out there tonight, too. That was pretty good.
All right, well, Jeff, congratulations on the win, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
10-4, buddy.
All right, that's Jeff Edgar, winner of heat race number 1. And Doug, Paul, well, heat race number 1, that didn't disappoint. Oh my goodness, the racing we saw there was the most intense I've seen, not just tonight, but maybe in all of iRacing.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we've got guys already in the chat both frustrated and exhilarated from the end of that race. Dakota Wilson very wound up. Gerald Poole obviously getting caught there on the front straightaway, very frustrated. I'm sure we're going to see a few other drivers frustrated from the end of that one, but hopefully everybody that... everybody is happy with the outcome regardless. They did put on one heck of a show, and that was one heck of a finish. I don't think you'll ever see a finish like that ever again. Well, maybe in an hour? I hope not, but,
Possibly in an hour. And Paul Coleman Jr. down on pit road, do you have any closing thoughts from this first heat race after? I'm sure you had a great view of all the action down there.
Yeah, a phenomenal view of the action. Unfortunately, it's kind of turned into cheerleader road on the last lap there. Johnny B looked like he was in the solid for a transfer position. Then that went away, and then Art Hendren looked like he was going to get into a transfer position, and then he collected the 70 there. So got to regroup with my gang. But I mean, this next race with 34 cars, you got 10 more cars that are going to go home in addition to the 10 cars that went home here. So 20 total cars. So I expect even more mayhem on that last lap as guys are going to get desperate, and it's only going to grow from there. And then the last race, like you said, that's definitely everybody's guaranteed last shot. And you're just going to have more desperation. So I think this is only just the appetizer. This is the palate wetter. I think we're going to get a couple of good entrees going for the next 2 races.
Certainly there, or Paul, and actually not all for naught for the K2 drivers. Johnny B did have the fastest lap in the race, so he is provisionally the 43rd car in the field. 2 more heat races to unlock him from that, but a good start for Johnny B. You got to start out with at least being the first car in that spot, and he did have the fastest lap. So Johnny B, he is not done yet, and I think he actually might be in some of the future races we're going to see. But I do think that we'll wrap up things here for heat race number 1, as we have to go catch our breaths after that heat race and get ready for heat race number 2 that, like Paul said, will only be more epic. On behalf of myself, PDJ Zeller, the Vice President of Xcal Racing and the voice of this weekend's massive Wild PD 200 events, thank you to Doug Burns for joining alongside me. Doug runs the cameras and does all the hard work here on How to Suck at iRacing. He really makes it happen. And for Paul Coleman Jr. down on pit road, we'll see you in an hour, my friend, with heat race number 2. It shouldn't disappoint.
And in the meantime, enjoy the prelims from the last couple of nights.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
All right, folks, enjoy prelim number 5. Don't go anywhere. The next 2 races will be even more epic.
Absolutely, it's all about learning. As you know, a lot of them, like you said, most of the cars from this field are going to transfer. I don't know the exact number taking the green in this, just because Hillbush has had to disqualify so many stragglers that joined, and the point for that being is we're trying to.
And a quick update, if you did not see in the chat, the 131 was penalized. Jim Johnson moves to the final transfer spot.
Absolutely, it's all about learning. As you know, a lot of them, like you said, most of the cars from this field are going to transfer. I don't know the exact number taking the green in this, just because Hillbush has had to disqualify so many stragglers that joined, and the point for that being is we're trying to recruit a few more guys to this event here at the last minute. That's why we're allowing strangers to join the session. But Doug, it does appear qualifying is wrapping up right now. We're about a minute away from the grid here, and what are you expecting in this prelim number 5?
I think what we'll see. What we've seen, not many cautions. I think we've seen 2 cautions throughout 4 prelims so far. So not a lot of cautions. I think we're going to see a lot of 3-wide racing. The Edwards setup shop setup for this has been so good. We've seen guys completely sideways save it and stay in the draft pack. I think you're going to see positions changing every single turn, every single straightaway. I think you're going to see a lot of guys end up door banging and bump drafting throughout the entire session. I think we'll see a lot of cars with just a little bit of damage to them before it's all said and done. But everybody generally makes it home in one piece, so things could get very interesting.
Absolutely. So 15 seconds remain, and I'm going to take you down through the starting grid provisionally here in the Massive Whale PD 200 preliminary race number 5 here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. Starting on pole position, that is position number 1, will be the number 57 of Aiden McConaughey. On his outside, in the number 22, will be TJ Majors. Starting from the 3rd starting position, in the number 78, will be TJ DeBasi. In 4th, in the number 94, will be Robert Colgan. In 5th will be the number 37 of Art of Gold Hendren. In 6th will be the number 9 of Joshua Doobie. In 7th will be number 5 of Michael Prairie. In 8th will be the number 3 of Corey Tondro. In 9th will be the number 34 of John Palermo. In 10th will be Superman himself, the 454 of Luke Turpin. In 11th will be the number 6 of Don Jordan. In 12th will be the number 73. That car is piloted by Mark Feeney. In the 13th starting position will be the number 420 of Matt Baer, and in 14th is the number 63 of Joe Campbell. And I am not sure about any cars gridded further after that. We only have 14 on the grid right now. I do not know if there's any more eligible drivers behind those guys. We'll have to see if they take the grid. But provisionally, that is your starting grid with 14 cars right now. And it looks like there is a 15th that would be actually, no, it's just 14, Doug. So all the cars that start this race will be moving on to the heat races as we hit the exact number of 14.
Yeah, we've seen that in several of these, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last, the automatic advancement, as just between the first and second race tonight, I think we got another 15 drivers. The number continues going up, and as you mentioned, once we hit 101, that $2,500 pot continues to go up. So if you have not registered, go to xcalracing.com and get signed up. 3 more prelims tomorrow night, 1 more prelim tonight at 10 Eastern. You've got just a little bit of time left to get registered for that event.
So the field rolls off as we get ready to go 25 laps here in the preliminary race for the Massive Whale PD 200 from the Irish Hills of Michigan. A fantastic speedway here that in these cars it is wide open. You do not take your foot off the gas. It gets 4, even 5 wide sometimes. Some of the best racing you will see on all of the iRacing simulator. Tonight brought to you by www.xcalracing.com. Of course, thank you to all of Xcal's wonderful partners. Those include, of course, Butt Kicker. Butt Kicker actually putting a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit on the line for this event. JT Mobile Pressure Washing. That's been a fantastic sponsor that's come along and helped us with the Massive Whale PD 200. Of course, Doug and all the great guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. We got the Edward Setup Shop. They made the setup for this event, so thank you to them. Sim Racer Hub. They have helped us promote this event. The Cooler Crew, of course, always helping out Xcal events events. We're very appreciative of them and all of our other sponsors. If you're interested in sponsoring Xcal events, be sure to go to www.xcal.com and you can message myself, the Vice President, PDJ Zeller, or the President, Aaron Hillbush, and we will get back to you about how you can get involved in sponsoring Xcal events. So here we go. Field goes through turns 3 and 4. It is going to be led to the green flag by Aiden McConaughey in that Hell in Our Racing Team number 57 car. The 57 car of McConaughey will have to wait until the green flag flies. All starts this weekend will be on the green. So the starter holds the flag in hand, and he lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We are down and away. McConaughey a little slow to the jump on the outside. It's TJ Majors pulling the gap. The problem is 4th place didn't go at all, so Majors will have no help from behind as Superman's already 3 wide back there, Doug.
Yeah, and it's Superman's going to charge to the front. Gets to go full send tonight. Doesn't have to worry about fuel tires or anything else. I expect to see him up front in a lap or two. But it is interesting. That's the first time we've seen an issue on a start or restart here this weekend. So hopefully not a sign of things to come. I think just like you mentioned, a smattering of Xcal boys and then a whole bunch of other people that joined in. And yeah, this is getting a bit interesting. I hope you guys are ready because with this many cars, everybody's going to be holding their breath.
Thank you so much for tuning in, my friend. My name's PDJ Zeller, the Vice President of Xcal Racing. Doug Burns alongside as lap number 1 in preliminary race number 5 is led by TJ Majors on that outside line. Majors getting a lot of help right now from TJ DeBossi. It's the TJ and TJ show on the high side. Down low, you have Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey getting some help right now from Doobie in that number 9 car. Momentum carries on the high side, though, and DeBossi pulls right up to the back bumper of Majors. He's going to give Majors a little bit of a bump there. Bump drafting down the back stretches. Now we go 3 wide. Doobie shoots the gap up the middle. Doobie to the middle, and Doobie will get on the quarter panel of DeBossi, forcing DeBossi to go up the racetrack. Majors has the lead, but he has to try to block 3 lanes. It's about to be 4 lanes as Superman's looking to make it 4 wide, Doug.
This is a bit interesting. I think Doobie made probably the smartest move on the track, trying to separate the TJs here. And it looks like he's going to pull it off, but he's starting to look low. We've seen some really crazy moves, especially in that first race tonight, the prelim number 4. Josh Doobie's been out here for several of them, so showing a little bit more patience, but he also has figured out when you can shoot the gap and where to do it. He's looking very fast here and separating the TJs who obviously practice together. That's probably the best strategy of anybody in the field, and it looks like we're going to go 3 wide possibly from here on out. We've seen a couple of races that we ended up 3 wide the entire time, and they keep trying to get 3 wide. They're 3 wide mid-pack, and Superman still up top running that high line. Did mention in pre-race that seems to be the fastest overall line if you can get a group together, but since he's alone, he's going to have to get up there, get these guys packed up.
3 of best with 14 of the best here from the Michigan Speedway as we are going at it here in preliminary race number 5. Doobie takes the lead on the low side. That low side, though, does not get a good run of momentum off the corner. Looks like about 10 cars have broken away and 3 cars are in a secondary pack behind these guys. Here comes Superman. Superman shoots the gap up the middle. Turpin looking as, oh, we have a blinker. A car does blink. Superman sticks it in a hole. I don't know if it was there, but he makes it work. Superman's trying to stick in between Majors and Doobie. I do not know how he fit the car in that gap, but Luke Turpin, in a matter of a corner, he's going to go from about 7th to the lead. Turpin on the high side looking to lead his first lap. Doobie gets loose after he gets a shot, and they are all getting loose. Superman has to hang on to it. McConaughey's in the grass. They miraculously don't wreck, and Turpin leads the lap.
Holy cow. And we have seen a lot of that. These guys using a lot more door and bumper than you'd normally see out here. You've got to drive both offensively and defensively out here, but man, everybody holding on to it. Testament to how good these drivers are. And look who is caught up, who started back in 12th and is now all over Superman's back bumper. Matt Bear has made his way up into 3rd. It looks like Luke Turpin's got some help from behind as they're 2 wide going into the turn. TJ Majors dropping low to get some side draft. We have seen a lot of that side drafting here over the last few nights. They are definitely figuring something out with that, and it seems to really, really work, especially if you're in that middle line.
Yeah, and Turpin getting a lot of help from Matt Bear. Matt Bear's teammate at Rolling Thunder Racing during the Xcal 2021 season. Bear and Turpin were on that championship team for Rolling Thunder Racing, and Bear is going to push Turpin out in front. You are getting to watch two of the best on all of iRacing now duke it out front. Luke Turpin, regarded as one of the greatest hosted session racers of all time, one of the greatest street stock racers of all time, no doubt about it on the iRacing simulator. TJ Major, likewise, is regarded as one of the better short track racers on the simulator and is a street stock legend in his own right, and those two are duking it out here in prelim number 5. They get so close with the side draft, closer than most would dare to go, but those two know they can trust each other. They know what they're up against here, and they are willing to try some things out. So right now, it is Majors trying to get that run on the high side. It's going to be awfully close at the wire this time by. Let's see who leads it. That was way too close to call, and it was Superman by 14 one-thousandths of a second. That car, that's the second car on the outside, the number 34, that's John Palermo. Palermo's the one giving all the help to Majors right now. Behind him is TJ DeBasi. Also in the lead pack, behind Josh Doobie, you have Art Hendren in the 37, the 94 of Robert Colgan. Oh, wreck! Superman hard into the outside wall. Caution is out.
It looks like the bump drafting might have gotten a little bit out of hand there. Let's take a look at it from a different angle. Turpin drifts up, and oh, TJ was trying to go to the outside. I don't know what happened there. It looked like as TJ moved up, he just accidentally clipped that right rear corner panel, and it was enough to send Turpin around. That was a hard lick. That car is done. No fast repairs here, so he will he'll have to go in and get manually repaired. Fortunately, he will still be qualified for the heats Monday night, but a hard hit, and now TJ Majors is back to the lead.
Yeah, he'll probably be getting an EOL there. I do think that wreck was on TJ, but that is up for Aaron Hillbush to decide where he wants to assess the penalty there, so we'll have to see. Tough break for Turpin, though. And, Doug, I just commented, those two are racing so close to each other, and when you race that close for so many laps, eventually something's going to give no matter how good you are, and that's exactly what happened right there. And unfortunately for Superman, like you said, his car is toast, and I think he is probably done for this prelim.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Turpin definitely showed he is going to be a top contender when Tuesday night gets here, but he's going to have to. He's just barely getting in by by finishing in 14th here tonight. So a heartbreak. We have seen a lot of close racing, and even in the practice sessions Friday, there was one practice session where for five consecutive laps they were 4 wide, but it just takes the smallest mistake in these situations as Matt Bear dives to pit road. We're seeing cars hit pit road. They do not need fuel, so this has got to be some tire strategy. Matt knows he can go from the back to the front. Maybe he's counting on a few laps fresher tires being some benefit.
I think it's more or less he just wants to have fun, He's guaranteed a spot to the heats no matter what. I think he pitted solely for the reason to send him to the back of the line because he wants to start back there so he can work his way back through the pack because he wants to learn things. That's all this is about right now, is learning things that he can transfer into the big race on Tuesday since you're already guaranteed to transfer to the heats. I think Bear just willingly sent himself to the back of the line so he could try some more moves out, as well as a few others. So we'll have to see if he can do it, if that pays off. But we are waiting to see Race Control assess the penalty. I see Race Control talking right now. I do believe it's going to go against Majors. We'll have to see what they say. I mean, they might put it on Turpin. I'm not positive what Aaron Hillbush is thinking right now. But if Majors does get the penalty, that would give the lead to John Palermo, who started in 9th.
Yeah, an interesting situation. I don't think we've actually seen any penalties assessed yet during the prelims. This might be the first, but I think every
WOL.
Yep, I think every incident so far has been whoever caused it has been on pit road getting wrecked anyway. So
that was a WOL. They said it was a racing deal between Luke Turpin and TJ Majors, so both of them were sent to the tail end of the line, and not a bad call, I don't think. That really was a racing deal between those two. They were just racing hard, and I know Turpin got the sour end of that, but really no worse for wear is the 454 of Luke Turpin.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, as this race goes on and as this weekend of racing goes on through Tuesday, you have to wonder, is TJ going to be Luke's kryptonite here, as those two were extremely fast. They were close. Both of them have a lot figured out here, so it's going to be really a lot of close racing anyway. but those two seem to be on a fairly equal footing. And when you have that many guys on an equal footing, these things are bound to happen. It looks like Luke Turpin is actually coming back off of pit road. Let's take a quick look. His car not as bad as it looked initially.
He's still on the lead lap.
Yeah, and he's still got some damage, but they've got a bumper back on, a hood smashed down, left door
He's
panel
up to speed. He is up to speed. He is going, I think he might be a little off the pace, actually. He probably won't hold the draft, but if they get another caution and they can continue to fix that car, I mean, it might not be over for Luke Turpin in this thing. It's going to be tough. It's a tough road to come back from a penalty or damage like that, but I guess we'll just have to see. So here's the running order, Doug, as we get ready to get this thing restarted. In first position is the number 34 of John Palermo. On his outside, the number 9 is Joshua Doobie. In third is the number 78 of TJ DeBasi. Fourth, the 37 of Art Hendren. Fifth, the number 94 of Robert Colgan. Sixth will be the number 5 of Michael Prairie. Seventh, the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Eighth, the 63 of Joe Campbell. Ninth, the number 73 of Mark Feeney. 10th, the 420 of Matthew Bear. 11th, the number 3 of Corey Tondreau. In 12th will be the number 22 of TJ Majors. 13th will be Don Jordan in the number 6. And rounding out the field in 14th will be the 454 of Luke Turpin, as that car is certainly damaged. Yep. So here we go. Coming down towards the flag stand, this is on green. Palermo has the field at a crawl. He lets him rip as the flag waves. Green flag in the air, and a pretty decent start there as Palermo gets going, but so does the 9 car of Doobie on the high side.
Interesting note, as they came to the start-finish line, Luke Turpin was at full speed coming out of turn 4. So he's going to have a big run into the turn. We'll have to wait and see if that car gets up to speed. They're already 3 wide for 4th place in the middle of the pack, and guys are looking extremely racy out there. 15 laps to go. Nobody's giving an inch. The last 4 races, we've seen it go to about 10 to go before everybody started getting crazy, but not this time. Are they seriously thinking about going 5 wide here?
Looks like they thought about it, and the green car, Matthew Bear, thinks better of it, but they are 4 abreast, folks. 4 wide here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. It's getting dicey. On the high side right now, it is Art Hendren. Art of Gold Hendren, that 37 car, is looking to take it 4 wide. They are 5 wide as they head off into turn number 1. How's this going to work? McConaughey has to find a place to go. He finds the hole, and DeBasi takes the lead, and Matt Bear, after restarting in 12th, is already up to 2nd. Bear right on the back bumper of DeBasi as they're still 4 wide deep in the pack right now as TJ Majors tries to find his way through. And oh my goodness, this looks like rush hour on the I-90 right now, Doug. These guys are getting wild as they're 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, nobody's giving an inch, and I think everybody's taking that old Dale Earnhardt Jr. advice. If you get a run, take it, send it, go for it. You've got to take the chance, and I don't think there's any patience. This second group out here, man, they're 3 to 4 wide at any given time. The front group is staying pretty much 3 wide. The 78 of DeBlasi, it looks like he's going to try and come down. Josh Doobie in the 9, up in the middle. He has made that line work multiple times throughout these prelim races, and he's doing it again here as he is battling for the lead, but it is currently Matt Bear up to the lead and continuing to march his way forward. He only took right side tires on that stop, but it was obviously of benefit.
Well, here we go. 3 wide for the lead. Still, McConaughey shoots the middle. TJ Majors already has fought his way back from that EOL penalty. Majors now shoots the middle as he is the 3rd car in the middle. Majors going for 2nd spot. TJ Majors looking to go to the high side of McConaughey. McConaughey throws the block. Majors just has to go into his back bumper here. Majors looking for a hole to go. There's nowhere to go, though. As, he has a car above him. He thought about going high, but Doobie's hanging tough on his quarter panel. Doobie now gets a good run on that high side with help from DeBasi as they continue to race 3 wide. McConaughey's just trying to block all 3 lanes. Great racing here out front right now. It is McConaughey and Matthew Bear dueling for the top spot right now. Behind them, it's the 22 of TJ Majors, the 9 of Josh Doobie, and behind those guys, you got the 34 of Palmero and the number 3 of Corey Tondreau. Here we go, still 3 wide for 2nd. McConaughey doing a pretty good job of fending off all 3 lanes right now. McConaughey just playing a risky game here, trying to block all 3 lanes. We go 4 wide again behind them. DeBlasi makes it 4 wide on Doobie, and Doobie's going to drop like a rock on that high lane as they're still 3 wide. Things are getting dicey. They're coming to 11 to go this time by, Doug.
I don't know how they're going to keep doing this. This is probably the most chaotic. I mean, we had more than this in the races, 2 of the races last night, but this is crazy. They are definitely a lot more aggression going on out there, and I think it was kind of set early in the race. They saw how aggressive some of these guys were going to be. There's not a lot of patience out there. They decided not to wait for 10 to go. They're sending it all the way around the track, and there's still 3 wide all over the place, 4 wide occasionally, 5 wide once or twice. It gets really close up at the front. And look at the 34.
Everyone, Doug, looking for the same piece of real estate right now. 13 cars under a blanket, and they are racing so tight. It's awfully close to the wire this time. It's TJ Majors in the 22 with 10 laps to go leading. DeBassi on the high side, trying to make it happen on his own. He doesn't have any help. Doobie's trying to get up there to help him. Now Palermo slides up to the high side. Palermo gives the block there to the number 9 of Doobie. Doobie says, screw it, I'll make it 4 wide. Doobie to the high side as they are 4 abreast down the backstretch. These guys don't have 10 more laps of racing like this, I don't think, the way they're going right now. McConaughey on the low side in that 57 car doing a fine job. They are going speeds of 160 miles an hour off into the turn on a glorified tractor tire, Doug. These cars aren't made to go this fast. These guys are just wheeling it right now, and it is getting hairy at times, but they are making it work. Once again, they come around to the flag stand. McConaughey on the low side will have the lead this time by. They remain 3 wide. Never mind, 4 wide as Palermo shoots the gap.
Michael Perry, I've been watching him in the back, in the 5 car. That guy is going to be one to watch when we get down to about 2 to go. He has made some moves. He's testing the waters out back there. I think he's got something for these guys up front. He just needs to wait and be patient, but he has pulled some really great moves. He's worked his way up to the front once already. He knows what he has to do. These guys 3 and 4 wide up there, I think they're going to get a little bit of a surprise. I have even seen him down on the apron. So I would fully expect, as Matt Bear is coming by TJ Majors there, yeah, I fully expect to see a couple of these guys lingering around the back, up in contention in a couple of laps. That's when things are going to get really, really hairy. And look at Matt Bear go.
Wow, he is doing a good job right now, and the intensity is only going to crank up as the laps wear down here. Remember, with 5 to go, there's no more cautions. Green, green, green per Xcal rules, so with 5 to go, it is green to the end. Things are a tame 2 wide right now, as looks like the 3 wide is fended off for a moment. Don't worry, my friend, they'll get back at it, as here we go, 3 wide once again. DeBassi jumps up to the high side of Palermo, and DeBassi on the high side, he's looking for a gap to shoot. He shoots it to the high side of Majors, and Palermo looked for a 4th lane. There wasn't one there. Continuing to lead on the low side, though, is Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey just can't block all these lanes at once, though. He's going to continue to work with the 420 car of Matt Bear down on the inside, and here they come around to the flag stand. This time by, McConaughey is going to lead once again. Now just 7 laps to go in this race as they're getting back to 3 wide racing. I got to wonder when some of these guys in the back, like Don Jordan in the 6 car or the 5 car of Michael Prairie, are going to make their moves. I mean, there is still 13 cars in this pack. There is still 13 guys with a shot to win this thing, Doug.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of these guys wait till about 2 to go. I don't think you can wait any longer, but we've seen some guys use that draft, use the momentum, and go from the back to the front in a single lap. You don't want to be too far out front, and you don't want to get too far away from the pack and show your hand too early. But I think about 2 to go is going to be about the perfect time. And oh my God, Aiden McConaughey gets sideways, bump draft by Matt Bear. He saves it.
Wow, that's an early candidate for save of the weekend. Oh, here we go. Palermo down to the inside. He gets chop blocked there by Majors, but he hangs on to it. 6 laps to go. 1 more lap. There will be no more cautions. McConaughey, though, what a save that was. That could have taken out the whole field, but McConaughey hangs on to it as they are 4 wide for the lead, and I don't know if they realize that that was tight there. DeBassi's going to hang on for the time being. Here comes Campbell peeking to the outside. There's no room there. Campbell just has to roll back in the line here as things are getting hairy, as we are just 2 corners away from no more yellows.
Yeah, and an interesting note, we've seen that save. If you remember back at the All-Star race, we did not see saves quite like that. That speaks to this fixed Edwards setup shop setup, that car has so much grip. We've seen guys all weekend long get completely sideways. They might lose a few positions, but they stay in that lead draft. And here we come. It is 5 to go. Green, green, green till the end. And I think we're about to see things heat up as it's now it's 4 wide on the third row and 3 wide everywhere else.
Yeah, this is getting hairy right now. The 34 Palermo gets loose. He's going to hang on to it up front, though. It's Majors with the lead. Here comes Bear to the inside. The Mad Bear himself drops down to the inside, and he's looking for the lead. McConaughey, after that incredible save, still up in the lead draft somehow. I don't understand how, and he is going up the middle for the lead. Wow, great racing here right now from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and it is the number 57 car of McConaughey. He's going to take the top spot for the time being. They are still 3 wide as they go for the top spot. It's probably going to get 4 wide here as this time by they come to 4 laps to go. Still 13 cars under a blanket, and now Majors shoots a gap. Majors shoots the gap. McConaughey didn't want to let him have it, but he had no choice, and now Majors is going to go up the middle with help from Joe Campbell.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise there to see that move. Now the question is, can he get by Matt Bear? And, you know, we have seen actually less of the door banging and beating on each other's bumpers in this race than we saw last night in those prelims. But I guarantee you that's coming to an end as Campbell is pushing TJ to the lead. Campbell did an excellent job in every race he was in last night, pushing people to the front. If you're going to run up front, you want to have Joe Campbell on your back bumper, but he gets TJ a little loose. As they come out of turn 4, it's going to be 3 to go.
Campbell says, screw pushing him, I'm going for the lead. Campbell to the outside. Joe Campbell in second place that time by the wire, in the lead by the time they get to turn 1. Joe Campbell up to the top spot. He has help from the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Majors in the middle right now. Down low, it's Palermo. Palermo trying to make that inside line work. There's just nothing there as here they come on the high side. Joe Campbell out in front and Aiden McConaughey giving him all the help in the world. Campbell out in front. He has the lead. He can block all the lanes right now if he'd like to. Let's see what he does. Majors now pulls back down to the inside. Not a lot of help from Majors from Matt Bear as here they come through turns 3 and 4. Majors all by himself for the most part. It's going to get close. Oh, they touch doors off the corner, and Campbell's going to pull up to him as this time by popsicle sticks are in the air. 2 laps to go, Doug.
Oh, hold your breath, folks. It's about to get wild. These guys are bump drafting now in the turns and getting each other a little squirrely. I don't think there's any cooperation left out there. I think McConaughey and Joe might be the only two that have that chance. But look, the 9 of Josh Doobie, who's been in multiple races, down to the bottom. He is looking for some help. And let's see if anybody tries to come down there and give him a hand. He's making it 3 wide, starting to move up. The 34 dropping down to help him. Palermo is going to help him make it to the front. No, he jumps back up, and here comes Doobie. He's got a huge run through 3 and 4. They touch, and oh, it's popping off behind. Everybody sings it.
Incredible. Only the 3 car wrecked. Here they come. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Still 12 guys in contention. Out front, it's TJ Majors. Majors with a major push right now from Matt Bear. Bear giving all the help in the world to Majors. Joe Campbell on the outside trying to get help from McConaughey. Things got a little spread out there when they had that moment, but they're still racing. Here comes Bear. Bear cuts it down to the inside. Matthew Bear looking to take the lead from TJ Majors. Here comes Joe Campbell. Campbell's looking for a gap. Campbell's going to shoot it down. Campbell's going to shoot it up the middle. Is there a hole there? Yes. Campbell finds the middle. Doobie shoved to Campbell. And oh, they're touch. They wreck into turn 3. Majors hangs on. Campbell hangs on. They all wreck behind him. Campbell's going to try to chase down Majors. Can he get there? Does he have enough time to draft him? Campbell down the front stretch. It's Majors with a lead, and that's too big of a gap. He will not be able to overcome it. Preliminary race number 5. Give it to TJ Majors. Second place will be Joe Campbell. Third will be Robert Colgan. 4th will be John Palermo, and 5th will be Art Hendren as the entirety of the field wrecked in turns 3 and 4.
Let's take a few looks at this last lap incident. They were getting so aggressive. Matt Bear ended up in the middle of the sandwich and popping wheelies, and then just got shoved back up on the track, and that's what brought out all the chaos. That was definitely... I don't think anybody expected it to get that bad when they saw those two go below the line. Oh, there was even more bumping back behind as McConaughey got together with the 9 car of Josh Doobie.
Yeah, I'll tell you where this went wrong, Doug. Is Matt Baer did not block Robert Colgan. He allowed it to get 4 wide, and Campbell and Majors had no idea it was going to get 4 wide there, and that just caused a wreck there. So I think Baer needed to commit to the corner a little bit earlier there, but he just simply did not, and that's kind of what caused that whole stack up.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild finish there, and probably one of the most exciting ones we have had so far, and we've still got, what, 4 more to go? So
yes, we do. So we're going to try to get word in with our top 3. As I know we have at least one in here, or at least 2 of them in here, rather. As I am down here now on pit road alongside our 3rd place finisher tonight, Robert Colgan, and well, Robert, I gotta tell you, that was one of
all right, folks, one more prelim for you guys to watch, and then we will be back with heat number 2. And Trey Whitehead, I promise you, the next one is going to be the next one at 8 Eastern or shortly thereafter is going to be even more insane, as that's going to be a 34-car field. You guys are going to love it. Enjoy this prelim from the other night as well. We'll be back live in just a moment.
Oh, yep, here we go. Starting grid, starting on pole position. That is, position number 1 is the number 16, Patrick Luke Cap Sullivan. On his outside, and the number 95 will be Brian Mansfield. In third, in the number 51, Xcal's newest car owner, Edmund Jones. In fourth, in the number 76, Ron Morris Jr. In fifth, the number 44, Patrick O'Toole. Sixth will be Tal Etheridge in the number 8. 7th will be Matthew Eddy in the number 88. 8th will be the 13 of Chris Papa. 9th will be the 42 of Zach McDaniel. 10th will be Xcal's all-time starts leader, Xcal's Ironman, the number 5, Derek Colson. And rounding out the field in the number 97 will be Butch Baker, as we have 11 cars once again looking to take the green flag in what promises to be a great preliminary event here to end the evening, Doug.
Definitely will be, and a couple of names to watch. Obviously, the Xcal guys, Derek Colson, Pat Sullivan, but watch closely Brian Mansfield, one of the masters of the draft, and I know he has raced this track as one of his favorites. Edmund Jones was looking to get connected with him and Butch Baker, so look for those 3 to get hooked up and come to the front. Worth noting as well, this car, it is a big, heavy car. It does not have a ton of power, and it's got some softer suspension than what you see in the Cup cars and trucks, things like that. This track, being the legacy version, is bumpy as all get out, especially down the back straightaway. You're going to see the cars bouncing up and down. They're never completely settled, and they're going to be banging off of each other a lot. I have to wonder if the 95, that paint scheme, I'm wondering if that might be a prediction of how some of these other cars are going to come to the finish line here tonight, Petey.
Yeah, it certainly could possibly be that way, and with everyone advancing from this race, it could get very hectic very early. We're hoping to see a clean one, but you never know what's going to happen in these preliminary events. So the field is going to roll, and it's going to be Patrick Sullivan leading the field of the green flag. Patrick Sullivan competed in the last season of Xcal in 2021. Pretty successful season for Pat. I believe he boasted 3 top 5s in that season. And also, on top of those 3 top 5s, he had 2 poles. And Patrick Sullivan never quite got to victory lane, but he was a car that boasted top 5 speed quite often last season. And Doug, pretty big story here. Pat Sullivan signed with what was formerly Rolling Thunder Racing, is now Off Constantly Racing, but they have merged to a 4-car team, so now it's Luke Turpin, Matt Baer, Greg Holes, and they signed Patrick Sullivan to be the 4th car on the team that won the championship last year, and now getting setups and help from Luke Turpin, Pat Sullivan's really looking to turn the page as we head towards the 2022 Xcal season.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. New teams, new drivers, some drivers swapping teams. I know Matt Baer, I talked to him yesterday. He was extremely excited about the new team. So looking forward to seeing what they can do this season. And it's definitely going to be an interesting situation. Worth noting, Gerald Poole just called it Brian Mansfield for the win. So if you've got a prediction or a favorite driver, make sure you drop in the chat. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you think's going to win. And I guess it's time to go racing.
That it is. We're down in turns 3 and 4. It is Patrick Loot Cap Sullivan leading the field down to the green flag, and his number 16 machine, as that Camaro will be bringing the field down. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck brings the field off of turn number 4, and it will now make that hard left-hand turn into the pits. The field has to go on the flag man this weekend. That is the rule, so Patrick waits for the green flag to drop, and here it is. Green flag in the air. We're down and away, and Sullivan hits the go pedal fastest. He jumps out to a 1 car length advantage over the number 95.
Yeah, that won't last long. I've noticed it takes a little over a lap for these cars to get up to full chat at this big track. Obviously, these cars more short track cars than anything, but Xcal makes them work everywhere. Some great setup guys out there. And yeah, they're going to get them up to speed, and then things will start getting interesting. Using the draft, these guys will get a big run down the straightaways into the corners. You'll see a lot of passing out here tonight. We have seen nothing but non-stop guys moving back to front, front to back, all night, all throughout these prelim races. And the 16, Patrick Sullivan, is way, way loose.
Yeah, that allows Mansfield on the outside to get a nice run. Here comes Brian Mansfield on the high side. Mansfield has help right now from Ron Morris Jr. in the 76 car, and Derek Colson, he just shot the gap up the middle. Colson's making it exciting from the back. Colson now to the outside of Eddie. Colson races up to the back bumper of Etheridge, where Colson's looking to continue to march up front. That 5 Dunkin' Donuts machine is on the move right now, and now Etheridge goes up the middle, 3 wide already. Etheridge shoots the gap. Etheridge looking for a gap between Mansfield and Sullivan. He finds it there, 3 abreast for the top spot, and it's Etheridge with help from Colson. Etheridge is going to take the lead.
Last night, Etheridge drove a lot more calm and thoughtful race, playing it a little safe early on. Nobody playing it safe here early, as now Derek Colson back to front into the lead, just a nose ahead of Etheridge, and got Pat Sullivan right there on his back bumper. It'll be interesting to see if the 2 Xcal drivers work together, but Etheridge gets a huge run off 4 and leads the first lap.
Yeah, and that is very exciting right there, as Derek Colson now, after starting in 10th, is already up to 2nd as we start lap number 3 here. Colson has done a fantastic job maneuvering through the field. He's looking to maybe cut off Etheridge. There's not room, Derek, and Derek very smartly comes down, but now Pat Sullivan's underneath him, and Colson's going to have to play pickle in the middle. He is in the middle in the sucker hole, and everyone is just cruising on by that number 5 machine. Xcal's Iron Man is doing a good job, though, keeping that car tallied down there in the middle. Etheridge now tries to come down across the nose of Colson. Colson, though, keeps it on his quarter panel, and Colson up the middle with no help gets a big run of momentum. Here they come off of turn number 4, and it's going to be Colson leading this lap, it would appear, and Colson from last to first in a matter of 3 laps.
Not a big surprise to see Colson already up to the front, especially the way he came through. That middle line has really been working pretty well if you're a single car, to at least get from the back and get even with the 2 leaders in either lane. If you can find a hole up the middle, you can make it work side drafting, but it also seems to stall. Is what happened to Pat Sullivan? He is dropping to the back. That must be a strategy move.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's by design. He pulled down, but the problem is now I don't know if he lost the draft. He might have gave up like too much ground there. Back with him is the number 44 machine. That's Patrick O'Toole. Now those two will have to work together to try to catch back up. In front of them, though, they are 3 wide. Eddie goes to the high side looking to make it happen. It's McDaniel down on the bottom. And in the middle right now is that number, I believe that's the 13 machine of Chris Papa, as they are going all over the place for the top spot right now. But Eddie on the high side trying to make that outside lane work all on his own. And Eddie will clear a row of cars doing it. And Eddie's not going to pull in the line. Eddie's keeping that car way up on the high side. What a nice move there from Matthew Eddie. I've seen him in a lot of practice races this week. I actually watched him win a couple. And Eddie is a guy that certainly has his eyes set on the massive Whale Petey prize. As here he goes to the outside. Eddie's trying to do it on his own once again. The 88 car flexing some serious muscle here early on.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going up that high. Brian Mansfield pushes up a little bit in the middle. Meanwhile, Tal Etheridge jumping back out to the front and seeing a little bit more aggression. That outside line, though, tends to only work if you've got a couple of cars with you. We'll see if he can get some guys to come with him here in a moment. Meanwhile, you know, the 76 is really pushing the 15 or pushing the 5 of Derek Colson straight up. Ron Morris Jr. has been up the bumper on the straightaways, pushing Colson towards the front. Interesting to see a couple of guys working together this much this early, but they have definitely got something figured out up there with Coulson in the lead.
Yeah, and looking right now, Pat Sullivan and O'Toole really trying to catch up. I just don't know if they quite have the draft. They're on the verge. We'll have to see. They might get some help here. Up front, though, Etheredge continues to have the edge on the field as he is doing a good job on that low line. On the high side, it's Mansfield all by himself as a Brian Big Sexy Mansfield, as I read one person in the comments call him, tries to make his move on the outside all on his own, and he does work hard on that outside of Derek Coulson. Help is now coming for Mansfield, as I believe Edmund Jones in the 51 car is going to catch back up to his bumper.
Yeah, and Edmund did tell me before the race he was going to try and get hooked up with both Mansfield and Butch Baker, see if they can make something happen. Butch not that far behind in the 97 car, so if Butch gets up there with Edmund, and there is Butch now, if he can get up there to Mansfield and Edmund, those three can work together really well, and I am sure they can put those three cars out front. Time will tell, but a lot of strategy being played, a couple of drivers dropping off the back, and it looks like the two cars that fell a little too far back have now caught back up into the lead pack, so things really about to get a lot busier as they come forward.
Yeah, we're on lap number 8 here. Now all 11 cars that took the green are back under a blanket here as the pack reforms. Up front, it is Etheredge continuing to lead, but Coulson waiting on his bumper, and Derek Coulson's a pretty good plate racer. I'll tell you what, Xcal's all-time leader in starts, the Iron Man himself, Derek Coulson, he has done a fine job in his career just finding ways to keep that car up front restrictor plate races. They're kind of his bread and butter, and he is working right now on that back bumper of Etheredge. On the high side, Mansfield continues with some help from that 51 of Edmund Jones, and now looking up the middle, oh my goodness, that'd be a move right there from Morris. Morris thinks better of it. A little bit too early for something like that. Morris will slide back in the line on the high side. Here we go. It's going to be awfully close to the wire this time by, but Mansfield's going to lead that lap by just a little bit over Etheredge. And now Etheredge with a big push from Coulson's going to draw back even.
Yeah, and it looks like that outside line is really starting to form up. A lot of guys wanting to get Patrick O'Toole, though, dropped off the top line. He was sitting there at the back, got a massive run. Now he is coming up behind Pat Sullivan. The 88 of Eddie is down on the apron. Is he dropping back again? Is the question. Not sure what's going on there. It didn't look like he got loose or had any problems. He just drops down, he drops back, or hops back up. Seems to be okay though. So for the moment, and they're 3 wide at the front now. Edmund Jones and Brian Mansfield stuck in the middle.
Yeah, 3 abreast. Morris getting aggressive here. Morris trying to make some moves. Oh, Edmund Jones and Ron Morris get awfully close right there. They do not quite touch, and it's going to be Etheredge at the stripe, but it's Mansfield still putting a lot of pressure on his outside. Here comes Morris with no help. 3 abreast they go into the corner, maybe 4 wide. Nope, Edmund Jones thinks better of it. Glute Cap is waiting in the wings right now, seeing if he can make his charge towards the front. Morris now tries to get that side draft off the number 51 of Jones. He does get the side draft, and he is going to pull right up as they are now 3 wide for the top spot. Coulson gives a huge shove to Etheredge. They are dead even 3 wide as they go down into turn number 3, and Etheredge with a big push from Coulson's going to have the advantage. But here we go, maybe thinking 4 wide as Papa goes to the high side, and it's starting to get interesting here, Doug.
It really is. I thought Papa was going to make it 4 wide, and now, you know what? Every time you say it, Papa, it reminds me of Matt Bear, and I'll never get that out of my head. These guys are definitely pushing a lot harder early. We talked about how easy they were yesterday, a lot more patience. Tonight has been nothing but aggression, and that is what we are seeing now. Everybody vying for that top spot. Even guys going alone, like Ron Morris Jr. trying to go it alone up top. He's waiting for Papa and a few others to pull right back up there and give him a hand. Edmund Jones has said he is going to stay with Mansfield. But
Oh, he gets into Morris there, Doug, and that's a tough break for Morris. I really don't know where Jones was going there, but he just kind of got right into the quarter panel there of Jones.
Yeah,
Morris,
that was a bit crazy. You'll have to see if we can find a replay on that.
That was just racing 3 wide, and it looks like Jones just maybe was trying to shoot a hole that wasn't there. I'm not too sure what happened there. It was a weird incident.
It definitely was, and trying to find the right... Let's see if we can get the right... All right, here we go. So Edmund's coming. It looks like, I don't know what, I think he just got a little squirrely, and Derek Colson got squirrely going into the turn. I think it might have been unstable air or something that moved Edmund up, and he just gets into the left rear quarter panel, sends him around. Fortunately, everybody in the race is going to be able to make it into the heats on Monday. So a little bit safer situation for some of these guys. Had it happened in that earlier race, we might not, somebody might be out already.
Yeah, watch it here. Morris is catching back up to the back bumper of Jones. I don't know if he's upset or trying to show some displeasure. It looks like he might have calmed down now. And expect Morris to come into the pits and just get some damage repaired. Actually, no, Morris isn't going to pit. He's going to keep his track position as Derek Colson comes across the grass to get into the pits there. Colson chooses to pit from the second position, I believe he was in. Morris, though, he really didn't hit the wall in a bad way. He didn't hit it with his wheels. I don't think he bent anything on the wheels. I think he just kind of caved in that nose a little bit. I think the speed should still be there on Morris, though, as he's going to opt to stay out there in fourth.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. He's got a little right front damage. As long as he has somebody in front of him, he might be out of contention for a win, but I think he's still in contention for a top 5 spot. He definitely has some speed out there. One of the interesting things is we've got 5 cars on pit road in a 25-lap race, but we did see this earlier tonight. Matt Bear, he pitted under caution about the same amount of laps into that second race, and with right sides only came charging back through the field. I know some of these guys were watching that race, and that's got to be what's going on here, as these guys, Derek Colson, Matt Eddy, Chris Papop, they saw that strategy work. They're going to give it a try here. It's, if nothing else, they're guaranteed to be in Monday night. Might as well test it now.
Yes, he is, and so we're just getting ready to go back green here. Sorry, I was waiting and seeing what Aaron Hilbush called the penalty on, and it was Edmund Jones, the 51 car, will get an EOL, have to drop to the back of the pack, and that's a tough break there for Edmund, but nonetheless, he can come back through the field, no doubt about it. My concern here, Doug, Morris Jr. staying out, he didn't pit to get that damage fixed. Like I said earlier, I think he might be okay, but at the same time, you can never be too sure. I think he should have came in the pits and at least tried to get the optional repairs done. He chooses to stay out. That car might be really slow when we get this restarted.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some body damage on the right side. It's obviously pushed in off the right front. That's going to have a huge aero impact, and if he's slow, I don't think we'll see it till the second green flag lap, and then we'll be able to tell if it's really affecting it. I would be surprised if it didn't slow him down a little bit, but I don't think it's so much damage that it's really going to affect. He didn't hit hard enough. If he had damage that would affect handling, they would have forced him to come to pit road. So I think he's going to be okay that way. Speed-wise is going to be the question, and he'll be able to tell by the time they get to the back straightaway and get out of the way if necessary.
Yeah, and one thing we'll have to watch, too, is overheating. Overheating could become a real issue there for him, so we'll have to see if Morris is up to snuff and if his engine is going to last the 11 laps that will remain when we take the green flag. Here's your running order. In first position is the number 95 of Brian Mansfield. In second is the number 8 of Tal Etheredge. Third is that 76 we've been talking about, Ron Morris Jr. Quietly working his way up to fourth is the number 97 of Butch Baker. I haven't said his name at all so far, but he has just quietly maneuvered through the field. In fifth will be Derek Colson, the first car that pitted for tires. In sixth will be Matthew Eddy. Seventh will be Chris Papa. Eighth will be Edmund Jones. Ninth will be Zach McDaniel. 10th will be Patrick O'Toole. And 11th should be Edmund Jones, as he got that EOL penalty. So we are getting ready to go green. The pace truck makes that hard left-hand turn. The flagman holds the green in his hand. When will he lower it? And he lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We're down and away. And it's Etheredge on the outside, getting a little bit better jump there than Mansfield. And Mansfield, I tell you what, he has not gotten the greatest jump on either of these starts. Now the inside line pushes him and helps him go.
Yeah, Derek Colson is definitely helping Morris get up there to Mansfield. It's worth noting, we were talking about the damage to Morris's car slowed him down. We wouldn't be able to notice it for a few minutes. Josh Doobie had an incident earlier in one of the earlier prelims and hit hard on the right front. Said he barely noticed anything, so Morris could be okay here. And you know what? That outside line just started kicking up, and there goes Etheredge back to the lead.
And look at Coulson. Coulson making daring 4-wide moves. Coulson goes for a hole. Coulson back up to third now on them fresh tires, and he's looking for Mansfield now. Derek Coulson in that number 5 machine getting a huge head of steam, and he's going to push it right into the back bumper of Mansfield. Mansfield gets a heck of a shove there from Coulson, and now Mansfield on the high side is going to challenge Etheridge for the lead as they are still 3 abreast behind him. Matthew Eddy making a pass now on the high side, as it looks like Ron Morris's car isn't that far off the pace with the draft. He should be able to hang in the pack. It's just a matter of I don't know if he's going to be able to make any moves with the damage.
Now, it does look like he is up to pace. He's losing some positions right now just due to the fact that he got shuffled, but I think he'll come back. Getting to the front might be a whole nother question, but regardless, he'll be able to pull off any, and it's getting really sketchy right in front of him. He's picking up a bit of a run as the guys way up top are losing some momentum. That high line off turn 4 has not been beneficial tonight. Off turn 2 it works great, but off turn 4 it's been nothing but a struggle as Derek Coulson goes to the lead. Etheridge gets a little bit loose on the straightaway.
Etheridge getting a little bit loose there, but he hangs on to it. We still have all these cars up in the lead pack, all 11 of them that started this thing, racing with 9 to go for the prelim win. They get so tight there off corner number 2. Coulson and Etheridge almost touch doors. They both hang on to it. Coulson now shuffled back to third as here we go, 3 wide. High side comes Butch Baker. Butch Baker on that high side trying to make a move. We haven't said his name a whole lot in this race, but Butch Baker trying to make things interesting in that number 97 car. As we were 3 wide for a moment, things calmed down briefly as we go back to 2 wide, and we have kind of a 4-car pack that's merged in the back. Those guys got to be careful not to lose the draft.
Yeah, they really do, but look at this. I mentioned it earlier that Edmund was going to get with Butch and Brian. They were going to try and get hooked up. Now the 3 of them are together. Brian Mansfield leading that high line. Butch Baker, a guy who says asphalt is what you drive on to get to the dirt track, is making some moves here and continuing to work his way forward. Now he's got one of the best drafting partners out there in Brian Mansfield. But Tal Etheridge, like I said last night when he was in his prelim last night, he was really patient, calm, kind of hung out at the back and played it safe early. He has been sending it this whole time, and with 8 laps to go, he is in the lead, and he's not making it easy to get around him.
He is most certainly not making it easy, and Etheridge getting a lot of help from Derek Coulson on them fresh tires. I tell you what, Doug, there's been nobody in this heat, or in this preliminary race rather, that has been a better pusher than Derek Coulson. I mean, he has been just shoving everyone out in front, and Coulson proving that he is a very effective pusher. I'd say he's been pushing better than anyone in this race.
I'd have to say he's one of the best we've seen out of all 6 of the prelims so far. We've seen a couple of guys exceedingly good at being the guy pushing, but Derek Coulson, the prelims he's been in, man, he gets behind you, you're going to the front. That's all there is to it. As long as you cooperate with him, that's where you're headed. And it's about to get 3 wide again. 7 laps to go. It's really about to get extremely busy here.
Here we go. Coulson now giving a big push there to Etheridge. Coulson using those 45 Xcal starts, an all-time record, 7 years of doing Xcal. He's using it to his advantage right now as he knows where he needs to place that car. Coulson pushing Etheridge there, still 3 wide. Papa way on the high side, Edmund Jones in the middle, and McDaniel down on the inside. Etheridge, though, has the advantage. If they make it back to the stripe again, there will be no more cautions. There will be 5 to go. Green, green, green to the end of that situation. Here we go. Etheridge gets that great push from Coulson once again. They draw even with Mansfield down the backstretch. Now they go off in the corner, and Coulson continues to push on the back bumper of Etheridge. He lets off now and gives a little bit of breathing room until they get back to the straightaway. We have a 3-car pack that is just barely hanging on to the draft. Pat Sullivan, the 44 of O'Toole, and Eddie. That damaged car of Ron Morris has fallen off the pace. That car cannot hang with the draft. Here they go. 5 laps to go this time by. Green, green, green to the end, Doug.
Yeah, and they get the green, 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 and it just seems like they hear that and say, okay, it's time to be a little bit more crazy out here, see what we can do. I have to say, it's been an aggressive race, but as far as crazy moves out there, not nearly as many as we saw in that 5th prelim just a little bit ago, as Coulson gives a huge push to Tal down the back straightaway. almost gets him loose going into 3, but they clear Brian Mansfield. I'm sure Brian's telling Edmund, hey, give me a little bit of a push. Butch Baker is back there with them. These guys are going for it now, and everything they've learned so far in this race is about to come out. As we see, Pat Sullivan has started pulling that group back up. I think they are going to have a run. If they pick a line, the 3 of them might be able to go through it all the way to the front together.
Well, here we go. 4 laps to go. It's Etheridge continuing to lead. Etheridge has led a majority of the 22 laps we've ran so far, but will he lead when it matters most? Will he lead when the checkered flag waves? That's yet to be decided. Coulson actually lost a little bit of the draft there, but now he gets a huge run, and he is going to shove that 8 car. He picks the back end off the ground as they go into the corner, and Etheridge, with a huge push, gets a little bit loose. He's going to hang on to it, and Coulson gets loose there. Coulson has to come down and block McDaniel, and oh, that was a hairy moment. Everyone hangs on, and welcome to the party now, Pat Sullivan, Patrick O'Toole, and Matthew Eddy, as we have a 10-horse duel with 3 laps to go.
This is where things get interesting. These guys, we'll probably see a few guys drop back just a hair. The outside line looks like it's starting to form up as Papa's got some help coming. Edmund Jones now looking up high as well. Is he going to leave Brian Mansfield? They've been together this whole race, trying to work together towards the front, but Brian looks like he might be alone as Edmund Jones goes to the high side, makes it 3 wide in the 44. I'm not sure what just happened, but Patrick O'Toole had a moment. He ended up down on the apron. Everybody keeps going the right way, but look at Derek Coulson into 3 every time. He seems to be angling or something weird going on, but that car keeps getting loose.
Yeah, this time by popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and Coulson continues to push Etheridge. Etheridge has the advantage, but on the high side, Mansfield with a big line forming behind him. They are 3 wide as Pat Sullivan's trying to shoot a gap. Sullivan gets into Edmund Jones. Edmund Jones goes up the racetrack. That's going to hurt Jones's shots, as now Sullivan adds his name to the mix here, Doug.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Patrick Sullivan has had a few rough races here. He's already in from a previous prelim, but he is still sending it all the way around this track, and they're going to come down and get the white flag. Things are going to get even more dicey. I think we're going to see a lot more leaning on each other as Edmund Jones went from the bottom halfway up the track. And Tal, I don't know how he has managed to hold that lead the way he has. That has all got to be down to Derek Coulson right there.
No doubt about it. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Who gets back first? 10 cars still eligible to win this thing. They are all in the pack, and I guess if they all wreck, Ron Morris is waiting in the wings. Here they go. It gets tight. Sullivan cuts off the nose of Jones. What a move there by Sullivan. Glute cap trying to make it exciting. Does Coulson drop to the outside? Coulson looking for somewhere to go. Oh, him and Sullivan wreck down the backstretch. The 2 Xcal guys take each other out. This is going to be down to the wire. Etheridge on the outside. On the high side, it's Mansfield. Mansfield with help from Papa. Papa's going to try to make it 3 wide. Papa hangs on the quarter panel. Here comes Edmund Jones. He is not out of this thing yet either. Oh, Jones gets Etheridge loose. Etheridge a little bit sideways. Here comes Mansfield now on the high side. Papa looking for a gap. Papa going to jump out to the high side. They are 3 wide down to the wire. Who's going to be? It is, I think, Brian Mansfield by 19/1000ths of a second in a 3 wide finish.
Wow. All right, Gerald Poole called the win on this one. So, Brian, you got Thanos to thank for that one. Wow, what a finish. That was some close racing. Let's take a quick look at that last lap off of turn 2 incident and see what happened between Coulson and Patrick. Oh, Patrick tried to jump down low. Derek Coulson came down just a little bit. Not even sure he knew he was there. Spotter probably didn't have time to notify him. That's how close this thing was. But Brian Mansfield, what a win the Outlaws came to represent tonight.
Oh, they most certainly did, so we're going to try to get word with these guys, and hold on, Doug, as I try to get everyone organized here. Alright, so going to try to get everyone in here. Well, we do have 2 of the 3 guys in the Discord. We do need Chris Papa, though, as we're going to try to get him on here. Well, I tell you what, while we do wait for some of these guys, I guess I'm just going to quickly have a word with Brian Mansfield since he's already in here. And I'm down in Victory Lane where the champagne's flying. And Brian Mansfield celebrating a preliminary race win. And Brian, you seemed to hang on that outside the whole race. And it seemed like that inside line really had the advantage for a majority of the race. But then we saw a little pile up between Derek Colson and Pat Sullivan. And you were able to ride that momentum around the high side. Tell me, is that kind of what you had in mind on the last lap? Just hope to get a good push and keep it out in front?
Yeah, that was my plan the whole race. I was watching where the runs were coming from and adjusted my line a little bit to kind of shut down the run. I figured out in practice that middle line is where you wanted to be. That bottom line is good, but you can get a lot of momentum out of turn 4 coming to the checkered. And, you know, it's not bad to be on the bottom during the race, but coming to the line, you want to be on that top line. You know, and thank you to Edmund during the race. He gave me some good pushes. And tell you what, it was a fun race. I appreciate all the guys having me tonight.
Hey, Brian, I do have to mention real quick, your shot got called by Thanos himself coming into the race. He said you'd pull off the win, so congratulations, man. That was one heck of a run. I knew you'd be in contention, but that last lap, it honestly didn't look like you were going to be able to get it coming out of turn 2. Everything happened, and you came charging forward.
Yeah, I just kept it steady, Doug. You know, as you know, I love super speedway racing. I love pack racing and drafting. And, you know, the main thing I do is, like I said, I watch where the runs are coming from. And, you know, I pay attention to what's in front of me. And the car handled great the whole 25 laps. Look forward to the heat races come Monday night.
All right, well, thank you, Brian, for your words there. And Doug, I believe you're down on pit road now with the 3rd place finisher, Chris Papa.
Hey, Chris, congratulations. That I have to ask, man, because that was a wild race. You kept going to the outside line by yourself and somehow making that work. You got me, Chris?
Copy on Chris. Chris, you have us here?
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back live with heat number 2 here in just a moment.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. butt kicker. The future is feeling.
All right, everybody, welcome back, and getting kicked off a little bit earlier for heat number 2. A lot going on, and you know what? If you missed heat number 1, go back and watch it later, because honestly, it was crazy, but this one's going to be even crazier. It was 3 wide, 8 rows deep for a large portion of the race. Things are going to get extremely exciting out here. It ought to be an even better one this time. We'll have 10 more drivers in the field this time. Last race, we had 24 qualified for the last race. This race, there is 34 qualified for. And the final race at 10 Eastern, that one has 35. So the first one was the smallest of the 3, which means a lot more cars, a lot less room, and a lot more exciting. It sounds like Petey might have just hopped in the booth.
Yeah, Doug, sorry we were starting earlier than I'd been used to tonight, but we are getting ready here for heat race number 2 for the massive PD 200, and I'm down here on pit road making my way around talking to some of these drivers, and I have actually caught up with Ryan Soper, the driver known affectionately as Pud. And Ryan, I'll call you Ryan today, Soper. You are starting 24th in this heat race. You got to get at least 14th to move on to the massive PD 200 tomorrow night. How are you feeling about your chances here, buddy?
I don't want to jinx myself and say I'm going to do pretty well. This year my team has been pretty much lackluster. However, this race back in 2020, my team got first and second in, and I'm running this tribute paint scheme, the same car I ran that race, and I'm hoping that I can get a top 14, 13, whatever it was. But a win would be awesome.
Yeah, 14th is what you need, Pud. 14th is what you're going to need to move on. And, moving forward to 2022, I know you're coming back this season with a 84 car. You're going to be racing an Xcal in 2022. 2021 probably didn't go the way you quite wanted. You only got 1 top 10 finish on the season, and you missed some time. But looking forward to 2022, how excited are you to run Xcal next season?
I'm hyped. Mainly because I can actually compete this time. However, I will be a bit part-time, most likely. I will still be competing.
All right, well, before I let you go, get ready for this race. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout-out to, any sponsors or crew?
I would like to thank my friends and my work, KFC. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, Ryan Soper, you'll see him in the 84 car. And Paul Coleman Jr., our pit road reporter as always. I believe Paul is down in the pit area right now with Austin Edwards. Actually, excuse me, it looks like we forgot to hook up Paul's microphone, so it looks like Doug Burns is down in the pit area with Austin Edwards.
Hey, Austin, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing good, Petey. Excited for this one.
I have to ask, Austin, obviously we mentioned the cone car, not in that tonight. You've got that cool new paint scheme for your new team for next season. Is we going to see that 18 in victory lane tonight?
Oh, I'm sure hoping so. You know, we had a pretty good performance in the prelim, put us on a pole for this one. So, seen a lot of chaos in the first heat race. Definitely wanted to avoid that. And so, our goal tonight is to get up front, which we got handled starting on the pole, and then stay up there.
Now, you know, starting on the pole gives you an advantage. You saw the Edgars. They were both up front, managed to control most of the race by being up front very, very early. Do you have some folks you're going to be working with to try and control the race?
Well, unfortunately, Doug, the first 2 of my teammates ended up getting eliminated in the first heat race, and the rest of them were all in this third heat race. So I'm a loner out here tonight, but definitely a lot of impressive races we got starting up front. So I think we'll be just fine as long as we can keep it clean.
All right, man. Well, good luck. I know the setup we can give to you and Edwards Setup Shop. So while we're at it, you want to give a shout out to your setup shop and your team?
Oh, well, don't feel right giving a shout out to myself. I just doing it having fun. I love this league. Just jumped into it in the middle of last year thanks to Paul Coleman with K2 sauce. The best sauce out there, put on anything. It's been a lot of fun since then, so really cool to be a part of the biggest event in the history of the league. So just doing it because I love the league.
All right, man. Well, good luck tonight, and hopefully we'll be talking to you post-race.
All right, thank you, Doug.
All right, that was Austin Edwards, and I'm down here on pit road now with another driver that's going to be in this heat race. I am down here with Will, and he's starting 32nd. Will, first off, I got to ask you, how do we pronounce your last name? Because I was struggling with it a little in the heat race yesterday.
I figured you were. It's actually Prue, like P-R-U or whatever, yeah.
All right, Prue, I'll get that right for the rest of the broadcast now. Well, Will, you're going to be starting in 32nd position, so pretty much shotgun on the field. And you have a long way to go to get up in that top 14, but I'm sure, as you know, at this point, the draft can very easily be manipulated. You can go from 32nd to first in just a matter of laps. So what's the game plan for you heading into this heat race number 2? Are you going to try to hang out back maybe for a while and you have a certain lap where you're going to make your charge, or are you right away looking to pick up some spots?
Well, I'm going to try and get up as far as I can, as soon as I can, because being in the back is going to be tough getting up there to begin with, but there's a lot of good cars out here. It's going to be tough to pass.
All right, Will. Well, before I let you go, get ready for this event. Are there any sponsors, crew, teammates you'd like to give a shout-out to here on the broadcast?
I don't really have any sponsors or crews or teammates out here, but just shout out to my normal racing league, Racing for Jesus.
All right, well, thank you, Will Prue. We'll be excited to see him charge through the field. And continuing to make our way down pit road, Doug, I got a guy that I know you're familiar with. I believe Doug Burns is down on pit road with Edmund Jones.
Edmund Jones, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How about you, Doug?
I'm doing really good. Now I got to ask the important question, man. I know you've got a little bit of help out there. Are you going to be able to get up to the front here tonight?
Oh, I'm not currently in this heat. I'm just in here talking with Austin, trying to get some strategy down and learn from one of the fastest guys I know. But yeah, definitely in the third heat. I got a couple guys that I know I can work with. It's just how quickly we can get linked up.
That is definitely going to be a problem. Now, are you going to be spotting for Austin during this race as well?
Oh, I might need me to, but he really doesn't need much help.
This is true. He had 10 wins over the Xcal season, so a pretty dominant driver, and doesn't need a whole lot of help. Well, is he giving you some good tips, and did you learn anything in the prelims last night?
Oh, I learned a ton in the prelims. Austin has been helping me tremendously. Anybody that watches JBSRL knows that we haven't been running street stock, so this car isn't the one that I'm most comfortable in. So having somebody like him to, just coach me through a couple things, it's been tremendous.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck in the third heat, and good luck giving Austin a hand here tonight. Any team or sponsors, anybody you'd like to thank?
I think JR Button Boxes and JR Graphic Design. They did my paint job that I'll be running in the Whale Petey event and Xcal coming up this year. Chris Johnson did both of our cars. They look fantastic. Want to shout out AMT Racing Photography. Always been a great sponsor for JBSRL and myself personally with anything I do. Shout out to the whole team and all the support that I've been getting on this new venture of Xcal.
Well, I know I'm looking forward to seeing how the Xcal season goes for the new team. Good luck in the third heat. Good luck helping Austin out, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you more this season.
Oh, yeah. Look forward to it, Doug.
All right, good luck, buddy.
All right, thanks.
All right, that was Doug with Edmund Jones. And now I'm down here a little bit further up on pit road with the driver starting in 6th position tonight, Roger Pierce. And Roger, you're going to be starting up already in a transfer spot up in the 6th spot. So tell me, what's the game plan here for you to maintain yourself in one of those 14 transfer positions to the Massive Whale PD 200 tomorrow night?
Stay up front. Just stay with somebody, stick with somebody, and just stay out of trouble. I mean, I like the high line. If you watch my prelim, I ran the high line and I made it work. We're going to see how everyone else reacts to it, so I might just have to change my strategy, but I'm just going to tuck in and go. Nothing aggressive unless I see a opening, but I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I got to interrupt here real quick, Roger, because you apparently have quite the fan club for this race tonight. You got several guys cheering you on in the chat.
That's awesome. Hey man, Finish Line Racing crew. They Puffy, Jacob Shopsky created my paint scheme. When they found out I was advancing, they helped out all they could, and they're out here supporting, and I greatly appreciate it.
All right, and Roger, I got to ask you, I'm not too familiar with you. I don't think I've ever ran with you on iRacing before, but so how is this type of racing compared to anything else you've done on iRacing? Because I know that these street stocks in Michigan with the setup Xcal Racing is set up, I mean, it can get really, really hectic out there in a hurry.
Yeah, I don't really, it's kind of the same. I like short track racing, so I like using my brakes and lifting. This is a little bit of throttle and go super speedways. It reminds me of 87s, actually. So 87s at supers kind of gave me the cornering of how to do it. So that's just my mindset right now. That's what a car feels like to me, is the 87s. So the drafting is a little bit harder to do. You gotta be behind that car to get that run, but other than that, I like the way they handle. I like loose cars. I had a good save the Saturday night. Yeah, no, Friday night, and it's just because I like loose cars.
All right, and Roger, before I let you go catch up and get ready for this event, do you have any sponsors, crew, teammates, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to here on the broadcast?
Finish Line Racing, Edmondson Jones, Edwards set up shop. Him and I were chatting a little bit. That's all I got, man, until the end of the race. We'll see. But shout out to the Finish Line guys. Thank you for coming out and supporting.
All right, well, Roger, best of luck tonight, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you after the race.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
All right, that's Roger Pierce. He'll be starting up in 6th. And Doug, I think we have time for maybe one more interview before. Actually, never mind. I can't drag that person down here anyway. So, Doug, we're getting ready to go 25 laps, top 14, move on to the massive Well PD 200 tomorrow night, where they'll be racing for $2,545 and a butt kicker gamer 2 unit. Heat race number 1, Doug. Let's talk about that a little bit. They were 3x3x3, 8 rows deep. All 24 cars that took the green were 3 wide for about the last 10 laps, and we only just added 10 more cars to this field here in Heat 2.
Yeah, and they even, about 6 to go, we started seeing some guys make it 4 wide. We even saw a driver try and poke the nose in to make it 5 wide. So when we get there's 32 of the 34 registered drivers already have been out on track. And I promise you, we talked about during that heat, during one of the practices Friday, that there was a group that went 4 wide, several rows deep, for over 5 laps. You can do it, but it gets a little sketchy, and it only takes one mistake. We saw that mistake in the final lap coming out of turn 4 in heat number 1. I would expect, the aggression, especially around that 14th position, things could get very interesting coming down to the line, especially with this many cars. But I have to wonder, this is the most cars we've seen out all week. This could be a good prelude to what we see tomorrow night. I have to wonder, if we went caution-free in Heat 1, will we be able to go caution-free Heat 2?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't had a caution about, since, I think prelim number 5, so we've been on an awfully clean run here. We'll have to see what happens. Very curious to see how this goes. We're about 3.5 minutes away from the green flag, so now's a great chance, my friend. Go out there, get yourself a drink, and you're going to want to get buckled down into your seat, because you are in for 25 laps of exciting racing action. My name is Petey J. Zeller, the voice of this weekend's massive Well PD 200 event, also the vice president of Xcal Racing. Alongside me tonight will be Doug Burns. He runs the cameras. He does all the hard work over here at How to Suck to iRacing. He is the owner and operator of How to Suck at iRacing. Does a great job. Before we get into the start of this race, I do want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors. So, thank you to Butt Kicker. Butt Kicker, feel what you've been missing. Check them out, buttkicker.com. You can use code XCAL20 to get 20% off on a butt kicker, and that's a pretty good deal right there. This feature, whoever wins the massive Well PD 200 tomorrow night will actually be receiving a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 device. So, Butt Kicker, thank you to them for their support of the massive Well PD 200 and their support of Xcal in general, as the Xcal champion actually got a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit as well. The Cooler Crew, the Tri-E Inc. Cooler Crew, they build walk-in coolers ran by Xcal member Jeff Edgar. If you are in the Florida area or really anywhere, they actually just went up to New Jersey recently to build a walk-in cooler about the size of a warehouse. Hit them up. The Tri-E Inc. Cooler Crew, they do a fantastic job. They pay attention to all the fine details, and no one does a better job than the Cooler Crew. JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. If you need your scum blasted out in Ohio, be sure to hit up JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. John Friley and the boys, they do some of the finest, most precise pressure washing work out of anyone over there. So JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. Of course, the Edwards Setup Shop, they made this custom fixed setup we're using here tonight, ran by iRacer Austin Edwards. It's actually a really cool setup shop. On Discord, they give away all their setups for absolutely free. There is an option to donate if you're feeling generous and would like to help out the cause. It helps funds Austin's racing career. But if you do not have a lot of money and you're looking for a fast setup that can compete for wins, check out the Edwards Setup Shop, a great place to go. Of course, Sim Racer Hub, formerly known as Dan Lisa, now under new ownership as Sim Racer Hub, a fine site for keeping track of all the iRacing statistics you could ever possibly need. And last but most certainly not least, How to Suck at iRacing. If you need an iRacing event broadcasted, be sure to hit up Doug Burns and the guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. They do fantastic work, as you were seeing right there. True professionalism, and Doug has very reasonable rates. Be sure to hit up How to Suck at iRacing. And actually, lastly, is the www.xcalracing.com. If you want to sign up for the 2022 season, car numbers are going on sale here. There are already, I believe, 44 plus car numbers sold for the 2022 season. It's the iRacing's premier street stock league, Xcal Racing. There is no better group of guys to race with than the guys over at Xcal Racing. iRacing's finest street stock events are ran at Xcal Racing. They're all broadcast here on How to Suck at iRacing. If you want any merchandise to commemorate this weekend, you can go to www.xcalracing.com/shop. There are champion branded massive whale PD hoodies, muscle shirts, posters, beach towels, bikinis, you name it, we've made it as a product for the massive whale PD 200, so be sure to check us out over there, Doug, as I believe we're now moments away from taking the grid.
Yeah, we definitely are. A lot of people dropping in the chat. Obviously, we've got a couple of drivers that got huge fan clubs out here, so if your favorite driver is out there, drop in, tell us who you're cheering for, and while you're at it, you know, if you're just out here to watch the race, man, drop in there and say hello. We love talking to you guys and really appreciate you guys connecting with us. As practice comes to a close and we're about to grid up for heat number 2, you got your oxygen handy there, Petey?
I'm going to need it after that first heat race, golly, and we just added 10 more to the grid for this one. All right, my friends, here is the starting lineup, heat race number 2 for the Massive Whale PD 200. Starting on pole position, that is, position number 1, is the man, the myth, the 10-time 2021 feature winner himself, Austin Edwards. On his outside, in the number 94, will be Robert Colgan. In third, in the number 007, will be heat race number 1 winner Jeff Edgar. In fourth position, in the number 34, will be John Palermo. In fifth, in the number 55, will be CJ Mason. In sixth, in the number 17, will be Roger Pierce, who we heard from in the pre-race show. In seventh, in the number 37, will be Art of Gold Hendren. In eighth, in the number 36, iRacing Street Stock aficionado Connor Rockwood. In ninth, in the number 29, David Mayberry. In 10th, in the number 96, Ricky LeDuc. In 11th, in the number 11, will be Michael Prairie. In 12th, in the 06, will be John Friley. In 13th, in the number 99, will be Kevin Rurick. In 14th, in the number 31, will be longtime Xcal member Josh Rogers. In 15th, will be the number 16 of Patrick Glute Cap Sullivan. In 16th, in the number 15, will be Josh Sommers. In 17th, in the number 78, will be TJ DeBlazy. In 18th, in the number 57, will be Aiden McConaughey, a feature winner Xcal Racing at Rockingham last season. In 19th, in the number 8, will be Tal Etheredge. In 20th, in the number 13, will be Jason Stoddard. 21st, the 6th of Don Jordan. 22nd, the 25, Dustin Riel. 23rd, the 84 of Ryan Pistol Pud Soper. 24th, the 3 of Corey Tondro. 25th, the number 2 of Jeffrey Town. 26th, the 420 of Matthew Mad Bear Bear. In 27th, will be the 83 of Chase Potty Train Johnson. In 28th, will be the number 9 and Xcal feature winner last season, Joshua Doobie. 29th, another Xcal feature winner from last season, Mason Foster. In 30th, the defending Xcal Series champion, the 454 Superman himself, Luke Turpin. In 31st will be the number 88 of Will Prue. And riding shotgun on the field in his number 63 machine will be Joe Campbell as the field comes down the backstretch. Doug, got any thoughts before we take the green?
Sit down, buckle in, and hold on. I promise you this one is going to be wild. The 10 extra cars are going to make a difference. Only 14 drivers advance to the big money race tomorrow night. So these guys have got to go for it, but they've got to play it right. They've got to be safe early on. Things are going to be a bit different, and I'm curious to see how this one plays out, Petey.
Top 14 move on for a shot at $2,545 tomorrow night and a buck kicker game or two unit. The rest go home empty-handed. Here we come off turn 4. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck makes that hard left-hand turn into the pits. The field is now at the mercy of Austin Edwards. Flagman holds the flag in his hand. He lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We're down and away, and Edwards and Edgar get a big jump on the inside, stack up deeper into the field as there is a big stack up. Oh, contact's already made. Everyone recovers nicely. But we are green and underway, and before we get this one started, I want everyone down in the comments, let me know, who do you think is going to win this heat race, and who are you rooting for? I want to hear from you, my friends. Doug, we're already 3 wide off into 1. Expect to see that all race.
No, we're 4 wide now, through 1 and 2. We've got guys charging forward, and I'm trying to see who that car is on the inside there, or in the middle, that just McConaughey just made it 4 wide up there. Everybody gets by. They're back down to 3 wide throughout most of the track, but oh my goodness, last race it took a few laps before we got 3 wide. These guys are not waiting. A lot of these drivers were watching that first race, and a few said they learned a lot, a few said they learned nothing. Look at this at the front. The 34 comes down, gets into the 96, almost had the big one on lap 1.
Car on the grass. It is the 99 machine. There's a car black flag. Joshua Doobie did just get black flag for his start of that race. Kevin Rourke went off in the grass. He recovered. They're now 4 wide off into the corner with Superman in the middle. Oh, this is dicey. They're 4 wide further up in the field. They're 4 wide all over the place right now. This is very close racing here from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and this is already getting intense. We're barely even a lap into this race. Up front, it is Edwards leading. He's getting a big push from behind right now from Roger Pierce. Palermo goes to the outside now of Pierce. They are side by side for that position. Now Jeff Edgar draws down to the inside of Austin Edwards. And yeah, don't leave your seat, folks. There is no time to blink during this event because things happen just that fast in this kind of racing.
Yeah, these guys are nose to tail, side by side. Austin's getting a big push from the 17, but I think Roger Pierce is just trying to get him out of the way here. Did hear a lot of the guys in pre-race talking about, they were talking to Austin Edwards. He helped build the setup, and he's put in a lot of practice here, so he's got a lot of good advice. Austin always willing to help, and you got to wonder, given the advice to that many people, hopefully it doesn't end up biting him, but he is so fast everywhere that it may not matter. And these guys are just chasing him down. We saw Edgar and Edgar control the front of the race in the previous race. Now we've got Edgar and Edwards up front controlling the front. It is 3 wide through the first half of the field right now.
3 abreast with some of the best here on Xcal Racing's massive Well PD 200 event. And oh, here comes a new name to the party. Superman Luke Turpin just caught the lead draft after starting in 30th before 54, already picking up 10 spots in the first 2 laps. He is up to 20th. They are 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 that deep. It is already getting action-packed racing, and with a field of 34 cars, some of these guys know they don't have all day to wait. In the lead pack, there are 28 of the 34 cars that took the green still up there. A few cars kind of losing the draft a little bit. 1 car, Don Jordan, choosing to start from the pits. 3 wide at the top spot right now. Don't forget, top 14 move on to the massive Well PD 200. That is the situation here in these heat races, as on that high side, Palermo in the 34 car trying to get some help, and he's going to have it here in a second. Here comes the 55 of CJ Mason with an assist from Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey has to be the most impressive driver so far in this race. After oh, we have a wreck! Josh Rogers goes around. He gets 78. Caution's going to fly. Pistol putt Soper's involved. Oh, DeBassi tears down the inside wall. Hard hit for DeBassi.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of drivers done after this. Let's try and see if we can find what happened. Obviously, a lot going on. Michael Prairie looks like he went off track. Matt Bear pushing Prairie through the field, and then the wreck happens ahead. Prairie tried to get on the brakes. He comes down through there. Nowhere he can go. DJ DeBlassi, let's take a look at what happened to him as he's down there. And everything happens just right in front of him. He's got nowhere to go. He goes down to the inside wall. His night is probably done. See what happened to Luke Turpin here. Luke down on the bottom. Superman found his kryptonite as they wreck right in front of him, and the 63 bounces off the wall, comes down into him. Pistol Pud gets caught. There is the 84, and it looks like he tried to drop down and cut through the grass to save it. A hard hit into the wall, and gets into Joe Campbell. My goodness, there was just a ton of cars involved. Jeffrey Town involved in this one. And let's see what happens. The incident happens right above Town. A car gets turned down just from a bad bump draft and all sorts of chaos.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who has what kind of damage after that one. That one collected a lot of cars, and Doug, after the first heat race, sees no caution. Lap number 5 and Calamity strikes there. Looks like the 31 car was just pinching that 29 car down a little bit too low, and the 29 came up thinking he had more room, and they just kind of met in the middle, and, well, that happens that quick here when you're going 160 miles an hour in a car on tractor tires, Doug.
Oh, it really, really does. Just looking, the 31 actually made it through with pretty significant damage as well. Now, they do not have a fast repair, so these guys are, there, the 31 just comes down, gets into another driver, and then you've got the big one. And that changes the complexion of the race for a lot of guys. Josh Summers caught in that, ended up having to tow to pit road. His car was so badly banged up just coming through that field of dying cars. Will Prue had to tow to pit road, and a lot of drivers have been down, are starting to come back up, and we might actually be able to start assessing who is left in contention.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Right now, Josh Sommers on pit road, laps down. He has a lot of damage. I think Sommers is probably out. Prue's on pit road, a lot of damage to that car. He's gone a lap down. He's going to be out of contention. Mayberry got the penalty for that. They considered it a racing deal. Josh Rogers and David Mayberry both being given penalties. So Prue's out of contention. Joe Campbell on pit road with a lot of damage. He's likely out of contention. Ryan Soper, a lot of nose damage to that car, but he is able to stay on the lead lap after getting some damage fixed. So Pistol Pud Soper might not be completely out of this thing. Jason Stodder's on pit road with a lot of damage right now. We'll have to see if he can stay on the lead lap. Jeffrey Town, a lot of damage on pit road. We'll have to assess his situation. Mayberry has quite a bit of damage too. We'll have to see what happens there. Michael Prairie getting a lot of damage fixed in the pits. TJ DeBlazy, after that hit to the inside wall, I can't imagine he's going to be able to carry on after that incident. And Kevin Rorick also in the pits with quite a bit of damage right now. There's about 17 to 19 cars that made it through that without any sort of damage, Doug, but quite a big portion of the field got collected in that big one.
Yeah, they really did. It looks like Luke Turpin will make it back out. TJ DeBlasio, I don't know. He's pretty banged up. Rourke might make it back out. He's got significant body damage. Michael Prairie is rolling back off, and it looks like there's going to still be 23 cars on the lead lap led by Austin Edwards. It looks like the strategy of getting out front and staying out front is going to be the working strategy here tonight. We saw it pay off in the first race on the final lap, but we wondered if we'd see a caution here with the extra drivers in the field, if we'd see a caution early. That question is answered now, and a big one on the front stretch here in Michigan brings a lot of cars to pit road and ends a lot of drivers' dreams tonight.
This is a big one, Doug. Luke Turpin just went a lap down on pit road, and he has a lot of damage to that car. I don't think this is Superman's only heat race he's running. Xcal's greatest driver, the champion, Superman himself. I think Superman is not going to move on to the massive WAL PD 200, and Xcal's biggest event ever is going to be missing Xcal's biggest star, it looks like, as of right now.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for Luke Turpin tonight. That's kind of a heartbreak. Expected to see him have a good run out here, but obviously that is not going to play out. A lot of drivers coming back out. I think from about 17th on back, the drivers still in the lead lap have some sort of damage, so that could come into play. But you know what? It is not over yet. These guys could have another incident. Anybody that maintains the lead lap or can get back to the lead lap still has a shot at this.
26 cars still remain on the lead lap. Somehow TJ DeBasi stayed on the lead lap with all that damage. I don't know how I pulled that off, but the pace truck pulls off. Field at the mercy once again of Austin Edwards. Flagman holds the flag in hand. He lets it wave. Green flag in the air. Edwards on the low side does get the jump over Palermo. They are side by side for the lead. And just quickly, here are the cars out of contention. Will Prue out. Joe Campbell out. Josh Sommers out. Jason Stoddard out. Luke Turpin out. TJ DeBasi is actually one lap down. Kevin Rorick's one lap down. Josh Doobie's one lap down. 24 cars are on the lead lap going for 14 spots here, Doug.
Yeah, they just trimmed out a bunch of the drivers as Austin Edwards and Jeff Edgar pull away. Austin did say he did not have any of his teammates out here. Looks like he's got, nope, never mind. Edgar's going to the high side for the lead, going down the back straightaway, and here comes that outside line, and look at this. Going into turn 3, mid-pack, 3 wide already.
3 abreast they are right now. Oh my goodness, this is Harry Colgan up the middle. Killdozer is his nickname. Slaying is the game. He goes up the middle and he gets a big run. Colgan now as they go forward wide. McConaughey has not been afraid to be aggressive so far. He gets really aggressive there once again. Will Hendren let him come up? Hendren's not giving him a gap, and all McConaughey has to get out of the gas there. And you know, that is the right of Art Hendren there, Doug. Hendren by Xcal rule does not have to let McConaughey come up, and he didn't, and that's really going to hurt McConaughey. And I bet you McConaughey thinks twice before pulling that again as he's still 4 wide.
Yeah, you got to wonder, McConaughey, we've seen him pull some gutsy moves in the past. That one was, you'd expect something like that down the back straightaway as he gets cut off by the 16. Nobody's letting McConaughey get up there. That speaks to, they're 4 wide in front of him briefly. That speaks to these guys, the Xcal boys anyway. They know that McConaughey's tough to beat, and they're going to keep him back as long as possible, which isn't apparently going to be very long, because here he comes straight up the middle. Looks like him and the 16 are leaning on each other quite a bit. That does not bode well.
No, it does not, and there's only 17 cars in this lead draft right now, by the way. Only 17 cars have been able to hang in this lead draft, so if they play it smart right now, only 3 of these cars in the lead draft are going to go home, but will they wreck again? That's to be decided. I don't think that's certainly out of the question by any stretch of the imagination. They're 3 by 3 by 3, the entire lead pack deep right now. Inside lane led by Jeff Edgar, heat race number 1 winner. Middle lane led by Austin Edwards, and top lane is led by John Palermo. Palermo getting a push right now from Roger Pierce. Colgan helping out Edwards in the middle. Art Hendren giving the assist to Jeff Edgar on that low side. Great racing going on. Here are all the drivers in the lead pack. You got Palermo, Edwards, Edgar, Pierce, Colgan, Hendren, Friley, Etheredge, Rockwood, Johnson, Mason, Sullivan, and McConaughey, LeDuc, Foster, Bear, and Tondro. Those are the 17 cars battling for 14 spots right now. And oh my God, that is very, very close in the middle there for Edwards. He almost got sandwiched. We continue racing though.
Yeah, and Rockwood back there is looking to make it 4 wide by going up the middle. Doesn't make the move. He started to stick the nose in, backed out a couple of times, but expect to see him come fighting his way. There he goes. He is starting to make a move, sticks the nose in. It's 4 wide through 3 and 4 as Rockwood is going to make his way up to the lead. He was in contention during both of his prelim races. He played different strategies, found the aggressive one was the better way to go, and he is using it now. He is pushing the 34 of, who is that? That is John Palermo. Those two are hooked up and looking to go to the front. Austin Edwards, though, still holding on in the middle, and oh my gosh, they sandwich Austin again through 1 and 2. Austin uses that side draft and gets the nose out.
These guys have easy transfers. They're 4 wide. We are 4 wide as Rockwood on that high line by himself goes up and makes the 4th lane. Well, who's going to let off? Nobody lets off into turn number 3, and they are still 4 wide. Rockwood tries to pinch down on Palermo now. Edwards edges the nose ahead. Will anyone else be daring enough to try that 4th lane up there? Does anyone want to go with Rockwood? Looks like no so far, but Rockwood's just making it happen on his own all the way up there. Rockwood gets a big run off the corner. It's Edwards at the stripe again. And Doug, don't tell these guys as we're halfway down, halfway to go, that pretty much all of them are going to transfer if they just mind their P's and Q's. They're not racing like that.
No, they are definitely full set. I think Rockwood is trying to build up a run and then just jump down 1 lane. He can get up there and help control the top 3. He'll be in good shape, and he's got some help coming on the high side. Looks like the 9 car is starting to make his way up through the field as well, trying to get up there and give Rockwood a little help. They're all trying to get 4 wide now. we saw some of this 4 wide in practice, but this is getting a bit crazy to be 4 wide for this long, as now the 9 car up top is 4 wide. Everybody slides by. He is losing some ground, though. Austin Edwards, they are just almost dead even. Edgar pulls a little bit ahead, and Palermo leads that lap.
Palermo leads on the high side, Edgar second, Edwards third, Rockwood still on that high side, 4 wide, making it happen on his own, and here comes a friend, Aiden McConaughey, who's been being awfully aggressive so far today. McConaughey says, you know what, let's do this, Rockwood. He jumps up to the 4th lane, another car jumps up there, I believe that's Corey Tondro in the 3 car, doing it for Dow. Here we go up front, Palermo now has the nose ahead of the inside lane, he can come down if he wants to, will he? He does! He throws the block on Edwards, and now that will leave the 17 of Roger Pierce is the first car on that outside, as Doobie is the car in the 4th lane now. He kind of gets shuffled out of the way. Doobie, by the way, 1 lap down. He's just racing for his lap back, as, we have a bit of a moment there. We are still 4 wide. This time by the flagman holds both hands open to the field. 10 laps to go, 10 fingers in the air, Doug.
Yeah, this is getting, we saw that first heat. They at least took a few laps to be calm and get a feel for it, but these guys are full send all the way around, 4 wide in the pack, 3 wide all over the place, and guys are just not giving an inch. Everybody trying to run to the front. They know that there's a pretty good chance this lead pack, everybody's going to be in except for about 3 cars. They're just trying to keep the noses up toward the front and maybe pull off a win here to get themselves in position for a win tomorrow night, get a piece of that big pie. But man, these guys are just, you look at that outside line, it comes down to pinch. That middle line, the bottom drifts up and down just a little bit depending on what they need. But Austin Edwards has spent this whole race as he now has Rockwood pushing him down the front straightaway.
He does. Rockwood dives to the inside ahead of Palermo now. Let's see where Rockwood goes. Rockwood's peeking inside. Here comes Tal Etheridge. We haven't said his name this whole heat race. Etheridge comes up the middle now. Etheridge looking to give a push here to Austin Edwards. Let's see if he gets to the bumper. He does. Etheridge gives a bump. There's a slow car. Ryan Soper down the back stretch. Not a factor. He gets out of the way here. Etheridge now looks to the inside. Etheridge makes it 3 wide for the lead. Tal Etheridge, after starting in 19th, he's rearing his head for the first time in this race. He now leads the inside lane. It's Etheridge down low in the middle, Edwards, and up top it is Roger Pierce as things are starting to get really dicey. Oh, Pat Sullivan goes around. Sullivan spins into the pits. No caution will fly, Doug, and now it's 16 cars racing for 14 spots as Sullivan spins into the pits.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. 8 laps ago, let's take a quick look at what happened to Sullivan. It looked like he might have come down. Yeah, he came across, thought he had the room, came across the nose of the 85, just gets sent down onto pit road. That'll end his chances. Well, he's still got a chance if we got a caution, and there's a car blinking up on the high line.
That's Mason Foster. That's Mason. Yep.
Yep, Mason is blinking. Looks like it might have steadied out, but if we get a caution before 5 to go, there's still a few guys that could use that caution, get back up here and fight their way back. But at this point, 5 laps to go, they'll get green, 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 and there will be no cautions. So Mason Foster might actually get the black flag, and if that blink continues, that could free up another spot for somebody else.
It could, and Foster continues to ride on that high side. It is getting very dicey right now as this is 3 abreast with 7 laps to go, and it is still on that high side. Roger Pierce getting a heck of a shove there from Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey puts it right to the tailpipes there, and Pierce gets pushed ahead as they go by the lap car of Prue. Prue out of contention. Still 16 cars racing in this lead pack. The way they race right now, only 2 of them are going to be going home, so you got to be thinking that these guys are going to be racing extra cautiously, and I'm pretty sure that 2 of these cars in the pack already transferred, so I forget the ruling on that, but these guys really might not need to be racing that hard at all. Is this time by 6 laps to go, Doug? We're 1 lap away from there being no more cautions.
Well, I can tell you Art Hendren and Jeff Edgar have both advanced already, so time will tell, but and I believe both of those drivers are in the 3rd heat tonight as well. So I know Jeff is, but I'm not sure about Art. But man, these guys are really, really going for it. And next time they come by the start-finish line, they'll get green, green, green. There will be no cautions after they cross the start-finish line this time. We've seen it ramp up, usually about 6 laps to go, and it probably is about to get even bigger as that Tal Etheridge down on the bottom in the 8 has got a run all by himself. He is starting to pick up spots. The 34 looks low, can't do it. Here they come. They hit the line. Green, green, green. There will be no caution from here.
5 laps to go. It's Roger Pierce leading on the high side with a big shove from Aiden McConaughey. Pierce clears the middle lane. Does he come down? Will Pierce hang it in front of the nose of Edwards? He will not. Pierce likes the 3rd lane. He says, leave me up here. Roger Pierce leads the charge as they are 3 by 3 by 3. Many, many rows deep here. Pierce gets a big shove down the backstretch. McConaughey pushing him for all he is worth right now. These guys are all in transfer spots. Don't expect them to get too dicey with it here. As though they almost get 4 wide. McConaughey's been racing so dicey in this race. McConaughey keeps it in there, though. McConaughey is going to carry on, and up front, Edwards gets a push now from Palermo. Edwards has been up front this entire race. Can he hold on? 4 laps to go. It's Austin Edwards at the stripe.
Yeah, Austin Edwards. This seems like it might come down to Edwards and Pierce. Those two seem to have somebody behind them that is working really, really well and helping them. But that 8 car, Tal Etheridge, we saw how fast he could be during his prelim races, and he is showing he's still in this fight. But Pierce has led so many of the laps so far. He's the only one that's led anywhere close to what Austin has. And he's got the biggest fan club out there cheering right now. It looks like that fan club might actually be helping. Cheering for your favorite driver seems to be working tonight.
That it does. Here we go. Pierce continues to lead. Etheridge down on the low side. Now Edwards giving a big push to Pierce off the corner. And Pierce, here they come towards the line. This time by 3 to go. Pierce throws the block on McConaughey. McConaughey was thinking about 4 wide. He has a lot of help from Mason Foster right now. He chose not to make it 4 wide, though. And we are still racing very dicily here, as on that high side, Roger Pierce continues to lead. They are 3 by 3 by 3. About 7 or 6 rows deep right now, and up the middle, Edwards gets the momentum now. Palermo gets to his bumper. Great racing here. Connor Rockwood drops down. Rockwood is going to drop down. That is a questionable decision here at this point in the race, but Rockwood will drop down. He's going to try to get the momentum as here they come off into corners number 3 and 4. It is Pierce with the nose ahead. He has the advantage right now, but Edwards pulls back up in the middle. Etheridge down that low side. They are pinching. They are really getting tight here. This time by the flag man, holds 2 flags out parallel to the drivers. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 to go, Doug.
And I got to wonder about Rockwood's move. We saw him do this yesterday, but I don't know with this bigger field if he can make it happen unless he's got somebody back there willing to help. Meanwhile, Pierce has got a lot of help. Austin Edwards has got a lot of help. Tal Etheridge has a little bit of help. And look who's back there. If you wanted some help, Matt Bear is coming on the bottom line. So he's going to have a 3-car draft down there on the bottom. Seems to have been the safest place every race so far. Will he be able to get up there and do anything? Remember, once we come out of turn 4, all anarchy will break loose. These guys are going to go for anything they can get, shuffle anybody back that they can, and make sure they qualify for the big money race tomorrow. Coming out of turn 4, they're 3 wide all the way around. Austin Edwards has the nose ahead, but here comes Pierce. On the high side, Pierce is going to lead at 1 lap to go. White flag in the air.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Here comes Pierce. Pierce is on the high side. 16 cars in the lead pack, 14 transfer. Hold your breath. Pierce on that high side continues to lead with all the help in the world from Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey gives him a big shove, but in the middle it's Palermo giving a bigger shove to Austin Edwards. All those lanes continue moving. The inside line has lost its momentum, and now Palermo pulls down to the inside. Edwards with no help. Palermo makes his run for glory. Palermo to the inside. Edwards in the middle now without a lot of help, and on the high side it's Roger Pierce. They are 3 wide off the corner. Pierce comes down and Edwards. Pierce wrecks hard. They're all in. Keeps his foot in the gas. Palermo on the inside. Edwards on the high side. Who gets back to the line first? And it's going to be, they're going to wreck again, and it's Palermo. Palermo wins it by 18 1/1000ths of a second as they wreck on the last lap once again. Oh my goodness. It's Palermo winning. Edwards is second, 3rd is John Friley, 4th is Tal Etheridge, 5th is Ricky LeDuc, 6th is Matthew Bear, 7th is Robert Colgan, 8th is Chase Johnson, 9th is Connor Rockwood, 10th is Corey Tondro, 11th is Art Hendren, 12th is CJ Mason, 13th is Jeff Edgar, and unofficially as that finish will be under review, 14th in the final transfer spot is Mason Foster, but they're going to have some things to review there, Doug, after that finish. My goodness.
All right, I think I've nailed this down. We've looked at this, we backed it up a little bit, but Tal Etheridge in turns 3 and 4, he drifts up into the outside car who bumps into Pierce, or into McConaughey, excuse me. Everybody gets squirrely. McConaughey clips Pierce and everything goes off behind him. Then Austin Edwards, the whole front 5 got sideways as they came across the start-finish line. Everybody manages to hold on to it and get it going the right way, but as soon as they cross the start-finish line, man, everybody popped off. It was inevitable that they were going to wreck there. Things were just getting a little too crazy. Let's see what happened with Ricky LeDuc as he was trying to fight his way up. And there you see LeDuc gets hit by the 8. He still manages to come across in 5th place through the grass. A lot of great saves. A lot of guys really making something out of nothing there at the last minute. But Palermo pulling off the win over Austin Edwards and John Friley coming in 3rd. That was one heck of a run to the line.
No doubt about it there. And hold up one second. Sorry, I'm just trying to gather some of these drivers here as we are trying to get some interviews ready. But what a finish there is. That one was very, very epic. And so I'm trying to get word on seeing where the penalties are going to be and this, that, and the other. But, Doug, I believe you're down on pit road with 3rd place finisher John Friley.
Hey, John, congratulations. Man, you just were very quiet throughout the whole race, didn't make a lot of noise, and were there when it counted.
Thanks, Doug. It was 25 laps seems like 4 hours when you're running in the middle of all them guys.
I can imagine it does, man. There was a lot of, that last couple of laps, there was a lot of banging, door banging and bumper rubbing all the way around the track. You guys, there was some epic saves coming to the line there. You guys all got a little sideways.
Got to where it was pretty hard to hang on to, that's for sure. The last lap. It was scary.
I can only begin to imagine, but you are in for tomorrow night. You're in the big money race. Did you learn anything out here tonight that is going to help you get the money tomorrow?
Mainly, I just learned patience means everything out there, and it seems to me like the middle line is the money line. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
All right, man. Before we let you go, any team sponsors, anybody you'd like to thank?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank all my guys at JT's Mobile Pressure Washing. I'd like to thank Jeff Edgar at Tri-E Inc. and everybody that helps us out day to day.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. A great run. Looking forward to seeing what you can do tomorrow night.
And for Doug, thanks.
All right, and that was Doug down with 3rd place finisher John Friley, and I've made my way actually down to Victory Lane where John Palermo is celebrating after picking up the victory here in heat race number 2. And John, it was a daring move by you. You had a little bit of a lane to drop down the backstretch, and you filled it, and then things just got crazy coming to the line. Tell me, coming to the white flag, did you think you were going to have any chance to put yourself in a position to win that one?
All I had to do was just make the right calls. I had to push Austin, try to get the run coming off a 2 so I can hopefully clear the 8, and which we did. So I had the good run, so that's why I went the inside. It was a little bit of a daring move coming out of 4. We got a little bit sideways, but luckily Austin made that good save, though. I gotta give him that, come to the stripe. But yeah, we did a good finish, and we were really fast here today. We were in contention for most of the race. And I can't wait for tomorrow night. Try to get that 2,500.
All right. Well, John, do you feel like you learned things in this race that we'll be able to carry on going for the big money tomorrow?
Oh, definitely. Just try to work together with the right people at the right time, and try to make your marks and try to make your moves and play your cards right.
All right. Well, John, do you got any sponsors, crew, friends, family you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go celebrate that win?
Yeah, I gotta thank CDH Paint and Setup Shop for sponsoring me. Preston DeMello. He's a pretty good guy. Should probably put him in the Discord. But Austin Edwards, he had a great run. And yeah, that's it.
All right, that was your winner here in heat race number 2, John Palermo. And now I believe, Doug, you're caught up with 2nd place finisher Austin Edwards.
Hey, Austin, congratulations. But I have to ask, how much of that last lap were you actually pointed the right way?
I don't think very often, Doug. That was probably the most tensed up I've ever been at the finishing one of these Xcal races, but I overall just a hand of the field. You know, these guys put on an incredible race. Had me on the edge of my seat the whole time. Thought we were going to wreck almost every single lap, but kept it together pretty much until the last lap, and thought we were going to bring home a win here. But, you know, winning the prelim and second in the heat race is a pretty good track record going into the feature.
It definitely is. And early in the race, when you got to the middle and were kind of keeping your nose out ahead, leading some laps, it looked like those two lines just kept trying to pinch you in the middle and make you go backwards. But that side draft up the middle really seemed to just kind of shoot you out ahead when they tried to hurt you.
Yeah, you know, Doug, I don't know how I kept that thing together. I felt like I had an inch of room on both sides of my car, maybe less, but at the end of the day, we kept it together. You know, these guys, class act racers, even some of them not being Xcal regulars, some of the best guys I've ever raced with for super speedway style racing. So overall, a good deal of fun, and we're really looking forward to tomorrow's race.
All right, man. Congratulations. Before we let you go, any team, sponsors, friends, family you'd like to thank?
Well, a big thanks to JR Graphics and Design, making this car look fresh as always, and Track Time Entertainment Sim Rigs, some of the best sim rigs you'll ever drive, keeping me up front and keep you up front too. Of course, thanks to the guys at How to Suck at iRacing and Xcal, putting this great stuff on, one of the best leagues on iRacing, Premier Street Stock League of iRacing. So I highly suggest you guys join in if you have not already.
All right, man. Congratulations. Looking forward to tomorrow night.
Thank you, Doug.
All right, that was Austin Edwards who finished in second tonight. And so, Doug, I have updates. There were penalties after the race assessed, but to none cars in transfer positions. The last wreck was deemed Aiden McConaughey in the 57 and Roger Pierce in the 17 were deemed at fault. So those two cars, already not in transfer positions, were deemed at fault. So here are the cars that have transferred so far. From Heat 1, you have Jeff Edgar, Brett Edgar, Steven Johnson, Zach Edwards, Ron Morris Jr., Ben Burgess, Ryan Wilson, Zach McDaniel, Sean Andrews, Joshua Doobie, Joe Campbell, John Friley, Aaron Smith II, and unofficially right now, James Johnson. There's a pending review going on right there. And then here in heat race number 2, it's John Palermo, Austin Edwards, John Friley, Tal Etheredge, Ricky LeDuc, Matthew Baer, Robert Colgan, Chase Johnson, Connor Rockwood, Corey Tondro, Art Hendren, CJ Mason, Jeff Edgar, and Mason Foster. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are actually additional spots open to the car that ran the fastest lap that did not transfer, and that time right now actually belongs to Joshua Doobie right now. It's actually Will Pro. Will Prue has the fastest lap right now. So it goes Will Prue, then I'm continuing to go through this list because there are 3 cars that will transfer by lap time as per the rules of this event right now.
Luke Turpin was actually faster.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that 371 there. So Luke Turpin, and then there's 2 more spots for sure. So right now it's Luke Turpin, then it is Will Prue, because Joe Campbell's, he already transferred, so that is irrelevant to this. So Will Prue, Luke Turpin, and then the third one right now, from what I'm seeing, I believe is Joshua Doobie, as I also want to double check my findings. Yeah, so right now the 3 cars would be Turpin, Prue, and Doobie, as those would be the 3 cars that are in. So I don't know how Turpin put down that fast of a lap with all the damage he had, but you know, Doug, that's such a Luke Turpin move right there. Even though he was wrecked, and even though we were pretty sure there was no way he could make this race, he's going to weasel in somehow, isn't he?
Oh, definitely. So I think he was one of those cars that kind of fell off the back, and I think he ran a pretty smart strategy. He knew he was starting a little bit further back, so it looked like he dropped off the back before that big wreck and used the draft to build up the speed to get that lap time in, because he got that lap time really early in the race. So it looks like, as always, Luke Turpin finds a way. So we may be seeing Turpin again tomorrow night, and a lot of drivers are advancing already, and we still have 1 more of these to go tonight.
Yes, we do, but I think that'll wrap things up until the next one, Doug. On behalf of myself, PDJ Zeller, the voice of this weekend's events and the vice president of Xcal Racing, Doug Burns, and all the guys at How to Suck at iRacing, we will see you in an hour time, my friend, to decide the final 14 spots for the massive WAL PD 200. Stay tuned, as Doug, I believe, will still be playing more footage from other races.
Yep, we're going to hit you guys with some prelim races, maybe even the last 25 laps of the Xcal All-Star race from earlier in the season, so don't go anywhere.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
All right, folks, enjoy the last 25 laps of the All-Star race earlier this season.
The green flag's in the air, they're down and away, and Rondoletto got Jalbert sleeping a little bit, but Jalbert with a nice head of steam.
They stay even as they head into turns number 1 and 2. Looks like Rondoletto was a little bit late on that restart. Both of them, according to the iRacing replay flag we have on the screen. Turpin, meanwhile, changes lanes. He goes from high to low. He's got the room. He's up to third. They're a little bit loose in that battle for the race lead. I think Rondoletto washed up the track just a little bit. And look who else you got in the picture. JB Smooth, Jonathan Schwartz. The leaders make contact. They're banging quarter panels into turn 3, Pete.
Yeah, Schwartz says, peace out, Girl Scouts. Schwartz to the top spot as they're coming to 2 laps to go in segment number 2. And JB Smooth, in typical JB Smooth fashion, we haven't said his name all night. The money's on the line, and it's showtime for the driver of the 0-1. However, he's going to have to try to hold off a pack of hungry hounds for 2 laps.
2 laps to go here in stage number 2. 3 by 3, nearly a 4-wide situation. Yes, it is. Send it on in. That's Aiden McConaughey looking for second as Edwards all the way up to the attic of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. Very dicey for the race lead. Matt Bear in the equation right now. But still, down the back straightaway, it's Jonathan Schwartz down to the lead with a battle for second behind him.
McConaughey was barely holding it through 2. He was almost completely sideways on the bottom. It looked like he clipped the apron as John Schwartz is now having to make that car 2 and 3 wide. But McConaughey struggling. He went backwards, and now the Schwartz is with him.
Schwartz, you need to get block that high line. He does. He blocks Jalbert, gives him a shove. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Matthew Bear drops off.
Like the move there by John Schwartz to change lanes, but it's now 3 wide for second. Here comes Luke Turpin down to the bottom. Lost a chance at $50 in segment 1. He wants $100, but now Jalbert wants to win stages 1 and 2. He's loose off the corner. They're side by side for the lead. Rondoletto wants a chance at Petey take us home in stage 2.
Schwartz on the Superman. Jalbert's high side. They make contact. They they're still 4 wide. Here they come off the corner. Superman. Can Schwartz get back to him? Schwartz have a chance. Off the corner. Edwards shoves Schwartz up the hill. Who's it? Edwards takes the $100 by about a...
Oh, they're wrecking nearly at turn 1.
They all hang on. Everyone saves it. And Austin Edwards, just with a daring move, there wasn't a hole, Marty. He just shoved the 01 out of the way and said, I want it.
It's a carbon copy, pretty much, of the open finish, but they were 5 wide to the end. The best finish to a segment we've had, no doubt about it, and Austin Edwards got it done. The margin .028 over Luke Turpin. Doug, I don't know how Edwards did it.
I'm rewatching it because I still don't know how he did it there. I don't know how he had the momentum. I think the 3 guys that were on the bottom, it's so crazy to say that they were 5 wide there. The 3 guys on the bottom were all so busy pinching each other down there that it just allowed him to, they all lost a little momentum. He managed to pick it up, and there they went. He got up there and got that stage win. Congratulations to him. That was 5 wide. Wow.
Absolutely absurd.
That was epic. And Marty, I believe you're now caught up with the winner of stage number 2, Austin Edwards.
Austin Edwards, the mic is yours. How the hell did you win that stage, my man?
I'm still trying to figure it out. My heart's sitting here racing. I was probably 7th or 8th place going down the back straightaway, and then Jalbert and Schwartz had a little rough up going into the 3, and there was just an opportunity. And to be honest, I do feel a little bad. I did have to give John Schwartz a little bit of door out of turn 4 to get to the outside of Turpin and take it home, but man, that was a chaotic last lap right there. Take up the $100.
Yeah. Second question: what you gonna do with that $100?
Well, I did buy myself a $600 Ford Ranger from 1988 about a month ago, and it needs some serious help. So I'm probably going to put it into some sort of fuel pump or gasket set, or something that'll just keep it running.
So now you move to last for stage 3. What's the game plan now? Hang out in the back until 10 laps to go, or do you move all the way up to the front early on?
It depends on what the packs do. Obviously, in that last run, the pack's kind of separated in the beginning of the run, and if one pack loses the front pack's draft, you're just never going to catch it back up. So if everyone stays bunched up, I'll stay back and be patient, but I prefer to be midfield, hopefully in a safe place once we get going here. So
Yeah, Edwards, good luck the rest of the way, man.
All right, thank you.
Austin Edwards, your segment 2 winner. Everyone coming down pit road, and this should... Sorry about that. Was hearing Tyler McRae's radio, and he was freaking out at someone for some reason. I don't know what it was, but my goodness, Petey, stage number 3 is about to go down.
Yes, it is. And we actually have a couple cars here that are going to be getting wave arounds. One of them, Kenny Tripp's going to get back onto the lead lap. And Jordan Babinger, with his wave around, he's going to get back to just 2 laps down. So if we saw, maybe if there's 2 cautions in the last stage, Babinger's not out of it. That car still is pretty well intact. So we have 18 cars on the lead lap, and then Babinger, with some help, could get back up there. But still, 18 cars left to duel. Here are the 18 names that you're going to need to know. The 18 guys left in the fight for this. So you have Austin Edwards, who won stage number 2. Then you have the Tuna Fish, Jeff Edgar, winner of the Open. You have Tyler McRae in the 99, still alive. Genghis, Alex Gangler, Octavio Rondoletto, the 06 of Big John Friley, the 19 of Matthew Bear, the 04 of the Weapon, Tyler Jalbert, stage 1 winner, the 57 of Chase Johnson, the 01 of John Schwartz, the 22 of Sean Patrick. You have Pat Sullivan still is in this. Blake Wynn is still in this as well. Aiden McConaughey still alive and well in this thing. Tyler Batchelder, Brandon Varney, Luke Turpin, and Kenny Tripp are the guys we have left to duel for the butt kicker.
It's going to be absolutely crazy, Doug, and a bunch of names we have not talked about yet today. They've stayed quiet. They're outside of the top 6, and now they've got a chance to be out front for the final 25, or final 20, I should say.
Yeah, it was a little surprising. We suddenly saw John Schwartz come shooting up the middle there. He got up to the lead briefly and thought he was going to pull that one off from, about 5th or 6th the lap before. Several new names up at the front, though. Gangler, Friley, Matt Bear. Patrick Sullivan's been in and out of the top 10 all night, and Cole Patrick, he was in the top 10 early in the first stage, but really wasn't a factor in the second stage, and now here he is. I guess he wants a butt kicker tonight, too.
Apparently so, as we are very excited to see how this one's going to end up playing out in the finish. Car to watch out for, though. The guy starting in first right now, the Tuna Fish, Jeff Edgar. He won the Open by hanging out back all day and making some daring moves at the end to win that thing. We haven't said his name this entire race, but there that car is in pristine shape without a scratch on it. Keep an eye on the 05. I don't think he's going to stay up here and lead, but if he just lingers around back in the top 10 somewhere, don't be surprised if he brings that same strategy from the Open to the All-Star.
I'll tell you this. Tyler McRae is actually, I'm listening to Will Petey right now. He's actually reading some funny messages here, Petey. Petey, take us through the starting lineup here as we go back to green.
Yeah, here's the starting order. Jeff Edgar will be in first, Tyler McRae in second, Genghis Alex Gangler will be in third. Fourth is going to be John Friley. Fifth will be Matthew Bear. Sixth will be Pat Sullivan. Seventh will be Sean Patrick. Eighth will be Brandon Varney. Ninth will be John Schwartz. And rounding out the top 10 will be the 04 The Weapon, Tyler Jalbert.
11th spot will be Aiden McConaughey. 12th, Octavio Rondoletto. 13th, Luke Turpin. 14th, Austin Edwards. 15th, Chase Johnson. 16th is Tyler Batchelder. And this is going to be a fun battle in stage number 3. I believe we've got 16 drivers. Oh, excuse me, maybe 17 drivers that are on the lead lap and could have a chance to win it here. I thought we had half the field already taken out, but no, we have not. It's just been an absolutely crazy race, Doug. Final thoughts before we go back to green.
Well, you mentioned 17 cars on the lead lap. You've got a half dozen or so still one or more laps down, but the way things have been going in these, some of these guys could be back in play. If a caution comes in, they get waved back around. We could have a few more cars out here. I think things are about to get really heated up. A lot of the guys want that butt kicker, and they're going to go out there and give it their all. I think we have actually probably seen the last of the tame racing. I think it's going to be full send from the green flag all the way around.
I have to interrupt real quick, so that's got some wonderful information. So apparently in Discord, if you hover your mouse over a channel, you can see what's happening in that channel. And I can tell you that right now, Tyler Jailbert is listening to a bunch of 80s rock and Spotify while he's out there in the car right now. So if anyone was curious what goes through the weapons helmet while he races, right now I just heard him listening to Real Gone from the Car soundtrack, and now he's on to Ride It by Regard.
Ding, ding, ding. Jeff Edgar, your race leader, his sponsor, Tri-E Inc., building walk-in coolers and freezers for grocery stores and big box stores in the southeastern United States, covering a geographical area from Florida to Texas to Virginia. They are an excellent source for installation, repair, and maintenance. Contact them at tryieinc@gmail.com. So the reason why the caution was extended is because Blake Wynn just had to catch up with the pack. I believe he got an EOL penalty and then pitted late in the going just so he could remain in the back of the field. So, here we go to go back to the green flag. McRae and Edgar, row 1. Remember, they fire off the green flag, and McRae cannot pass the leader. Row 2, Alex Gingler and John Friley in the picture. Row 3, Matt Baer, Patrick Sullivan. Row 4, Sean Patrick, Jonathan Schwartz. Row 5, it's Brandon Varney and Tyler Batchelder. Here we go. Barney the flagman, ready to wave the green. And it's 19 laps to go in stage 3. Who's going to win a butt kicker?
Wow, great start on the outside for Tyler McRae. That outside lane was moving. Genghis got right up on his bumper and gave him the momentum he needed. It's going to be McRae with the advantage at start-finish line. Here comes Edgar, though, back on the inside. He has some good help on the inside from that 82 car of Gangler. Excuse me, that's actually Friley on the outside in the 4th position. And Gangler now peeks to the inside of the tuna fish. Gangler trying to take that position away. It's going to be 3 abreast now as McRae makes it 3 wide. They're wasting no time, Marty.
E-Money looking on the outside of Big John Frawley and Genghis Khan on the bottom with Matt Baer behind him. It's 3 wide for second, but McRae looking for the lead. Patrick Sullivan in the picture as well. Off of turn 4, nearly 3 wide with John Frawley in the middle. And it's single file amongst the top 2. Now Matt Baer below the white line. Slingshot against, McRae gets turned. McRae's upside down. Yeah. Car's upside down. That's John Frawley. Yellow lights are on once again. Schwartz gets a piece of it. Same with Kendrick Fryerley in the aftermath. Blake Wynn into the outside wall. 5 cars involved, but Tyler McRae barrel rolling in the infield grass. Doug, what happened?
It looked like McRae thought he had a little more room below him than he actually did. He started to move down, caught the car to the inside. We'll take a look at it from a different angle, but the first shot of it, it just looked like he came down looking for some room that wasn't there, and the car to the inside had just slid up a little bit, and he ends up barrel rolling through the infield.
Yeah, John Friley got a bad piece of that too.
Yeah, there was a great job by a lot of these guys managing to avoid that, as he was completely sideways right in the middle of that pack, and only 2 or 3 cars really got a piece of it. So hopefully a lot of these guys will still be able to be out here.
Big storyline here. This will put Jordan Babinger back to just 1 lap down. Kenny Tripp will get back on the lead lap. Remember, Babinger was racing for the lead before he got laps down from damage. That car no longer has damage. He's gotten it entirely fixed. If Babinger gets back on the lead lap, that'd be huge.
That'd be big there. I gotta tell you, I'm watching Brandon Varney's on board. How close he got to the 06 I don't know how he missed that wreck with no damage at all. So update here, by the way. Tyler McRae given an EOL penalty. No surprise there. And let me tell you something once again. Jalbert and Soper are bringing out the boxing gloves right now. A lot of trash talking going on between the two in the Discord chat. Oh boy, keep them away from each other next week when we're at Michigan for a points race.
Definitely.
Yeah,
We'll have to see if those two will still carry it over from the All-Star race. They're definitely not too happy with each other right now. So Tyler McRae does get the EOL on that one, as I believe Marty mentioned. And now Kenny Tripp gets the wave around. 12 cars back on the lead lap, so we have 18 on the lead lap. Babinger gets wave around. He's going to be back just 1 lap down. Also getting a wave around Steven Rex. He's going to be 8 laps down. He's really not a factor. Babinger is really the only one that's still within striking distance of the lead lap that's not on it. At the time of caution, though, Matthew Baer was the leader. Alex Gangler was second. Edgar was third. We're going to have a restart with about 15 laps to go. Now, some of these guys that have just been coming up through the field all day long, Doug, I want to bring you in for this. Some of the guys like Edwards and Turpin and them that have just been breaking their way through the field all day long, they've had an easy time because they've just been able to pass these guys that aren't trying to fight until the end. The problem is now guys like Matt Baer, Alex Gangler, Jeff Edgar, Sean Patrick, Pat Sullivan, now that they're up front, it's that last segment, they're not going to roll over this time. They're going to fight these guys, and it's probably going to be a lot more intense than we've seen all night.
Well, yeah, you look at a guy like Jeff Edgar. He has not been a factor really all night, and now he's up into 3rd place after starting in 26th. And Aiden McConaughey, he's been just outside the top 10. Octavio Rondoletto's been back and forth. Luke Turpin. So these guys that have been up here, and they've been in the top 10, but they've been playing it kind of safe up until the end of the stages. They've got all these fast guys like Gilbert, Austin, Wynn, all these guys behind them that are going to come through. It is not going to be easy. These guys are not, they're obviously nobody's playing it safe at this point. So I think you're going to see a lot more aggressive driving out of everybody. But I think some of these guys like Austin Edwards, like you said, they're going to have a heck of a time just trying to break into the top 10, much less get up there to the lead. And I think the only way it's going to happen is going to be below that white line or right up on the wall, and I think we're going to see a lot more bumping and banging.
So let's reset the field. Petey just mentioned Tyler McRae, EOL, Kenny Tripp, Jordan Babinger, Steven Rex. Get waved around the pace car. Let's reset the field. Matt Baer, Alex Gangler in row 1. Row number 2, Jeff Edgar and Patrick Sullivan. Row 3, Sean Patrick and Brandon Varney. Row 4, it's Aiden McConaughey, Octavio Rondoletto. Row 5, Luke Turpin, Tyler Gelbert. Row number 6, it's Austin Edwards and Blake Wynn. Row 7, Chase Johnson, John Fraley. Row 8, Tyler Batchelder and Jonathan Schwartz. Pace truck pulling into pit road. Matt Baer, Alex Gangler, the front row. Drivers that were quiet in segments 1 and 2 with the chance to win a butt kicker game or two. We are back to green with 15 laps to go.
15 laps to go, and here we go. Nice jump on the inside. That outside lane with Genghis didn't really go. Already making a move is Pat Sullivan. He's thinking about going to the outside of Genghis, but Genghis gets a run. Tyler Jalbert already in a 3-wide situation with Octavio Rondoletto and Aiden McConaughey. Getting dicey so quick here. Genghis will recover now, and he's going to slide the line behind Matt Baer. He now peeks to the outside. They're side by side for the lead, already 4 wide. This is getting tight. Octavio gets a hit. 2 cars go around. Sean Patrick wrecks hard into the inside wall. McConaughey saves it. No caution. Patrick's the only victim.
For the race lead, heating up. We're 3 wide. Matt Baer on the bottom. Patrick Sullivan up top. Alex Gangler is in the middle. The Oscar Mayer machines are trying to work together on the top side. Side by side off of turn 4. Rondoletto in the picture. Does he go 3 wide? Works with Genghis Khan, and it's Gangler at the stripe.
He does go 3 wide. He darts up the middle, and he's going to have help as now Brandon Varney tries to dart up the middle. Wide for the top spot. Genghis led last time by, and it is that 77 machine of Octavio Rondoletto. He's cruising that thing in the middle line, and he has the nose ahead. Here we go now. Varney, we didn't talk about him much in segment 2. He's showing his head again here in segment number 3 as Genghis on the high line with help from Pat Sullivan is making it exciting, and they are 3 by 3 by 3 right now as this is getting dicey.
It's tough to see which line has the advantage, but it could be the low line. Matt Baird, John Frowley, and Luke Turpin working all together. On the middle side, Octavia Rondelletto, Brandon Varney, Tyler Jalbert, Blake Wynn. Top side is Alex Gingler, Patrick Sullivan. Oh, Jalbert shifts up the top side. We are 4 wide for position number 4.
Yeah, those wiener cars are getting exciting. Here we go. 4 wide for up into the outside. Jalbert with a power move to the top spot. Him and Genghis gets tight. Genghis gets into his door. The weapon saves it. The weapon hangs on. Genghis is going to lose a little bit of ground there. They're now 2 wide for the lead, 3 wide for third. Great racing all around. Here comes Blake Wynn. Pinball throws his name back in the hat.
You know, it's worth noting that all 3 of those Wienermobiles, they were in an earlier wreck. To see them all, and they all took varying degrees of damage. One of them ended up on his lid, and yet all 3 of them are right back up here, and the 4th one is not far behind.
One driver, I believe, that was on his roof is Kenny Tripp, and he is in the back of the pack. We are 3 wide. We are 4 wide. We're nearly 5 wide for the lead, Petey.
But it's Genghis on the high side. Genghis clears Rondelletto. Genghis to the lead. Genghis with a nice move to get down in the line, and Alex Gangler gets loose. He gets loose on his own. Rondelletto dices back up. Oh, the weapon gets so loose, he saves it. Everyone misses them. They're 4 wide. They're all over the racetrack. They're 3 wide for second. It doesn't get better than this, Marty.
How the heck did everyone save it? I do not know. They keep them straight. Bear looks to the inside on Rondelletto. He's up to his door, down to the bottom of the racetrack. He has barely not much hope compared to Brandon Varney pushing Octavio Rondelletto. Coming to the stripe. It is an 11-lap shootout for a butt kick or 2. Contact for the race lead, as here comes Varney.
On the high side, Bear down low, Rondelletto in the sucker hole. They are dicey all over the place right now. There's still 14 cars within spitting distance right now. This is far from over. 11 laps to go in the All-Star race. These guys are going at it like there's 2 laps to go. It doesn't get any better than this. Doug Burns, how long do you think they can go without wrecking?
I'm surprised with the saves we saw just a few minutes ago. I just caught my breath. The weapon managed to save it. I thought when the weapon got sideways, it was over. These guys are 3 wide into the turns. The guys on the bottom keep getting loose, and I'm watching right now, waiting for it to happen again. It's only a matter of time before it does happen. We've got Matt Baird now down under the white line, trying to block the run from behind, and they're 3 wide. They're about to go 4 wide. They're 5 wide right back there in about the 3rd row.
To go to the parking lot. There's no way they can keep going like this. Turpin with 10 to go with a power move. He's now on the high side for the lead. It's Bear down low, Rondelletto in the middle, Turpin up top. They are 3 by 3, and then they're just a cluster behind them. It's a mess. There's still 14 guys dueling for the win as they come down into turn 3.
All under a hornet's nest as they are 3 wide into turn number 3. No, give it up. All these drivers refusing to lose. We are 3 wide. We are 4 wide. Contact on the bottom. There they go. Sullivan and McConaughey. What a save by the 2 as they back out of the pack.
But they're going to be out of contention. They lost the draft. That's 2 that are going to drop, and John Schwartz in a dangerous situation. He needs to grab the draft or he'll be done as they go 3 wide into turn number 1. This is still so tight up front. They might still wreck. You got to remember that. But if they get to 5 to go, it's a race. It's official as they are 4 wide. Edwards, haven't said his name yet this segment. He throws his name back into the mix. He makes it 4 wide on that way high side. He's coming up front. He might make it 4 wide for the lead down into turn 3.
4 wide for the lead to turn 3. Petey with Wynn and Varney pushing the top 2. Near contact between Rondelletto and Bear. They're 4 wide for third. That's 2 of the best doing out for the race lead off of turn 4. It's getting very tight, very close, very anxious. It's going to be 8 laps to go here at the stripe.
They're still 4 wide.
Oh, go ahead, Doug.
No, they're still 4 wide. They are not given any room here. We saw Matt Bair and that whole group down there, the 4 cars down there on the bottom 2 rows, they were beating and banging each other down the front straightaway. Every single one of those cars made contact. They're still 4 wide through turns 1 and 2, and you can see the handling is starting to go away on some of these guys. They're just slipping and sliding everywhere.
Right now, these
make the round.
gain 4 wreck as they go into turn 3. Look at the push by the weapon for Austin Edwards. The first place ace to the lead for right now. Nearly 5 wide for the lead in turn 4. They are duking at it here in Michigan. The crowd on their feet.
There's 12 drivers still in contention. Look at this, Marty. They are wide. It's Edwards at the stripe that time by 5 wide. The weapon sticks his nose in there. They're going to sort it out for the time being. 7 laps to go. If they make it back around 2 more times, there won't be a caution in this thing. They are just casually driving 4 wide around the speedway right now. It is now Edwards versus Turpin for the top spot. The weapon's looking on. Rondoletto's looking on. And you know what I love about this, Marty? The guys 1 through 4th right now, those are truly the 4 best drivers in Xcal. We're watching duel for this win.
No question about it, Petey. Doug Burns, I'll bring you in here. Obviously, you want to be in this pack. But do you want to be in the front of the pack, or do you want to be actually hold that thought? We got trouble. Rondoletto loose. I want to save. Almost cuts him out there. They come to 6 laps to go.
Oh my God, Rondoletto, I do not know how he saved that. He was completely sideways, managed the transition down on, I don't know if the transition helped him or hurt him down onto the apron, but he saved it and stays in the lead draft. I imagine he's going to come back up. And to answer your question, I don't think it's safe anywhere in this lead pack. I don't think being up front's going to matter. You're still going to get bumped. In the back, you might get caught in it. It's just as they start to look 3 and 4 wide again for the in lead, it's 3 wide, and then they're 4 wide back behind them. I don't think there's anywhere safe on this track right now.
No question about it. You've got Edwards that clears Bear for the lead. Turpin and Bear, the Aaron Hillebush Racing teammates, battling for second position. Here they come to the line. Going to be 5 laps to go. The race is officially on. We're going 3 wide for the race lead. 5 laps left, 10 miles.
5 laps to go from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and it's anyone's all-star event. 12 of the best in iRacing, street stock racing set to duel it out, and there's a lap car in this pack 2 of Kendrick Pryor who could be a factor. They're dueling. They are 3 wide at times, 3 wide for the lead down the backstretch with 5 to go. Rondoletto looking for a hole to make it 4 wide. He says, never mind, Luke Turpin, I'll give Superman a shove down into turn 3.
This is anyone's race. And tandem in on the bottom. Matt Bear, Blake Wynn in the middle. Luke Turpin and Octavio Rondoletto. Austin Edwards he left out to dry. Nowhere to go off of turn number 4. It's going to be 4 laps to go with the stripe. They are 3 wide for the 6th spot. As Bear and Turpin side by side for the race lead. 4 laps remain.
4 laps remain, and this is getting hairy. This is oh so tight right now. Turpin on the high side. He's fighting back. They're 4 wide behind him right now. Don't worry about that, though. It's all about the battle for the butt kicker gamer unit. It is Turpin now getting that side draft run off the 19 of Matt Bear. A lot of help from that 77 of Rondoletto. A little bit squirrely there off the corner. Too much of a shove. And Turpin with a little bit of a nose ahead. Here comes Edwards back in the 3rd line.
Car that lets the leaders go by. Patrick Sullivan, very respectful, a class act by the driver of the 16. Matt Bear about a car length lead over Luke Turpin with the push coming from Blake Wynn. It's going to be 3 laps to go this time by Jeff Edgar in the equation now in stage 3. We're 3 wide for 2nd spot, 3 laps remain.
It's
laps
worth
to go.
noting.
This is oh so dicey. As here we go. Edwards gets a push. Doug, go ahead.
It's worth noting, no matter what happens from here, there will not be a caution. So these guys, they are driving, they are leaning and banging on each other all the way around the track. There is contact at every moment, and yet they're not letting up one bit. They know if they wreck, they are out. They're done. So these guys are going for it as Rondoletto jumps back to the lead, Petey.
Into turn.
Here's the weapon now, Marty.
Petey, there's 3 wide into the corner. Matt Bear, Luke Turpin stuck in the middle. Rondoletto up top. Bear with a push from Wynn. Jumper in the middle. Edwards on the top side. Popsicle sticks up in the air. The teammates make contact off of turn 4. Oh my goodness, it is getting very dicey for the lead.
Popsicle sticks in the air. They are 3 abreast in the All-Star race. The best in the business. Set to duel. They touch. They get loose. They're 4 wide. This is getting really dicey. Genghis all by himself. The 4th line. Can he make it work up there? It's Genghis in the 4th line. He's starting to get that line to move. Here they come off the corner. They settle down to 2 wide. 1 car spins. That's Tyler Batchelder. He is out of the equation now. They are 3 wide down into turn 3 as they come towards the white flag, Marty.
Luke Turpin, Octavio Rondoletto of the top 5 have won this season. The rest of the 3 have yet to win an Xcal competition this season. Turpin moves jumping off the track, rolls reverse from Lanier, jumping around, getting over the wall. Here they come. White flag, 1 lap to go.
Lap to go. Rondoletto with a big side draft now on Matthew Bear. This is still anyone's race. Bear trying to hold on, looking for a hole there. Edgar, he is right there in the battle, just like the Open. Can he make the same move he made? The Open contender, Jeff Edgar, goes to the high side. They get loose around him. Edgar now up in that 3rd lane by himself. They come down the backstretch. They are 3 wide. They are 4 wide as here he comes up the middle. A car coming late into the equation. Here's the 454 of Luke Turpin down into turn 3, 4 abreast.
Turpin winning last week at Lanier. He wants a butt kicker. Matt Bear gets a butt kick from Blake Wynn. They're all off the track. They're all dicing back for position. It's Blake Wynn versus Matt Bear. John Schwartz a little bit loose. They're all wrecking behind him. Here they come. Start finish line final time. Blake Wynn. Matt Bear. Blake Wynn.
It's Blake Wynn by 8 1/1000ths of a second. He beat Matthew Bear.
Is it safe to breathe again?
Oh my goodness.
Wynn wins the butt kicker game or 2 in the Xcal All-Star race. What a finish between him and Bear. Schwartz 3rd, Turpin 4th, and Varney comes home in 5th. Oh my goodness, I need to take a breather. Doug, I'm just going to have you take the replay and see what happened in turns 3 and 4 amongst the leaders that sent everyone sideways.
They are leaning on each other. It looked like the 77 just got a little bump and he drifted up, and that's when everything started. And then he came back up. He'd actually saved the car again, came back up and caught another car, and everybody just went sideways, trying to get several different angles on this one, as that was a bit wild. Looked like the 01 was pushing on the 7. The 01 hit the 77, and that's what started it. He was trying to give him a bump, and the 77 comes back up, collects the 420 and the 05 there.
Yeah, John Schwartz, I think if he could have made a move to the middle, he might have had a shot at that thing, but he tried to dice down low, and there was just really no momentum down there.
All right, folks, that is the end of the All-Star race. We've got just a few more minutes until the next one. So enjoy prelim number 5 from the other night, one of the wildest prelims we have had.
Absolutely. It's all about learning, as, you know, a lot of them, like you said, most of the cars from this field are going to transfer. I don't know the exact number taking the green in this, just because Hillbush has had to disqualify so many stragglers that joined, and the point for that being is we're trying to recruit a few more guys to this event here at the last minute. That's why we're allowing strangers to join the session. But Doug, it does appear qualifying is wrapping up right now. We're about a minute away from the grid here, and what are you expecting in this prelim number 5?
I think what we'll see, what we've seen, not many cautions. I think we've seen 2 cautions throughout 4 prelims so far. So not a lot of cautions. I think we're going to see a lot of 3-wide racing. The Edwards setup shop setup for this has been so good. We've seen guys completely sideways save it and stay in the draft pack. I think you're going to see positions changing every single turn, every single straightaway. I think you're going to see a lot of guys end up door banging and bump drafting throughout the entire session. I think we'll see a lot of cars with just a little bit of damage to them before it's all said and done. But everybody generally makes it home in one piece, so things could get very interesting.
Absolutely. So 15 seconds remain, and I'm going to take you down through the starting grid provisionally here in the Massive Whale Petey 200 preliminary race number 5 here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. Starting on pole position, that is position number 1, will be the number 57 of Aiden McConaughey. On his outside, in the number 22, will be TJ Majors. Starting from the 3rd starting position in the number 78 will be TJ DeBasi. In 4th, in the number 94, will be Robert Colgan. In 5th will be the number 37 of Art of Gold Hendren. In 6th will be the number 9 of Joshua Doobie. In 7th will be number 5 of Michael Prairie. In 8th will be the number 3 of Corey Tondro. In 9th will be the number 34 of John Palermo. In 10th will be Superman himself, the 454 of Luke Turpin. In 11th will be the number 6 of Don Jordan. In 12th will be the number 73. That car is piloted by Mark Feeney. In the 13th starting position will be the number 420 of Matt Baer, and in 14th is the number 63 of Joe Campbell. And I am not sure about any cars gridded further after that. We only have 14 on the grid right now. I do not know if there's any more eligible drivers behind those guys. We'll have to see if they take the grid. But provisionally, that is your starting grid with 14 cars right now. And it looks like there is a 15th that would be actually, no, it's just 14, Doug. So all the cars that start this race will be moving on to the heat races. We hit the exact number of 14.
Yeah, we've seen that in several of these, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last, the automatic advancement, as just between the first and second race tonight, I think we got another 15 drivers. The number continues going up, and as you mentioned, once we hit 101, that $2,500 pot continues to go up. So if you have not registered, go to xcalracing.com and get signed up. 3 more prelims tomorrow night, 1 more prelim tonight at 10 Eastern. You've got just a little bit of time left to get registered for that event.
So the field rolls off as we get ready to go 25 laps here in the preliminary race for the massive WAL PD 200 from the Irish Hills of Michigan. A fantastic speedway here that in these cars it is wide open. You do not take your foot off the gas. It gets 4, even 5 wide sometimes. Some of the best racing you will see on all of the iRacing simulator. Tonight brought to you by www.xcalracing.com. Of course, thank you to all of Xcal's wonderful partners. Those include, of course, Butt Kicker actually putting a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit on the line for this event. JT Mobile Pressure Washing, that's been a fantastic sponsor that's come along and helped us with the massive WAL PD 200. Of course, Doug and all the great guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. We got the Edward Setup Shop. They made the setup for this event, so thank you to them. Sim Racer Hub, they have helped us promote this event. The Cooler Crew, of course, always helping out Xcal events. We're very appreciative of them and all of our other sponsors. If you're interested in sponsoring Xcal events, be sure to go to www.xcal.com and you can message myself, the Vice President, PDJ Zeller, or the President, Aaron Hillbush, and we will get back to you about how you can get involved in sponsoring Xcal events. So here we go. Field goes through turns 3 and 4. It is going to be led to the green flag by Aiden McConaughey in that Hell in Our Racing Team number 57 car. The 57 car of McConaughey will have to wait until the green flag flies. All starts this weekend will be on the green. So the starter holds the flag in hand, and he lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We are down and away. McConaughey a little slow to the jump on the outside. It's TJ Majors pulling the gap. The problem is 4th place didn't go at all, so Majors will have no help from behind as Superman's already 3 wide back there, Doug.
Yeah, and it's Superman's going to charge to the front. Gets to go full send tonight. Doesn't have to worry about fuel, tires, or anything else. I expect to see him up front in a lap or 2. But it is interesting. That's the first time we've seen an issue on a start or restart here this weekend. So hopefully not a sign of things to come. I think just like you mentioned, a smattering of ex-Cowboys and then a whole bunch of other people that joined in. And yeah, this is getting a bit interesting. I hope you guys are ready because with this many cars, everybody's going to be holding their breath.
Thank you so much for tuning in, my friend. My name's PDJ Zeller, the Vice President of Xcal Racing. Doug Burns alongside as lap number 1 in preliminary race number 5 is led by TJ Majors on that outside line. Majors getting a lot of help right now from TJ DeBasi. It's the TJ and TJ show on the high side. Down low, you have Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey getting some help right now from Doobie in that number 9 car. Momentum carries on the high side, though, and DeBasi pulls right up to the back bumper of Majors. He's going to give Majors a little bit of a bump there. Bump drafting down the back stretches. Now we go 3 wide. Doobie shoots the gap up the middle. Doobie to the middle, and Doobie will get on the quarter panel of DeBasi, forcing DeBasi to go up the racetrack. Majors has the lead, but he has to try to block 3 lanes. It's about to be 4 lanes as Superman's looking to make it 4 wide, Doug.
This is a bit interesting. I think Doobie made probably the smartest move on the track, trying to separate the TJs here. And it looks like he's going to pull it off, but he's starting to look low. We've seen some really crazy moves, especially in that first race tonight, the prelim number 4. Josh Doobie's been out here for several of them, so showing a little bit more patience, but he also has figured out when you can shoot the gap and where to do it. He's looking very fast here and separating the TJs who obviously practice together. That's probably the best strategy of anybody in the field, and it looks like we're going to go 3 wide possibly from here on out. We've seen a couple of races that we ended up 3 wide the entire time, and they keep trying to get 3 wide. They're 3 wide mid-pack, and Superman still up top running that high line. Did mention in pre-race that seems to be the fastest overall line if you can get a group together, but since he's alone, he's going to have to get up there, get these guys packed up.
3 of best with 14 of the best here from the Michigan Speedway as we are going at it here in preliminary race number 5. Doobie takes the lead on the low side. That low side, though, does not get a good run of momentum off the corner. Looks like about 10 cars have broken away and 3 cars are in a secondary pack behind these guys. Here comes Superman. Superman shoots the gap up the middle. Turpin looking as, oh, we have a blinker. A car does blink. Superman sticks it in a hole. I don't know if it was there, but he makes it work. Superman's trying to stick in between Majors and Doobie. I do not know how he fit the car in that gap, but Luke Turpin, in a matter of a corner, he's going to go from about 7th to the lead. Turpin on the high side looking to lead his first lap. Doobie gets loose after he gets a shot, and they are all getting loose. Superman has to hang on to it. McConaughey's in the grass. They miraculously don't wreck, and Turpin leads the lap.
Holy cow. And we have seen a lot of that. These guys using a lot more door and bumper than you'd normally see out here. You've got to drive both offensively and defensively out here, but man, everybody holding on to it. Testament to how good these drivers are. And look who is caught up, who started back in 12th and is now all over Superman's back bumper. Matt Bear has made his way up into 3rd. It looks like Luke Turpin's got some help from behind as they're 2 wide going into the turn. TJ Majors dropping low to get some side draft. We have seen a lot of that side drafting here over the last few nights. They are definitely figuring something out with that, and it seems to really, really work, especially if you're in that middle line.
Yeah, and Turpin getting a lot of help from Matt Bear. Matt Bear's teammate at Rolling Thunder Racing during the Xcal 2021 season. Bear and Turpin were on that championship team for Rolling Thunder Racing, and Bear is going to push Turpin out in front. You are getting to watch 2 of the best on all of iRacing now duke it out front. Luke Turpin, regarded as one of the greatest hosted session racers of all time, one of the greatest street stock racers of all time, no doubt about it on the iRacing simulator. TJ Major, likewise, is regarded as one of the better short track racers on the simulator and is a street stock legend in his own right, and those 2 are duking it out here in prelim number 5. They get so close with the side draft, closer than most would dare to go, but those 2 know they can trust each other. They know what they're up against here, and they are willing to try some things out. So right now, it is Majors trying to get that run on the high side. It's going to be awfully close at the wire this time by. Let's see who leads it. That was way too close to call, and it was Superman by 14 1/1000ths of a second. That car, that's the second car on the outside, the number 34, that's John Palermo. Palermo's the one giving all the help to Majors right now. Behind him is TJ DeBassi. Also in the lead pack, behind Josh Doobie, you have Art Hendren in the 37, the 94 of Robert Colgan. Oh, wreck! Superman hard into the outside wall. Caution is out.
It looks like the bump drafting might have gotten a little bit out of hand there. Let's take a look at it from a different angle. Turpin drifts up, and oh, TJ was trying to go to the outside. I don't know what happened there. It looked like as TJ moved up, he just accidentally clipped that right rear corner panel, and it was enough to send Turpin around. That was a hard lick. That car is done. No fast repairs here, so he will he'll have to go in and get manually repaired. Fortunately, he will still be qualified for the heats Monday night, but a hard hit, and now TJ Majors is back to the lead.
Yeah, he'll probably be getting an EOL there. I do think that wreck was on TJ, but that is up for Aaron Hillbush to decide where he wants to assess the penalty there, so we'll have to see. Tough break for Turpin, though. And, you know, Doug, I just commented, those 2 are racing so close to each other, and when you race that close for so many laps, eventually something's going to give no matter how good you are, and that's exactly what happened right there. And unfortunately for Superman, like you said, his car is toast, and I think he is probably done for this prelim.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Turpin definitely showed he is going to be a top contender when Tuesday night gets here, but he's going to have to. He's just barely getting in by starting at by finishing in 14th here tonight. So a hard break heartbreak. We have seen a lot of close racing, and even in the practice sessions Friday, there was one practice session where for five consecutive laps they were 4 wide, but it just takes the smallest mistake in these situations as Matt Baer dives to pit road. We're seeing cars hit pit road. They do not need fuel, so this has got to be some tire strategy. Matt knows he can go from the back to the front. Maybe he's counting on a few laps fresher tires being some benefit.
I think it's more or less he just wants to have fun, you know? He's guaranteed a spot to the heats no matter what. I think he pitted solely for the reason to send him to the back of the line because he wants to start back there so he can work his way back through the pack because he wants to learn things. That's all this is about right now, is learning things that he can transfer into the big race on Tuesday since you're already guaranteed to transfer to the heats. I think Bear just willingly sent himself to the back of the line so he could try some more moves out, as well as a few others. So we'll have to see if he can do it, if that pays off. But we are waiting to see Race Control assess the penalty. I see Race Control talking right now. I do believe it's going to go against Majors. We'll have to see what they say. I mean, they might put it on Turpin. I'm not positive what Aaron Hilbush is thinking right now. But if Majors does get the penalty, that would give the lead to John Palermo, who started in 9th.
Yeah, an interesting situation. I don't think we've actually seen any penalties assessed yet during the prelims. This might be the first, but I think every
WOL.
Yep, I think every incident so far has been whoever caused it has been on pit road getting wrecked anyway. So.
That was a WOL. They said it was a racing deal between Luke Turpin and TJ Majors, so both of them were sent to the tail end of the line, and not a bad call, I don't think. That really was a racing deal between those two. They were just racing hard, and I know Turpin got the sour end of that, but really no worse for wear is the 454 of Luke Turpin.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, is as this race goes on and as this weekend of racing goes on through Tuesday, you have to wonder, is TJ going to be Luke's kryptonite here, as those two were extremely fast. They were close. Both of them have a lot figured out here, so it's going to be really, really a lot of close racing anyway, but those two seem to be on a fairly equal footing, and when you have that many guys on an equal footing, these things are bound to happen. It looks like Luke Turpin is actually coming back off of pit road. Let's take a quick look. His car not as bad as it looked initially.
He's still in the lead lap.
Yeah, and he's still got some damage, but they've got a bumper back on, a hood smashed down, left door.
He's up to speed. He is up to speed. He is going. I think he might be a little off the pace, actually. He probably won't hold the draft, but if they get another caution and they can continue to fix that car, I mean, it might not be over for Luke Turpin in this thing. It's going to be tough. It's a tough road to come back from a penalty or damage like that, but I guess we'll just have to see. So here's the running order, Doug, as we get ready to get this thing restarted. In first position is the number 34 of John Palermo. On his outside, the number 9 is Joshua Doobie. In third is the number 78 of TJ DeBasi. Fourth, the 37 of Art Hendren. Fifth, the number 94 of Robert Colgan. Sixth will be the number 5 of Michael Prairie. Seventh, the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Eighth, the 63 of Joe Campbell. Ninth, the number 73 of Mark Feeney. 10th, the 420 of Matthew Baer. 11th, the number 3 of Corey Tondro. In 12th will be the number 22 of TJ Majors. 13th will be Don Jordan in the number 6. And rounding out the field in 14th will be the 454 of Luke Turpin, as that car is certainly damaged. Yep. So here we go. Coming down towards the flag stand. This is on green. Palermo has the field at a crawl. He lets him rip as the flag waves. Green flag in the air, and a pretty decent start there as Palermo gets going, but so does the 9 car of Doobie on the high side.
Interesting note, as they came to the start-finish line, Luke Turpin was at full speed coming out of turn 4. So he's going to have a big run into the turn. We'll have to wait and see if that car gets up to speed. They're already 3 wide for 4th place in the middle of the pack, and guys are looking extremely, extremely racy out there. 15 laps to go. Nobody's giving an inch. The last 4 races, we've seen it go to about 10 to go before everybody started getting crazy, but not this time. Are they seriously thinking about going 5 wide here?
Looks like they thought about it, and the green car, Matthew Baer, thinks better of it, but they are 4 abreast, folks. 4 wide here from the Irish Hills of Michigan. It's getting dicey. On the high side right now, it is Art Hendren. Art of Gold Hendren, that 37 car, is looking to take it 4 wide. They are 5 wide as they head off into turn number 1. How's this going to work? McConaughey has to find a place to go. He finds the hole, and DeBasi takes the lead, and Matt Bear, after restarting in 12th, is already up to 2nd. Bear right on the back bumper of DeBasi as they're still 4 wide deep in the pack right now as TJ Majors tries to find his way through. And oh my goodness, this looks like rush hour on the I-90 right now, Doug. These guys are getting wild as they're 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, nobody's giving an inch, and I think everybody's taking that old Dale Earnhardt Jr. advice. If you get a run, take it, send it, go for it. You've got to take the chance, and I don't think there's any patience. This second group out here, man, they're 3 to 4 wide at any given time. The front group is staying pretty much 3 wide. The 78 of DeBlasi, it looks like he's going to try and come down. Josh Doobie in the 9, up in the middle. He has made that line work multiple times throughout these prelim races, and he's doing it again here as he is battling for the lead. But it is currently Matt Bear up to the lead and continuing to march his way forward. He only took right side tires on that stop, but it was obviously of benefit.
Well, here we go. 3 wide for the lead. Still, McConaughey shoots the middle. TJ Majors already has fought his way back from that EOL penalty. Majors now shoots the middle as he is the 3rd car in the middle. Majors going for 2nd spot. TJ Majors looking to go to the high side of McConaughey. McConaughey throws the block. Majors just has to go into his back bumper here. Majors looking for a hole to go. There's nowhere to go, though. As, he has a car above him. He thought about going high, but Doobie's hanging tough on his quarter panel. Doobie now gets a good run on that high side with help from DeBasi as they continue to race 3 wide. McConaughey's just trying to block all 3 lanes. Great racing here out front right now. It is McConaughey and Matthew Bear dueling for the top spot right now. Behind them, it's the 22 of TJ Majors, the 9 of Josh Doobie, and behind those guys, you got the 34 of Palmero and the number 3 of Corey Tondro. Here we go, still 3 wide for 2nd. McConaughey doing a pretty good job of fending off all 3 lanes right now. McConaughey just playing a risky game here, trying to block all 3 lanes. We go 4 wide again behind them. DeBlasi makes it 4 wide on Doobie, and Doobie's going to drop like a rock on that high lane as they're still 3 wide. Things are getting dicey. They're coming to 11 to go this time by, Doug.
I don't know how they're going to keep doing this. This is probably the most chaotic. I mean, we had more than this in the races, 2 of the races last night, but this is crazy. They are definitely a lot more aggression going on out there, and I think it was kind of set early in the race. They saw how aggressive some of these guys were going to be. There's not a lot of patience out there. They decided not to wait for 10 to go. They're sending it all the way around the track, and they're still 3 wide all over the place, 4 wide occasionally, 5 wide once or twice. It gets really close up at the front. And look at the 34.
Everyone, Doug, looking for the same piece of real estate right now. 13 cars under a blanket, and they are racing so tight. It's awfully close to the wire this time. It's TJ Majors in the 22 with 10 laps to go leading. DeBasi on the high side, trying to make it happen on his own. He doesn't have any help. Doobie's trying to get up there to help him. Now Palermo slides up to the high side. Palermo gives the block there to the number 9 of Doobie. Doobie says, screw it, I'll make it 4 wide. Doobie to the high side as they are 4 abreast down the backstretch. These guys don't have 10 more laps of racing like this, I don't think, the way they're going right now. McConaughey on the low side in that 57 car doing a fine job. They are going speeds of 160 miles an hour off into the turn on a glorified tractor tire, Doug. These cars aren't made to go this fast. These guys are just wheeling it right now, and it is getting hairy at times, but they are making it work. Once again, they come around to the flag stand. McConaughey on the low side will have the lead this time by. They remain 3 wide. Never mind, 4 wide as Palermo shoots the gap.
Michael Perry, I've been watching him in the back, in the 5 car. That guy is going to be one to watch when we get down to about 2 to go. He has made some moves. He's testing the waters out back there. I think he's got something for these guys up front. He just needs to wait and be patient, but he has pulled some really great moves. He's worked his way up to the front once already. He knows what he has to do. These guys 3 and 4 wide up there, I think they're going to get a little bit of a surprise. I have even seen him down on the apron. So I would fully expect, as Matt Bear is coming by TJ Majors there, yeah, I fully expect to see a couple of these guys lingering around the back, up in contention in a couple of laps. That's when things are going to get really, really hairy. And look at Matt Bear go.
Wow, he is doing a good job right now, and the intensity is only going to crank up as the laps wear down here. Remember, with 5 to go, there's no more cautions. Green, green, green per Xcal rules, so with 5 to go, it is green to the end. Things are a tame 2 wide right now, as looks like the 3 wide is fended off for a moment. Don't worry, my friend, they'll get back at it, as here we go, 3 wide once again. DeBassi jumps up to the high side of Palermo, and DeBassi on the high side, he's looking for a gap to shoot. He shoots it to the high side of Majors, and Palermo looked for a 4th lane. There wasn't one there. Continuing to lead on the low side, though, is Aiden McConaughey. McConaughey just can't block all these lanes at once, though. He's going to continue to work with the 420 car of Matt Bear down on the inside, and here they come around to the flag stand. This time by McConaughey is going to lead once again. Now just 7 laps to go in this race as they're getting back to 3 wide racing. I got to wonder when some of these guys in the back, like Don Jordan in the 6 car or the 5 car of Michael Prairie, are going to make their moves. I mean, there is still 13 cars in this pack. There is still 13 guys with a shot to win this thing, Doug.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of these guys wait till about 2 to go. I don't think you can wait any longer, but we've seen some guys use that draft, use the momentum, and go from the back to the front in a single lap. You don't want to be too far out front, and you don't want to get too far away from the pack and show your hand too early. But I think about 2 to go is going to be about the perfect time. And oh my God, Aiden McConaughey gets sideways bump draft by Matt Bear. He saves it.
Wow, that's an early candidate for save of the weekend. Oh, here we go. Palermo down to the inside. He gets chop blocked there by Majors, but he hangs on to it. 6 laps to go. 1 more lap. There will be no more cautions. McConaughey, though, what a save that was. That could have taken out the whole field, but McConaughey hangs on to it. As they are 4 wide for the lead, and I don't know if they realize that that was tight there. DeBassi's going to hang on for the time being. Here comes Campbell peeking to the outside. There's no room there. Campbell just has to roll back in the line here as things are getting hairy, as we are just 2 corners away from no more yellows.
Yeah, and an interesting note, we've seen that save. If you remember back at the All-Star race, we did not see saves quite like that. That speaks to this fixed Edwards setup shop setup, that car has so much grip. We've seen guys all weekend long get completely sideways. They might lose a few positions, but they stay in that lead draft. And here we come. It is 5 to go. Green, green, green till the end. And I think we're about to see things heat up, as it's now 3, it's 4 wide on the 3rd row and 3 wide everywhere else.
Yeah, this is getting hairy right now. The 34th Palermo gets loose. He's going to hang on to it up front, though. It's Majors with the lead. Here comes Bear to the inside. The Mad Bear himself drops down to the inside, and he's looking for the lead. McConaughey, after that incredible save, still up in the lead draft somehow. I don't understand how, and he is going up the middle for the lead. Wow, great racing here right now from the Irish Hills of Michigan, and it is the number 57 car of McConaughey. He's going to take the top spot for the time being. They are still 3 wide as they go for the top spot. It's probably going to get 4 wide here as this time by they come to 4 laps to go. Still 13 cars under a blanket, and now Major shoots a gap. Major shoots the gap. McConaughey didn't want to let him have it, but he had no choice, and now Majors is going to go up the middle with help from Joe Campbell.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise there to see that move. Now the question is, can he get by Matt Bear? And we have seen actually less of the door banging and beating on each other's bumpers in this race than we saw last night in those prelims. But I guarantee you that's coming to an end as Campbell is pushing TJ to the lead. Campbell did an excellent job in every race he was in last night, pushing people to the front. If you're going to run up front, you want to have Joe Campbell on your back bumper, but he gets TJ a little loose. As they come out of turn 4, it's going to be 3 to go.
Campbell says, screw pushing them, I'm going for the lead. Campbell to the outside. Joe Campbell in 2nd place that time by the wire, in the lead by the time they get to turn 1. Joe Campbell up to the top spot. He has help from the 57 of Aiden McConaughey. Majors in the middle right now. Down low, it's Palermo. Palermo trying to make that inside line work. There's just nothing there, as here they come on the high side. Joe Campbell out in front, and Aiden McConaughey giving him all the help in the world. Campbell out in front. He has the lead. He can block all the lanes right now if he'd like to. Let's see what he does. Majors now pulls back down to the inside. Not a lot of help from Majors from Matt Bear, as here they come through turns 3 and 4. Majors all by himself for the most part. It's going to get close. Oh, they touch doors off the corner, and Campbell's going to pull up to him, as this time by popsicle sticks are in the air. 2 laps to go, Doug.
Oh, hold your breath, folks. It's about to get wild. These guys are bump drafting now in the turns and getting each other a little squirrely. I don't think there's any cooperation left out there. I think McConaughey and Joe might be the only two that have that chance. But look, the 9 of Josh Doobie, who's been in multiple races, down to the bottom. He is looking for some help. And let's see if anybody tries to come down there and give him a hand. He's making it 3 wide, starting to move up. The 34 dropping down to help him. Palermo is going to help him make it to the front. No, he jumps back up, and here comes Doobie. He's got a huge run through 3 and 4. They touch, and oh, it's pumping off behind. Everybody sinks it.
Wrecked. Incredible. Only the 3 car wrecked. Here they come. White flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. Still 12 guys in contention. Out front, it's TJ Majors. Majors with a major push right now from Matt Bear. Bear giving all the help in the world to Majors. Joe Campbell on the outside trying to get help from McConaughey. Things got a little spread out there when they had that moment, but they're still racing. Here comes Bear. Bear cuts it down to the inside. Matthew Bear looking to take the lead from TJ Majors. Here comes Joe Campbell. Campbell's looking for a gap. Campbell's going to shoot it down. Campbell's going to shoot it up the middle. Is there a hole there? Yes. Campbell finds the middle. Doobie shoved to Campbell. And oh, they're touch. They wreck into turn 3. Majors hangs on. Campbell hangs on. They all wreck behind him. Campbell's going to try to chase down Majors. Can he get there? Does he have enough time to draft him? Campbell down the front stretch. It's Majors with a lead, and that's too big of a gap. He will not be able to overcome it. Preliminary race number 5. Give it to TJ Majors. Second place will be Joe Campbell. Third will be Robert Colgan. 4th will be John Palermo, and 5th will be Art Hendren as the entirety of the field wrecked in turns 3 and 4.
Let's take a few looks at this last lap incident. They were getting so aggressive. Matt Bear ended up in the middle of the sandwich and popping wheelies, and then just got shoved back up on the track, and that's what brought out all the chaos. That was definitely... I don't think anybody expected it to get that bad when they saw those two go below the line. Oh, there was even more bumping back behind as McConaughey got together with the 9 car of Josh Doobie.
Yeah, I'll tell you where this went wrong, Doug. Is Matt Baird did not block Robert Colgan. He allowed it to get 4 wide, and Campbell and Majors had no idea it was going to get 4 wide there, and that just caused a wreck there. So I think Baird needed to commit to the corner a little bit earlier there, but he just simply did not, and that's kind of what caused that whole stack up.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild finish there, and probably one of the most exciting ones we have had so far, and we've still got, what, 4 more to go? So
yes, we do. So we're going to try to get word in with our top 3. As I know we have at least 1 in here, or at least 2 of them in here, rather. As I am down here now on pit road alongside our 3rd place finisher tonight, Robert Colgan, and well, Robert, I gotta tell you, that was one of the most crazy races I have watched. You guys were going 3 and 4 wide for the majority of the 25 laps there. What was it like from inside the cockpit?
It was a little difficult. Everyone was fighting for that middle to top lane. The inside lane just ain't working, so you got a bunch of guys just throwing it in there for the middle and outside lane.
Well, Robert, you're going to move on to the heat races now, which one step away from going on to the massive WLP. Tell me, do you feel like with all that great racing we saw out there that you learned anything that you kind of put in your mental notebook you can take to that heat race trying to get into the main thing?
Just patience. I mean, it doesn't matter how far back you are. Anything can happen here, and just one little oops can really cause anything.
All right, well, Robert, before I let you go celebrate a great run with your team, who do you want to thank for crew sponsors and teammates and anything of that sort?
Thanks, Kyle Bartles. He's one of my teammates. He was in our chat, kind of watching, keeping an eye. And DJ DeBlassie, him and I are working together some tonight too. So, yeah, thanks to them guys.
All right, well, that was your 3rd place finisher, Robert Colgan. As we are going to get word now with Joe Campbell here. As Doug, I'm going to go grab Joe for you real quick. And Doug, I believe you're down on pit road now with the 2nd place finisher, Joe Campbell.
Hey, Joe, 4 attempts so far, I believe, and this by far your best finish in the prelims.
I would love to say that, but I'm just getting worried that I moved to the end.
Somebody got away with it.
Oh. Do you know anyone else who got sent to the end of that, Joe?
Yeah, me and the 22. It was called.
Hogan won.
No, it was just called. Me and the 22 are going to the back.
Okay, so that would make Hogan the winner then. Thank you for that information, Joe.
You're welcome, guys.
All right, so penalties be given out for that finish there. So Colgan actually won. We already talked to him. And I tell you what, hold up 1 second, Doug. I'm going to try to get Art Hendren in here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give us just a moment and we will kick off heat number 3. Don't go anywhere.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Good evening, my friend, and welcome here to the final and third heat race for the massive Petey 200. My name is Petey J. Zeller, the voice of this weekend's events, and also the Vice President of Xcal Racing. Alongside me in the booth will be Doug Burns, the owner and operator, cameraman, and color commentator here at How to Suck at iRacing, as we get ready to go for 25 laps to set the final 14 spots on the grid for the Massive Whale PD200. The Massive Whale PD200 is a massive event that boasts a $2,545 purse, along with Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit on the line, Doug, and it is going to be epic.
Yeah, based on what we saw in the previous, the first heat tonight was fairly tame until the last lap. The second heat, not so much. They got wild and aggressive right off the bat. It was full send from the green, and it took less than, they were 3 wide coming out of turn 2 on the first lap. So these guys are definitely pushing those cars to the limit here tonight. Everybody is racing for one of those top spots, and you know what? We had the Edgars calling out some of the other drivers on track. They called out the group Brandon Hoff, Lucas Cram, and I believe it was Nick Olson was the other one. They called them out and said they better watch those guys. The Edgar family is coming to get them, so this could get very, very interesting out here before the night is over.
It certainly could. There will be 35 drivers scheduled to take the green flag in this one. That is the largest grid we've had for any of these. And I'm looking right now. We have 34 of them in here so far, so all but one that are scheduled to take the green in this one are in here, and this is just going to be so exciting. So 11 minutes till we get going. Here is where we currently sit in terms of who has transferred and who has not. I'm going to get these results up here for you. And so right now, the drivers that we have that have currently moved on to the Massive Whale PD200, we have Jeff Edgar, Brett Edgar, Steven Johnson, Zach Edwards, Ron Morris Jr., Ben Burgess, Dakota Wilson, Zach McDaniel, Sean Andrews, Josh Doobie, Joe Campbell, John Friley, Aaron Smith II, and Art Hendren. Then from the second heat race, we have John Palermo, Austin Edwards, John Friley, Tal Etheredge, Ricky LeDuc, Matthew Bear, Robert Colgan, Chase Johnson, Connor Rockwood, Corey Tondro, Art Hendren, CJ Mason, Jeff Edgar, and Mason Foster. Now, we had 3 repeats there. Art Hendren, Jeff Edgar, and John Friley. The repeats go to the 3 next cars with the fastest times, and here are the 3 cars with the fastest times that failed to qualify. Those cars would be Luke Turpin, who ran a lap time of, I'm trying to get Luke Turpin's, Luke ran a 48.371. You also have Will Prue, who ran a 48.433. And then finally, I believe you have Joshua Doobie, who ran a 48.506. As those are the 3 next cars in line that will move on. Now, that could change because guys could put faster lap times down in this session. We'll have to see what happens here, Doug.
Yeah, and there's a few other stories brewing in the background that might change 1 or 2 things as well, but the most of the grid is going to be locked. You can find the updates prior to tomorrow's race at xcalracing.com and go to the Massive Whale PD page. This race, we see a lot of those same drivers. We got Jeff Edgar back in the field. You got Derek Colson back in the field. Several other drivers, Brett Edgar, who's already qualified. I believe Tal Etheridge is already qualified. So we've got several drivers, Zach McDaniel, several of them that have already qualified for tomorrow night, just looking to better their starting positions and maybe get some extra practice, some extra experience out here tonight that could come in handy tomorrow night once we have a much bigger field. And things are going to get a little bit spicy before the night's out.
It will, and at the end of this broadcast, I'm going to try to give you what the unofficial starting order in the Massive Whale PD200 will be. It's going to take a second. I'm going to try to figure it out for you, my friend. It's going to be very unofficial. You're going to want to go to www.xcalracing.com sometime tomorrow afternoon to get the official starting grid. But I will do my best to give you an update on what's happening there. So we have quite a few guys in here qualifying, getting ready for the race right now. And, Doug, there is a driver. Patrick O'Toole is down there on pit road. I believe you've caught up with O'Toole.
Hey, Patrick, how you feeling about tonight, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good about tonight. This unsponsored number 44 New Hampshire street stock. We're hoping we get a good run tonight and make it in the big show.
Now, I know you've been watching a little bit of the races tonight, the previous heats. Did you learn anything watching those guys, and any new strategies come out of watching that?
Yes, I did. I learned to stay out of trouble early and hopefully be there at the end.
Well, staying out of trouble will be the key tonight. Are you going to be trying to get to the front and stay there, or are you going to hang off the back the first part of the race?
I think at first I'm going to try to go for fastest lap like I did the other night, then make my way up through the field, see if I get that fastest lap first, and then try to get to 14 for better tonight.
All right, man. Well, good luck tonight. It's going to be a great race. Look forward to seeing if you can get to the front.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Patrick O'Toole, and now I'm going to catch up with Chris Papa. And Chris Papa, I'm down here on pit road with you. You finished podium finish on your prelim event last evening. You now enter tonight's event with a good starting position. So tell me, Chris, what's the game plan here to get one of those top 14 transfer spots so you can race for the big bucks tomorrow night?
Oh, the first step is to survive probably the first 24 and a half laps with clean fenders and have some track position.
All right, well, Chris, certainly survival's the big key, and I did see you in the broadcast watching some of those early heat races, and those early heat races, they were different from the prelims. The prelims, we saw almost tame racing compared to those, and the heat races, we saw 3x3x3, about 10 rows deep throughout the field. Do you feel like you learned anything from watching the earlier heat races that might help you out in this one, or do you really think it's just a luck of the draw?
Well, I think my previous efforts of running the high line in the heat that I was pretty much doing alone is probably the move for this. It seemed like the high line was the safe line. I just tried to run a bunch of laps in practice here on the bottom, and it was really slick and physical. I think I like my odds better. I feel safer on the top anyway. I run the top when I run super speedways and cup, so that's my move, I think.
All right, well, best of luck, Chris, and hopefully we'll talk to you after the race in the transfer spot.
Thanks, guys. Hope so, too.
All right, that was Chris Papa. And now a little bit further down on pit road, I think Doug has caught up with an old pal of his, Thanos.
Hey, Gerald, how are you feeling? I know that was a rough wreck in your previous heat tonight. You got a plan to come back and make sure you're in the big money race tomorrow night?
Be Thanos.
So, worst comes to worst, you're going to just snap him out of existence.
Well, kind of half of them started to drop out on the last one, and, I just kind of, first wreck I dealt with, the second wreck was pretty devastating. The last one, all I had was reverse and no front tires.
Well, if anybody's going to end the race with half a car, it's probably going to be you. But hopefully, that half a car comes across the line 14th or better tonight. Are you going to the front immediately, or are you going to play it safe early?
Just from what I've seen, it's the last. Honestly, the first two races have been the last front stretch, but I'm thinking maybe it's something we can stretch out to the last lap and a half, and I'll figure out where I am right there and do what I have to do to see if I can become the massive whale Petey.
All right, man. Good luck tonight, and hopefully we see that 9 in victory lane.
Yeah, we'll catch you later, man.
All right, see you, buddy.
All right, so that was Thanos, and about 4 minutes left before we go green here. I'm going to take a moment to go through all of our sponsors that I've been doing, give some quick shout-outs here. We want to give a big thank you to Butt Kicker. Feel what you've been missing. Butt Kicker has their Gamer 2 unit, and I'll tell you what, it is the perfect addition to your sim rig. It adds the vibrations to the motor, so your seat vibrates like a real car would if the motor was vibrating, and it accounts for all the bumps. Everything is accounted for with a Butt Kicker. It really adds an extra element to your sim racing experience that is unlike anything else. I highly recommend getting a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit. You can go to buttkicker.com and use code Xcal20 for 20% off, which is pretty significant, and the winner of tomorrow's Massive Wow PD200 will be receiving a Butt Kicker Gamer 2 unit. We also want to thank Tri-E Inc. Cooler Crew. The Cooler Crew, all the guys over there, Jeff, Edgar, and the boys, located in Florida, but they will travel. They actually just did a big cooler up in New Jersey. If you want, the cooler they did up in New Jersey actually was like the size of a warehouse. They can do any sized job. They can do a small walk-in cooler or a big one. They do a really good job. I know they have reasonable rates, and the work that those guys do, they work fast, they work efficient, and they build things the way that you would want them built if you were doing it yourself. Be sure to hit up Jeff Edgar and the guys at the Tri-E Cooler Crew. We have JT's Mobile Pressure Washing out in Ohio. If you're in Ohio and need your scum blasted, hit up John Friley and the guys at JT's Mobile Pressure Washing, and they do a very good job. They miss no corners when pressure washing. Be sure to check them out. Be sure to check out the Edwards Setup Shop, ran by iRacer and Xcal member Austin Edwards. Austin makes race-winning setups over there, and here's the kicker. They're absolutely free. There's an option to donate if you'd like to help out Austin. It helps out his racing career. But if you don't have a lot of money and you want a setup that will help you win races, the Edwards Setup Shop is where to go. And, of course, we got Sim Racer Hub, formerly known as Dan Lisa, now under new ownership and known as Sim Racer Hub. At Sim Racer Hub, you can check them out, and it's a great place for all of your iRacing statistics to store them. So Sim Racer Hub, and of course, How to Suck at iRacing. Thank you to Doug Burns and all the guys over at How to Suck at iRacing. If you need an event broadcasted, be sure to hit up Doug and the guys at How to Suck at iRacing. They really do a good job, reasonable rates, and really easy to work with Doug. And finally, www.xcalracing.com. We have the 2022 Xcal Racing Street Stock season coming up, 30 race season, and it's just going to be epic. There's already 44 plus car numbers sold. We're expecting somewhere in the range of maybe 60 to 70 sold for next season. It's great races, always full car fields. All the races are broadcasted. There's purses for all the events. It's iRacing's premier street stock league. If you consider yourself one of the better short track drivers on iRacing, you really haven't proven yourself till you try out Xcal Racing. And of course, also you can go to www.xcalracing.com/shop for all of your officially licensed Massive Whale PD200 merch. We have Massive Whale PD200 Champion Brandon hoodies, which are really nice. Be sure to check those out. Muscle shirts, posters, bikinis, beach towels, pillows, you name it, we got it at www.xcalracing.com/shop as we get ready and closer to the start of this final heat race, Doug, as we are going to be giving away the final 14 spots into the Massive Whale PD200, one of the biggest eSport events of the year.
Yeah, and I just noticing in practice, we saw Matt Bear, Kenny Tripp get together. Both of them get sideways. We've seen some really gutsy moves by a few drivers out there. We've seen some craziness and some daring moves throughout the first two heats tonight, but the group that we have in this one and the aggression is already turned up to 11. I think this one might get a little bit nasty out there. Things are just looking like these guys, this is the last shot for some of these guys to get qualified for tomorrow night. And I think we're going to see them using those bumpers, using those doors, and using whatever they can to get into victory lane tonight.
Most certainly. Well, that's it. Qualifying wraps up. We are going to take you through the starting grid of 35 and see where everyone's going to start, as we're going to go for 25 laps around the 2-mile track in Brooklyn, Michigan, out here in the Irish Hills of Michigan, to see who moves on. Starting on pole position, that is, position number 1 is the number 24 of Nick Olson. In second, in the number 95, will be Brian Mansfield. In third, in the number 35, will be Andrew Rutherford. In fourth, in the number 10 is Isaac Salas. In fifth, in the number 99, is Blake Wynn. Sixth, in the number 8, is Tal Etheredge. Seventh, in the number 13, is Chris Papa. Eighth, in the number 64, is Brett Murphy. Ninth, in the number 5, is Derek Coulson. 10th, in the number 25, is Brandon Hoff, former Peak Pro Series driver. And 11th, in the number 51, is Edmund Jones. In 12th, in the number 9, is Josh Doobie. In 13th, in the number 44, is Lucas Cram. In 14th, in the number 14, is Kenny the Helmet Tripp. In 15th, in the number 42, is Zach McDaniel. In 16th, in the number 97, is Butch Baker. 17th, in the number 26, is Gerald Thanos Poole. 18th in the 06 is John Friley. 19th in the 044 is Patrick O'Toole. 20th in the 29 will be James Filippi. 21st in the number 7 will be Daryl Dillon. 22nd in the number 88 will be Matthew Eddy. 23rd in the number 6 will be Don Jordan. 24th in the 007 will be Jeff Edgar. 25th in the 82 will be Jeff's son, Brett Edgar. 26th in the number 73 will be Mark Feeney. 27th in the number 37 will be Art Hendren. 28th in the number 12 will be Alex Crapser, a 2-time feature winner last season in Xcal Racing. 29th in the number 76 will be Ron Morris Jr. And 30th in the number 16 Sullivan. 31st in the 753 will be Jeremiah Burke. 32nd in number 43 will be Alfred Vasseur. 33rd in number 420 will be Matt Bear. 34th in the number 67 will be the hot shoe himself, Jonathan Bronson. And starting shotgun on the field in 35th will be the number 36. That is Connor Rockwood as we get looking towards the green, Doug.
Yeah, things are about to get exciting. You notice some repeat names out here from earlier in the night. Dakota Wilson saying he doesn't know how some of these guys have ran 3 heats. His brain almost exploded running one of them. So things are about to get crazy. It is very tense out there. There's a lot of drivers looking for that win here, but they definitely are shooting to make sure they're in that top 14 to qualify for tomorrow night's big event. You can watch it right here at 8 Eastern tomorrow night, and that promises to be one of the best races you will see all year, bar none.
All right, well, here we go through turns 3 and 4. The iRacing Chevy Silverado pace truck is going to make that hard left-hand turn into the pits, the field at the mercy of Nick Olson. 14 move on for a shot at $2,500 and a butt kicker tomorrow night. Here they go. The flag man holds the flag in hand. He lets it wave. Green flag in the air. We're down and away. Last chance to dance for these guys. Who moves on? Who goes home? As Olson on the inside gets a good jump.
Yeah, Olson gets a good run, but he's got a little bit of help there from Rutherford, but not much. They're going to move past possibly Brian Mansfield here, but that pack behind is going to have a real good opportunity to draft back. Look at the back of the pack. Look at the back. They're 3, 4, 5 wide, all coming through 1 and 2. Something happened mid-pack around that 44 car that stacked everybody up back behind, and they are still trying to recover. They're 4 wide. Coming down the back straightaway already. Lap 1, 4 wide. This does not bode well for some of these drivers as they try and get qualified tonight.
It does not out front. Nick Olson looking to lead that first lap. He's one of those 3 teammates that are very good. They all have 4.99 I ratings and 4.99 Class A safety ratings and 6,500 I ratings. He's one of those 3 teammates. The other 2, Brandon Hoff and Lucas Cram, those 2 are working their way up through the field. Olson leads lap 1 on the high side. He's contested by Brian Mansfield right now. Great racing going on out front. Mansfield on the high side gets the side draft off the quarter panel. Mansfield up top gets a good run. And he has a little help from behind right now from Isaac Salas. Salas gives a good push now to Mansfield. They are side by side for the top spot. Here we go, 3 wide further back in the pack. It's Lucas Cram in that 44 car taking it between Hoff and Coulson, but Coulson slams the door shut up front, and now it is Olson sliding to the high side. He's going to allow Andrew Rutherford to have the inside.
Yeah, and Isaac...
Oh, we wreck! Oh, the 10 car goes around. Big wreck there. We all pile on. I mean, just the 10 car goes around. A big concern here, though. The 1 car checked up like there was going to be a caution. Derek Coulson drove right into the back of him. That car might have overheating issues, Doug. 4 wide.
And it looks like Isaac Salas was involved. He might be done. The whole Isaac Salas fan club was here. And the 10 car just comes down. He gets clipped across the nose and onto pit road. He's got to hope another caution comes very, very quickly to have any chance to get back in contention. Meanwhile, up front, they are 3 wide going for the lead. This is already some chaos going there. Isaac was up there trying to help Brian. Now Brian Mansfield all alone up on the high side. No help coming for Brian Mansfield. He's going to lose some positions. Don't expect him to stay back there long, though. He made his way up single-handedly into the lead to win his prelim race.
Yes, he did. Here we go this time by at the stripe. Olson leads. Rutherford second on that high side. It's Mansfield. Tough break there for Salas, though. He's just going to have to hope he can put down a fast lap and try to transfer that way. Up front, though, it is still Olson leading. Looks like Coulson's car is okay. He hasn't lost any speed. My concern is about that car losing a motor for Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson, Xcal's all-time leading Ironman. He is very, very good, a veteran of this league. He's started more races than anybody. He's trying to make it into the massive WAL PD 200. We'll have to see if he can do it as Coulson continues to ride in line. Up front, though, they are 3 abreast for the top spot. No help there for Mansfield. On the high side, Edmund Jones with help from Matthew Eddy is pretty far back trying to get there as we are getting 3x3x3 in the field. Up front this time by the line, lap number 4, give it to Nick Olson as things are now starting to get a little bit more hectic. They're starting to really string them out here.
Yeah, and it looks like I knew Edmund Jones, Gerald Poole, Brian Mansfield, some of these guys, they have raced together before. They are definitely communicating. They're going to try and work their way up there together. They're going to get hooked up. Edmund's coming to help Brian, looking to see when Gerald Poole, he was looking for some help between races tonight, looking for some help to get to the front, but he said he's going to play it a little safe early on. Might be a wise choice looking at these guys coming 3 and 4 wide down the back straightaway. Nobody giving an inch. They're 3 wide throughout the entire field. This is just crazy that these guys are pushing this hard this early. We saw it in the second heat, but man, it's just a lot less, it just seems a little bit more chaotic at the moment.
Yeah, this type of racing's not for the faint of heart, and these guys going hard at it right now. Olsen in that middle line had the nose ahead again. He's led the most laps so far as we're 5 laps into this 25-lap affair. Top 14 move on to the massive Whale PD 200 tomorrow night. Here we go, Mansfield on the high side now with help from his buddy Edmund Jones. Jones gets right up to his bumper. Meanwhile, in that outside lane, deeper back, there is some good pushing going on between a lot of those cars here. Let's see if this one ends up seeing a wreck like we saw in the race we had earlier. The heat number 2 ended up having a pretty big wreck right around this point in the race. We'll see if these guys can avoid that problem. 33 of the 35 cars that took the green flag are still in the lead draft right now. That's right, we still have 33 guys dancing for 14 spots. On the high side now, Tal Etheredge has made his way up there. I did not see how Etheredge got up there. I must have missed that entirely, but Etheredge is now the leading car in the 3rd lane as he's getting help from Mansfield.
Yeah, last time I saw Tal, he was down on the bottom several spots back outside of the top 10. Now here he is, and we've seen Tal be extremely strong in his heat earlier and in his prelim races. He is showing that strength right now. He has just worked his way patiently through the field, quietly, no chaos, and made his way up here to where he can challenge for the lead. Brian Mansfield worked with him a little bit in one of the prelims. They worked pretty well together, and it looks like they've got something figured out again here. They're at least in the top 6, both of them, and that puts them in position to advance for the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You know what else is interesting here, Doug? Those teammates we've talked about, Olsen, Cram, and Hoff, they are the 1st, 3rd, and 4th cars in that middle line. You got, oh, here we go. Pat Sullivan has a problem. Pat Sullivan into the hard into the outside wall. Butch Miller follows him. They both collect it. They save it. A car spins at the back, though. A car did go around. I did not catch who that was, but caution does fly, Doug, for that one car in the back that went around. Yeah, Brett's lucky. He already transferred in this, so Brett heavily involved in that. Friley also heavily involved. He also transferred already. So the 2 cars that really got the worst of that, and even McDaniel in the 42, he already transferred. So 3 of the 4 cars that were involved in that already transferred, so that really doesn't hurt them too bad. Don Jordan is the only one that really didn't need that. Jordan with some pretty heavy damage. We'll have to see if he can get that car back out there. What this is going to do, though, Doug, is going to bunch up the whole field. And like you were saying, Isaac Salas, that is a huge break for him. Things were not looking good for him after he spun. But, Doug, when he spun, he didn't hit anything. That car is damage-free, and now he's caught back up to the field, and he has a second life.
Yeah, and I know Isaac, his fan club is cheering right now. He's got help up in that field. He's got several drivers he can count on to work with him. So Isaac is far, far from done in this race. And plus, you've got guys coming to pit road. We saw this strategy in some of the prelim races. Guys coming down, they'll take maybe just right side tires only, give themselves a little bit of an advantage later in the race. Isaac's going to slip up to about 23rd once they get going again. So he comes out pretty good on this. Plus, he avoids all that chaos from the rest of the field. But Nick Olsen is up front, and his teammates are not close. Brendan Hoff is back in 7th and Lucas Cram in 8th. Those two will be restarting side by side, so they're going to have to work together to get single file and then work back up to their teammate. These guys in front of them, some of them ran with them the other night. They're going to have probably play a strategy to try and keep that team apart. Otherwise, they are not going to be able to hold them back.
No, it'd be tough if you let those three get together. So next time by the flag stand, I think we should be seeing 2 to green here. We'll have to see. Here's the update on the cars that are out of contention. Connor Rockwood has taken his car behind the wall. He already transferred, not a big deal for him. Brett Edgar has taken that car behind the wall. Already transferred, not a big deal for him. John Friley in the pits with pretty significant damage right now. Already transferred, not a big deal. Zach McDaniel already transferred with pretty heavy damage. Only car I'm seeing with a lot of damage is Butch Miller's down there right now, but that car doesn't look too damaged. I think he's okay. James Filippi has a little bit of nose damage, but he should be okay to get back out there. Don Jordan will stay on the lead lap. That car has pretty good damage. We'll have to see how that works out for him. So this time by, the Pace truck crosses the start-finish line, and let's see. The lights do go off 1 lap till we go back green flag racing. When we go green, Doug, there will be 1 lap short of halfway, and 14 spots still on the line here for the massive WEL PD 200, and 32 cars still in contention.
Yeah, this is far, far from over, and I guarantee you some of these guys that are at the back that just came off of pit road, guys like Alex Krapser, guys like Butch Baker, Zach McDaniel, Don Jordan, those guys that had minimal damage and just took right side tires, those are going to be the guys to watch. And it actually looked, yeah, they all took, looks like right side. Some of them might have taken 4 tires. It won't be a huge advantage, but it does give them a little bit more grip, a little bit more maneuverability. And every time we saw somebody take at least right side tires in the prelims, they ended up coming to the front and getting a podium finish. So the tire strategy here could be beneficial, but then again, you've got some pros up at the front and a strong team up there that you still got to contend with.
Well, here we go, getting ready to go green this time by the... And it's going to be Nick Olson on the inside, Andrew Rutherford on the outside, Tal Etheridge in 3rd, 4th Brett Murphy, 5th Chris Papa, 6th Brian Mansfield, 7th Brandon Hoff, 8th Lucas Cram, 9th Blake Wynn, 10th Edmund Jones, 11th Kenny Tripp, 12th Matthew Eddy, 13th Derek Colson, and 14th Joshua Doobie. First car out of a transfer spot, and 15th is Alfred Vasseur. The iRacing Chevy Silverado takes a hard left-hand turn into the pits. Field now at the mercy of Nick Olson. Here they come. Green flag in the air. We're down and away, and we are back racing in heat race number 3 for the massive WEL PD 200. This time give the advantage to the outside lanes. The 35 goes, but the 64 doesn't go at all, Doug.
No, Brian ended up having to help shove him the 35 down the front straightaway. And now look at this. Look at Tal Etheridge. He's going to jump back up to the high side. He's going to pick up some spots here, and Tal is on the move tonight. He's got a little bit of a gap there. He can go to whichever line he chooses. Started to look down to the middle. The 13 dives to the inside, coming down the back straightaway. They are already 3 wide on the back straightaway. This is aggression at another level, and it really speaks to what we're going to see tomorrow night. Even though it's 100 laps, I don't think tomorrow night we're going to see anybody giving an inch all night long.
No doubt about it. It's going to be hard-nosed racing through and through here. So here we go, this time by the flag stand. Crossbars in the air, halfway down, halfway to go. It was Andrew Rutherford leading that time by over Nick Olson on the inside. And on the inside is Chris Papa in the 13 car. Talked to him pre-race. He said he ain't too worried about winning this heat race. He just wants to make it tomorrow night. So far, so good as he is on that inside. Here we come, though. Help is coming on the inside in the form of Blake Wynn and Kenny Tripp. Those 2 cars hooked up on the inside. They're looking to help Papa. Kenny Tripp, the helmet, a longtime Xcal Racing member. And here we go. Olson dives down in front of Papa, throws the block. Olson trying to control all 3 lines here, as I think he might want to get hooked up with his 2 teammates. Hoff and Cram are on that inside, and they are pushing Etheridge now. Etheridge has the middle, and let's see if Olson tries to find a way to get down in there with his teammates as Brandon Hoff pushed Etheridge to the lead that time at the stripe.
You know, we saw this team try and control that entire front with a single car in the prelims, and it looks like they were trying to pull that same trick again. We'll see if they can do it again this time, though. More cars in the field, a lot more aggressive driving, and I don't know if they can have the same amount of control. Meanwhile, You know, I mentioned the Isaac Salas fan club in the house. It looks like Edmund Jones fan club is in the house as well tonight. Edmund currently back in 15th he was up battling for the lead earlier. He is now in one of those transfer spots. He's got to start moving. Derek Colson playing it safe down on the bottom. He just wants to get in, and these guys are charging forward. Gerald Poole down there, he's in the 26 car this time, and he's another one that still has to race his way in despite multiple heats here tonight. He has not made it into the field yet, got wrecked coming to the checkered in the first heat tonight.
Up front, it was Brandon Hoff that time by the stripe. He's in the middle with help from his teammate Lucas Cram. Those two race on the outside of Tal Etheredge. On the way high side, it is Nick Olson with help right now from the 64 of Brett Murphy. Murphy gives a heck of a push down the backstretch there to the 24 of Olson. Heading to turn 3, Olson with a good run. We are 3 abreast. We remain that way. Olson on the high side trying to make it happen over Cram. Cram doing a good job just keeping that car in line down there. Great racing, 3x3x3, 6 or 7 rows deep. Here they come to the flag stand this time by. Hoff's going to lead again, and the flag man shows 10 fingers, Doug. 10 laps to go in Heat 3.
And look at how hard these guys are pushing on each other. They are up under the bumpers. You can see the guy in front getting really wobbly all the way down the back straightaway through 3 and 4. Guys were actually lifting the car in front of them. Things are going to get very dangerous if they continue pushing that hard. But I don't think at this point, 10 laps to go, they know they've got to go for it. And guys are going to start doing some desperate things, making some crazy moves to make their way forward. There's guys that have been up front all night, like Brian Mansfield, that need to pick up a few positions. That high line, for the first time, I think all weekend long, that high line is not moving forward.
It is not at all right now, and we will have to see what happens. Once again, Hoff leads at the stripe as he has a lot of help from Lucas Cram. Cram really giving a good assist here right now. Hoff continues to lead, but here comes back the 24 of Olson on that high side. Etheredge down low, doing a good job just keeping that car in line here as these guys are having a good time racing. A car we haven't talked about yet in this heat race, Jeff Edgar, he's now worked his way into the top 10 for the first time after starting all the way back in 24th. Edgar picking his way up through the field. He's been a factor in a lot of these races today. Up in front, Hoff has the nose out ahead. Hoff continues to lead. Etheredge on that inside, just trying to hang with help from Chris Papa. We will see if these guys can continue to race like this for 8 more laps. As this time by, there will be 8 laps to go at the flag stand. Hoff continues to lead.
It's worth reminding everybody, at 5 to go, there will be no more cautions regardless of what happens on track. And look at how crazy things, coming through 3 and 4, I don't think there was a single car that was stable. They were all wobbling all over the place, things getting very, very exciting out there. And I think we're going to end up seeing something big happen. The question is, does it happen to bring out a caution, or does it happen after 5 to go? And do these guys have to just survive and try and be the least damaged car out in the field? As the guys up front are not, you've got that whole team almost together now. Olson just cannot get connected with his teammates, but he does have control of the high side. They control the middle, and that could come into play big time here tonight before this is all said and done, Petey.
7 laps to go this time by. Top 14 move on to the biggest esports event of the year, the massive PD 200. Tal Etheredge had it it was Brandon Hoff once again leading the former Peak Pro Series driver in the middle. He continues to show the way with help from Cram. High side, Olson does not have great help right now. Murphy just can't get sucked up to that bumper here. Having a hard time giving the assist that he is going to need. Here we go, is getting dicey here up at the front of the field, and now Olson fires back on the high side. Olson getting that big run off the straightaway, and Olson uses the side draft, his advantages. Oh, Kenny Tripp has a moment with Derek Colson. Tripp slides up the speedway. Tripp is going to hang on to it, but that was a hairy moment there with Colson and Tripp. Colson's just trying to save the car, and Colson does eventually save it. 6 to go this time by, Doug. 1 more lap, no cautions.
Yeah, that almost was a caution as Colson started back up the track. They were 3 wide above him, making it 4 wide. And, every time they've gotten 4 wide here, it's been a little bit dangerous, a little bit risky. This front pack actually, because of that incident, had broken away for just a minute, but everybody close enough that they could pull the whole group back up. But that is going to give some momentum to some of the guys behind. The problem that they're going to have right now, that 3 wide at the front, those guys don't have to do anything. Everybody in the top 14, if they stay where they're in. They just need to hold their line, hold their position, not do anything too terribly dangerous. But, you know, it's the guy that needs to make it in, the guy that comes racing through the field. That might be where we see the problem, as here they come across the line. Green, 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 no cautions from here.
5 laps to go, that time by at the wire. Brandon Hoff leads. We will not see a caution we won't see another caution in this race. We did have one earlier. Hoff controls the middle. He continues to lead. Olsen controls the high side. He's in safe position. Etheridge on the low side, just trying to hang on for dear life right now. All these guys dicing around the speedway. Oh, a little bit of a moment there between Kenny Tripp and Edmund Jones. Those two made a little bit of contact down the backstretch. They both continue to carry on. Up front, it is Brandon Hoff, really uncontested for that top spot right now, as things are starting to get a little stacked up in this pack right now. As we come to 4 to go, Doug, here we go. Kenny Tripp just looking for a hole. This is where guys start to think about 4 wide, and that's when things get out of hand.
It really is, and he is right on that bubble area. Him and Edmund Jones, the 753, several other cars right there. Several guys that we've seen be fast all weekend. They are in that bubble position looking for anything they can get. They've still got time to play it a little bit safe, but when it gets down to about 2 to go, they're really going to have to get gutsy, and that has been where we have seen the most problems, especially on those last laps. It gets a bit crazy out there, and we will see 4 wide before this is all said and done. Some of these guys are just going to have to force it in there and make something happen here.
Yeah, and here we go once again, this time by at the flag stand. There's going to be 3 laps to go. Last chance to make the massive WOW PD 200. Up front, it is going to be, I believe this time of the stripe, that is way too close to call. Give it to Hoff by a few thousandths of a second, 5 to be exact. They are still 3 by 3 by 3, multiple rows deep. Things are getting intense here in the massive WOW PD 200 heat race number 3. All these guys are dueling for these spots. There are still 28 cars going at it here for 14 transfer spots. 14 make it in, 14 go home at this rate, and up front it continues to be Brandon Hoff showing the way around the speedway. Everyone just trying to find some real estate right now, as there is a lot of room on this racetrack, but the holes are going to start closing up here in the waning moments of this race, as here they come off of turn number 4. Hoff on the high side, Etheridge down low, Olsen all the way up the speedway right now. They come to the flag stand, and the flag man shows the popsicle sticks, Doug. 2 to go.
Yeah, and we've seen, I saw the 88 of Eddie trying to make a move on Brian Mansfield last time by. You see Brian having to block the outer line. Not something you see very often, but we saw Eddie making passes there the other day. He can make it work four wide up top. But these guys still 3 by 3 by 3, nobody moving, nobody budging. Somebody's going to have to do something if they want to get into this race, and unfortunately, somebody's going to be impacted when they try. This group up here, though, you see the 25, the 24, the 44, and the 9, as it gets really sketchy up front. These guys are just trying to hold control over the race, let anybody else do whatever they want. They are in control, and they're going to pull some. Look at the 14 of Kenny Tripp.
Wow.
Down to the apron looking for a move.
Yes, he was, and white flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Let's see who gets back, who makes the massive WOW PD 200. Up front, it is Hoff leading. The transfer spots are very exciting right now. The transfer spots are the end of the 3 wide. Kenny Tripp in the 14 car is the first car out. Let's see what happens here. Up front, Hoff continues to lead. Here comes Kenny Tripp and Derek Colson. Those two trying to make it in. They're trying to take away the transfer spot from Jonathan Bronson. They get up to the pack. They are right there in the thick of the fray. Here they come through 3 and 4. Things get dicey. 2 cars wreck. There is wrecking happening. Derek Colson goes around it. Bronson gets into Colson. Colson wrecks. Colson keeps his foot in the gas. Up front, it is Brandon Hoff who's going to win. Let's see who gets back from that mayhem. Hoff wins the race. In second place, it was Tal Etheridge. In third, it was Lucas Cram. Fourth, Nick Olson. Fifth, Chris Papa. Sixth, Joshua Doobie. Seventh, Brett Murphy. 8th, Andrew Rutherford. 9th, Brian Mansfield. 10th was Matthew Eddy. 11th was Kenny Tripp. 12th was Patrick O'Toole. 13th was Jeff Edgar, and 14th was Matthew Bear. Those results are unofficial. We're going to have to see who gets penalized there, Doug.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of what happened. We saw the original incident happening right there at the front, and it looks like a car just gets shoved up the track. 2 cars get turned. You see Edmund Jones get collected. The 7 gets collected. Several cars. Blake Wynn takes some heavy damage. Multiple impacts. It looks like Alfred Vasseur also gets caught in that mess. Alfred's the one that gets shoved up the track, and that is how the whole thing starts when he gets sent up the hill. Several drivers managed to navigate their way through, but Ron Morris Jr., we have seen him be so strong this whole weekend, but I do believe he qualified earlier tonight, thankfully, because he just got stopped mid-track. Jeremiah Burke, let's see what happened to him. This was just chaos coming to the line, and Burke had a run going, and a couple of cars get together right there in the grass. Burke actually comes across sideways, but he ends up coming home in 18th place. A lot of cars really had a rough finish there. Looked very similar to what we saw at the end of heat number 1.
Yeah, so we're going to try to get a word in here with our top 3. As it's going to be a moment to get all them to Discord, as I'm going to try to get that organized. And then we're going to try to figure out what happened with penalties here, Doug. It's just another epic finish.
It really is. A lot of drivers came so close. Guys like Gerald Poole, Alex Crapser, they drove through the chaos and almost made it. Edmund Jones had the run, but got hit just enough to slow him down, and that allowed several other drivers to come by. He does not advance. Blake Wynn is one we expected to see up front and being dominant. He does not advance. Let's see, who else? Jonathan Bronson, Derek Colson, Ron Morris Jr., Isaac Salas had already started working his way back up through the field, and he is not going to advance. He comes home in 30th. A rough night for some drivers that really had a great opportunity. Just some bad luck, but we knew that last lap would be a doozy.
Well, Doug, I believe you've caught up on pit road now with our 3rd place finisher, Tal Etheridge.
Hey, Tal, congratulations. Congratulations on your 2nd place finish, man. You guys got up front and just controlled the race.
Yeah, we under me and the 13, we worked pretty good together there on the bottom, but just didn't quite have enough.
Well, regardless, you are in the big event tomorrow night, and one heck of a run. You and the 13 definitely have something figured out. Are you guys going to be, can we expect to see those 2 cars connected all night tomorrow?
I think it'll be a good idea. I don't see a problem with it.
You two definitely worked your way through the field a couple of different times to get up there. A great run tonight, man. Congratulations. Any team or sponsors, anybody you want to thank?
You remember it last night? It's just me.
It's just you. I was looking forward to that one, buddy.
I don't know. I got my dog right here with me tonight, so I reckon we thank him too. So.
All right. Well, congratulations. You are in the big race tomorrow night. Good luck, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, that was our 2nd place finisher, Tal Etheridge, and I've made my way down here to Victory Lane, where we are celebrating with Brandon Hoff, as Brandon wins the 3rd and final heat race. And Brandon, not only will you be moving on to the massive WEL PD 200, you're guaranteed to start in the top 3. So tell me, how were you able to make your way up through the pack? I saw you making moves. I believe on that restart, you restarted in 8th position. So what were you able to do to get your way up front?
Number 1 was just hoping for a good restart. As long as I got a good restart, I knew I can hopefully move my way up. It was kind of stalled out near mid pack because there was really no room to make any move with each lane. But once I was able to get the good restart and clear the middle lane, I jumped up, and I don't know who was in front of me. I knew I was pushing him, and Nick was out front. And once Nick jumped down low or up high, I was able to clear and then jump to the middle by myself. I know me and Lucas were working well together. We were trying to work the middle lane. I was thinking of going low, but I knew the low lane was kind of dying out. But once I got out front, I was just trying to, protect, and hopefully, nobody was going to do anything dumb. And we were all in the race up front, so I was hoping that everybody would have behaved. And we all did. It was a good race up front. We all raced clean. It was a fun race. Hoping for much of the same tomorrow.
And I have to ask you, Brandon, after what you've seen in the heat races today and the prelims yesterday, with $2,500 and a butt kicker on the line tomorrow, what are your expectations? It's going to be 100 laps tomorrow, so much longer than we've seen here. Do you expect the race to maybe be calm for a time and then late to get crazy, or are you expecting, 3-wide, action-packed racing right out of the gate?
I mean, to start, I think at least for the first quarter, maybe first half, you'll see more calm racing. I don't think you'll be 3-wide constantly. That third lane definitely works, though. You can definitely use the outside. I used it last night. I know guys use it tonight. I know it works well, especially over a run. I know tire wear isn't much of a thing, but I know as the tires go away, you can utilize that third lane and get a pretty good run down the back as long as you have enough cars. But I expect, 2-wide, maybe not too aggressive. The pushing might not be as aggressive to start, just kind of everybody hopefully making their way to the end, keep their car in one piece, which I'm hoping to do. But starting up front will be an advantage. My goal usually in these races just to stay up front, especially, I know you can kind of compare this to a Daytona Talladega type thing, just because, you're in a pack. And, these races I like to stay up front, not really go to the back. But who knows? Strategy could change. But I know for me, starting up front, I'll try to stay there as much as I can. If I see things getting a little bit crazy, probably drop to the back. But it's possible to go from the back to the front in a quick period of time. So I practiced that last night. I did it tonight. So as long as I have the right help, which I should make for a fun one.
All right, well, Brandon, before I let you go celebrate that win with your team, who do you got to thank? Sponsors, crew, team, all of that.
I got to thank everybody at Kligerman Sport Development. We're a tight-knit group. Haven't done much the last few months, but we're getting ready to do some good things the next few. So looking forward to that. Got to thank Lucas. Got to thank Nick Olson, my two teammates in the race. They helped me a lot last night and tonight. Got to thank you guys for the broadcast and Xcal for everything, for the race itself. It's a fun event. Found out about it last minute, and I'm honestly glad I joined because it's actually really fun. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, and hoping to land another victory.
All right, well, thank you, Brandon. And now, Doug, I believe you're caught up with Lucas Cram, our third-place finisher, a little bit further down pit road.
Hey, Lucas, congratulations, first off. And secondly, I think you made the biggest advance in the out of the top 10, coming from 13th to finish third.
Yeah, it was a little challenging just the way everybody's kind of packed up there together to make moves and make our way towards the front. But as Brandon mentioned there, luckily, Nick Olson was up front, kind of controlling different lanes, and Brandon and I kind of got together there during the start of the race and just kind of tandem the way up to the front and never really looked back.
Yeah, once you guys got up there, you really were able to control the race. You moved the cars where you needed them to be to kind of slow down the other lanes a little bit and keep everything pretty tame and easy for your team to control the two outer lanes. And obviously the middle lane seemed to be the fastest again tonight. Gave you a lot of benefit there.
Yeah, early in that run, it was kind of boxed in because everybody was trying to stay in the middle lane. It was almost like a Martinsville type thing where everybody wants the bottom lane, just because the bottom lane definitely could work. It just with the less banking down there, it kind of gets tight over the course of a run, and you saw guys kind of pushing up, just burn off the right front. So Nick actually, he didn't even intentionally go to the high side. He kind of got shuffled out, went to the high side, and luckily that lane was just there, and he was able to kind of stay in the tow with everybody else, and wasn't exactly intentional to block the track like that, if you will, I guess, but it worked out perfect for us, and I was just committed to pushing Brandon and hoping that as long as everything stayed well around us, that we just come across the finish line in one piece, and luckily we were able to just be able to do that.
So tomorrow night we can expect to see all three of you hooked up, and if you get to the front, going to control the race again. I think you guys kind of controlled the prelim you were in as well, so you guys definitely going to be the team to beat out there.
Yeah, honestly, I had no idea in the prelim that the finishing position set the field tonight. If I had known that, I probably wouldn't have been, kind of messing around, just trying to, have practice, if you will, and learn where the runs came from and whatnot. But luckily, I was able to get, through clean tonight after starting P13, and just looking forward to tomorrow. Not quite sure what our strategy will be, but definitely will be a lot of fun with a full field and about 4 times the distance as well.
Yeah. Before we let you go, any team sponsors, anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, just like Brandon said, huge shout out to Kligerman Sport Development. That was really fun. we literally decided last second to join, about 5 minutes before the registration closed. I noticed it the night before, and we decided to commit on it then. So definitely really glad we decided to jump the gun on that. Huge thank you to Valvoline and everybody who's a partner and including the sport, and Nick and Brand as well for helping get us all three transferred.
All right, man. Congratulations. Great run.
Thank you.
All right, and now, Doug, I'm going to try to figure out the unofficial starting order for tomorrow's race. Now, just fair warning everyone here, this is completely unofficial. None of this is official and in the books. So just please bear with me here and understand that this is all just speculation and just my calculations, but they probably will be fairly accurate. This is going to be based off of all the statistics. So, unofficial starting order for tomorrow's Massive Well PD200, Brandon Hoff unofficially on the pole. In second will be John Palermo. In third will be Jeff Edgar. In fourth starting position will be Tal Etheredge. In the fifth starting position will be Austin Edwards. And in the sixth starting position will be Brett Edgar. In the seventh starting position, unofficially, we will have Lucas Cram. In eighth will be John Friley. And then starting unofficially in the ninth position right now, looks like we have Nick Olson, will be starting in ninth. Then starting in the 10th position, unofficially, will be Zach Edwards. And then moving our way down to our fifth place finishers, unofficially in 11th position will be Ricky LeDuc. Unofficially in 12th will be Chris Papa. Unofficially in 13th will be Ron Morris Jr. Then moving down to our next finishers, unofficially in 15th, these are our sixth place finishers. We will have Matthew Bear. Unofficially in the next starting position will be Josh Doobie. And I'll be honest, at this point, I have kind of lost track. I'm going to leave it to www.xcalracing.com to figure out the rest of this, because me figuring it out this way is not very efficient. But keep listening, because here's everyone who's transferred. I will tell you everyone who is transferred. Jeff Edgar, Brett Edgar, Steven Johnson, Zach Edwards, Ron Morris Jr., Ben Burgess, Dakota Wilson, Zach McDaniel, Sean Andrews, Josh Doobie, Joe Campbell, John Friley, Aaron Smith, Art Hendren. Then we have John Palermo, Austin Edwards, John Friley, Tal Etheredge, Ricky LeDuc, Matthew Bear, Robert Colgan, Chase Johnson, Connor Rockwood, Corey Tondro, Art Hendren, CJ Mason, Jeff Edgar, and Mason Foster. Then in this last heat race, we have... Sorry, as my thing got expanded there. Brendan Huff, Tal Etheredge, Lucas Cram, Nick Olson, Chris Papa, Josh Doobie, Brett Murphy, Andrew Rutherford, Brian Mansfield, Matthew Eddy, Kenny Tripp, Patrick O'Toole, and Jeff Edgar, along with Matt Bear. Now, there are 7 guys that will make it on times, because there were 6 guys that qualified in multiple heat races and the one for the guaranteed fastest time. So here are the 7 guys that transferred on time. Edmund Jones had the fastest time of all the non-qualifiers. He transferred in with a 48.065. The next fastest time, Alex Crapser moves on. He's the second of that group of guys. Crapser will make the big show. The next of those group of guys is Jonathan Bronson with a 293. Bronson will move on to the big show. The next in that group, Mark Feeney, he's the fourth one with a 277. He is going to move on to the big show. Continuing to move on along this list, just making sure that I haven't missed anyone here. The fifth guy that will move on with a 315 will be Jeremiah Burke. The sixth guy that will move on will be Pat Sullivan with a 350. And I'm just double checking this because I do not want to get this wrong. And the last transfer, Doug, the last guy that made the Massive Well PD200 is going to be starting in 43rd position. Superman, Luke Turpin.
I'll be danged. He always finds a way, doesn't he?
He always finds a way, and somehow, and this is unofficial too, this all still has to be reviewed. Aaron Hilbush will post the official results at www.xcalracing.com tomorrow night, so be sure to check that, or tomorrow afternoon rather, be sure to check that out. That is completely unofficial right now, but I'm pretty sure my calculations were correct, Doug, and if they are, Superman Luke Turpin starting last in the field tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, if he starts last, I guarantee he won't finish there. He'll fly to the front.
Most certainly. And Doug, that wraps up day number 4 for the Massive Well PD200. We've done the prelims, 9 of them. We've done the heats, 3 of them. Now it's time for the big enchilada, $2,500 on the line tomorrow night, a Buck Kicker Gamer 2 unit. And the esports event of the year, Doug. We've been hyping it up all weekend. We've been waiting. Now it's time. It's time to decide who's going to be the champion of the Massive WoW PD 200.
I really think tomorrow night's going to be, I think it's going to be something exceptional. I know these guys are going to have to make at least one pit stop, and I think we're going to see some excitement if that happens under green. And, you know, when we were here for the Xcal points race, we had just as many cars, and we did have some green flag stops during that race and some excitement during those stops. So I think green flag pit stops might be a huge deciding factor tomorrow night. But time will tell. We'll have to wait and see, but I guarantee you, if they come down and the pack is any bigger than about, let's say, 5 cars as they come to the final laps, it's going to get very, very wild again right at the front.
All right, well, Doug, that should wrap things up here tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night at about probably, I'd say, like 7:15 Eastern, maybe a little earlier, as we are going to hype up and get ready for the massive WoW PD 200. My name's PDJ Zeller, the voice of this weekend's events and the vice president of Xcal Racing. For Doug Burns and all the guys at How to Suck at iRacing, thank you for doing a fantastic job as always. Aaron Hillbush, the president of Xcal Racing. We will see you tomorrow night to decide the esport event of the year.